silly me. Hey, Gavin, it's Norm. How you doing? I am too. We got 2 here today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. As long as we're wearing the headset, that's the best part.
It's hot. It's hotter than you know what.
Hotter than a pickled sausage. We got the breeze, though, so we can't complain.
It's hotter than a brick oven pizza in hell.
I love a brick oven pizza.
We sound pretty.
Sir.
We both sound good, right? Coming through clear. All right, thanks. I got to do an introduction, new intro for us. I'll invite you in this weekend.
Okay.
Now that we got a home run call, we can add.
Oh, the campus. And the assistant coach's wife was very appreciative of the shot. Too.
Oh, she did. Appreciate. Good.
Yeah,
Good.
I talked to the coach after the game because I have him sign my ball, and he's like, "Yeah, we appreciated that." I'm like, "It's no problem."
It's the least we can do.
I just told him we're glad that she likes it.
Stats are over here, but I'll let you know. These are the season stats unless you want to look at it. Right now, currently leading the team in batting average for the Skunks. Take a guess. I'll give you a Coca-Cola if you can guess who it is.
For batting average?
Yeah.
It's got to be hard again.
Yep. But he no longer leads the team in at-bats.
Last I knew he was batting like 371, but he probably went down.
It's 364.
Yeah,
Only down 5 points. But Bay is now leading with at-bats with 48.
Okay.
And if you factor in his walks, he has 9 walks. So total plate appearances would be, and 1 hit by pitch. That doesn't count as a plate appearance, right?
No,
so he's got 58 plate appearances.
I'm going to get these cheat sheets filled. Okay.
Yogi has
I love that name.
9 and 44 is 53. So he's got 5 fewer plate appearances than Bay. He's second place now.
And the only other Haloob I know of ever is E.J. Haloob from the Chiefs.
No obligatory photo tonight. It's too hot.
Oh, we can always wait for the second game. Let's do 2, Skunks fans.
I'll be nice and greasy by then.
Oh, we're the faces of radio, my friend.
Good time last night, by the way.
Yeah, you know, we didn't raise as much money as last year, so every year it seems like we're bringing in less and less, but it still was over, I think, after all my expenses, it'll be close to 1,500. And last year it was just under 2,500, so not nearly as good. But we did more than break even, and I think it's also a good promotional opportunity for this station. That's what I always tell Hillary whenever she's like, "Well, you wish you could raise more money." I'm like, "Well, yeah, obviously, but it doesn't mean I ever want to stop doing it."
I only got another 10,000 in the bank or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, we're not sweating it. Maybe in future years, though, we might have to rethink how we raise money.
You still got the tape, Jason?
So have a what?
The tape?
Oh yeah.
Because I'm about to get these. I got the first one done already for the cheat sheet, with the exception of the picture.
But yeah, thanks again for recording that, Ed.
Wait, that's the wrong one.
And those sound guys did do a great job. As neurotic as Billy gets sometimes. Derek was really cool. He's cool as a cucumber for a young guy.
Yeah, I enjoyed working
He
with him.
really knew what he was doing, and he wasn't, distracted or hanging out with friends. He was there to do his job, and he did it.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll see how the recording goes.
I'm sorry, the only thing I was worried about is that at the beginning, I know that during Kyle's set, I think Billy was sitting directly under the mic and talking with Derek. But you don't think it would have mattered?
The way I had it set up, I don't think so. But we'll find out.
But he didn't do that a lot anyway.
But I recorded 4 different individual tracks for you. And then I can control each one post-production.
Oh, nice.
So I'll mix
So you can, right on. I really like this. Every song, especially the bands, the multiple acts did. Every song was a hit.
Cindy
They all
Love,
sounded great.
Cindy Love, and Marcus Grant. Man, they hit it out of the
Oh
park.
yeah.
I was just
Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel.
I'm not into the Metallica music that much.
Oh, right, with Chris Lee and those guys.
Yeah.
Oh, from Afraid of Human?
But yeah, it was a great night. Everybody enjoyed it.
Yeah, our theme was Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, so all the musicians just played, you know, songs from bands in the Hall of Fame, and the guy who closes it out every year is a big metal guy, Chris Lee.
I've heard of him. Well, I've seen him a couple times
Yeah,
when he was on We Speak
he
Canadian.
plays in Afraid of Human now, but he used to front We Speak Canadian. But anyway, he opened and closed with Ride the Lightning's opening and closing tracks. So, you know, dun, 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 that song that For Whom the Bell Tolls. He played that at the end.
Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, you're right. Then he played Head Like a Hole.
Yeah.
And he even did some Depeche Mode.
Fade to Black is probably one of the underrated ones on that album.
Quick thought. Maybe you already do this. Holding a contest on the station as to what the theme should be for next year, and then all the people that selected this, whoever the winner is,
Right.
pull something out of the box for free tickets or something.
Not a bad idea. It is getting harder and harder to find acts to do. Somebody said we should just do movie soundtracks, and I'm like, well, that's just about any song you can imagine from any movie. So, but then another guy goes, we should do Wayne's World. I'm like, well, that's too narrow.
Dreamweaver.
Right, maybe if we, you know, have a contest and everyone submit nominations, the advisory board can choose maybe the final four, and then we'll have people vote on the four, kind of a thing. And then whoever nominated,
Yeah, something you could go to the website to vote or something.
that would be a good promotion.
Yeah. Anyway, just thought top of my head.
I like that, Ed. Thanks again for recording too.
Yeah, I'm probably not sticking around in that actual.
Sweet.
So, but the boys will be here.
Yeah, and we got the audio should be fine too. So maybe if you're at home, just listen to see what it sounds like on your computer at home.
I will, and I won't leave until we're underway.
Sounds good. Thanks. I don't think there's a volume for our master output. This is the master output volume, but it's also the output for the phone line.
Huh.
That's yours. I think one of the biggest problems where we might have gotten disconnected is just having that get pulled on. So let's get that piece of tape and let's just tape down that phone line and give it some slack.
Yeah.
That way if it gets pulled on, it'll get pulled on here. And right here you still have the slack, so it should stay right in place. And then we'll do the same thing over here. And I'll just leave this, I already got it taped on here, but we'll do it again. Unless Homeboy kicked this over here. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Tiny B. Love me some Tiny B.
From the music out here, I almost thought I was hearing the beginning of This Charming Man by the Smiths.
Norm, you're not going to be chomping on food while we're doing broadcasting, are you?
No.
Okay.
No.
One other piece of trivia.
What's that?
One other piece of trivia. You know, when the ref collapsed the game, that made Inside Edition.
I knew that.
Collapse.
You knew that?
When
Yeah.
What?
You were at the basketball game?
Oh, yeah, when he
Yeah.
collapsed. I
Yeah.
thought you said when he I saw it was all over the news.
Yeah.
I didn't know it made Inside Edition.
Kurt was talking about it.
It was, they took my camera and used the footage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know it. Aaron had emailed me yesterday. Is this your footage, Dad? So I took a look. Yeah, that's my camera. I'll send you the link.
Nice. You better claim residuals.
All right.
I'll stop bothering you. That was it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first of two games here today of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball on WRFA. I'm Norm Rodriguez, joined by Jason Sample. Both games today feature your Jamestown Tarp Skunks hosting the Oneonta Outlaws. A reminder, support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball is provided in part by Jones Auto Group, Chittenden County Industrial Development Agency, Major Center for the Arts, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's American Rescue Plan, Stabilization Grant. Jamestown coming off a 4-2 win last night over the Chicago Red Wings. They picked up their 10th win of the season. And Eric Krause, a solid 4-2 pitch.
They can hear us too on camera. Thanks.
Are you getting anything?
Yeah, they can also pick up on us.
But you are getting it?
Well, I'm hearing us too. I'm hearing us too. I get a picture of them. Oh. That's what I turned down. That's what I turned down. That's what I turned down originally. Yep. That's it. That's what I turned down originally. Yep. Oh, that one. I missed that one too. I turned it down and I could hear what's going on outside. I could hear them talking too, but then we still could hear us.
This one.
That's turned it down. This one?
The mic on.
I could hear them. I stopped talking, but also I picked Stum up too.
We want the direct feedback. Should be like players and all.
Since I stopped talking, but also I picked Stum up too. Yeah. You, right? Yeah.
Out now to the feet, Broderick with center field. I want to thank Jess Mueller for interviewing some players earlier on, including Cade McGee. I get to
US,
a little more about
it's a
him.
digital
Actually from
USB
Ontario.
3.0. First one.
His Meet at Tarp Skunks segment, so you can only hear
On WRFA will be coming up, I think, later on this game or perhaps in the second game.
Well, it's going to happen either way from what you're saying, Jason. So, anyways, here's the next pitch by Korn. Down the third base side, fielded by Johnson. He'll throw it over to McGee. And foot just got enough for the corner of the bag for out number 2.
Yeah, I don't think the manager liked that too much, and it did look like McGee was off the bag, but the manager isn't trying to make too much of a case of it. Obviously, he was disappointed in the body language of the runner also. And here comes the manager now to go have a word. It was the first base coach. And for me, Norm, to be honest, and if I have to be an honest person, it looked like his foot did leave the bag before the ball got there. But the umpires are going to talk this over as well. Obviously, they want to make sure they get it right. And the manager for the Oneonta Outlaws is appealing this call, and they're going to talk it over here and see what he saw. The home plate umpire is talking it over with the first base umpire who made the call that he was safe, and we'll see if he took his foot off or not. And they
call him safe. They overturned it.
So the appeal worked. The call is overturned, and obviously for the Skunks, you don't want to see that, but I think it was the right call, regardless. If I have to be completely objective up here in the broadcast booth, I would say that it was the right call. It's nice to see them making a change. So we have a runner on first with one out here with the third batter in the lineup. Now
That sounds good.
So put a single on the board. Next pitch by Korn. Outside corner. Called strike 1.
Boone has the highest average on the Outlaws with a 310 with 29 at-bats, 9 hits, and 11 walks.
Yeah, do the cameras.
Here's Korn's next pitch. That is outside in, low, a 1-1 count.
So Boone is, obviously the hitting stud on the team, at least when it comes to getting on base and via hits. We'll see if he can't knock the runner at first on into scoring position.
Counts even 1-1. Runner goes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Here's the throw by Campus. It skips, and it's a bad one. It'll go over to center field, but not deep enough to go another 90 feet. Even so, Broderick does get the stolen base.
And that'll eliminate any chance of a double play, at least in the traditional sense. And we now have a runner in scoring position here. And the batter at the plate continues in his effort to get ahead.
And if he gets one, it could be a possible RBI. There's only one out, count 1 and 2. Korn wanting that right side from Campus, but I think he also might be waiting for that loud sound effect to stop.
Yeah, he stepped off the mound and now he's back on there, and now that is over with that. Yeah, this kind of gets people stomping their feet in the bleachers if there was anybody in the bleachers. It's very warm today, and it's the early game. I'm sure we'll see the stands fill up as we head through this game and into the second game of our doubleheader.
Korn taking a long look at Broderick. He did steal second just a moment ago. But he is ahead in the count against Boone, 1-2. Just one out. Base hit could drive home the first run of the game. Korn sets at the belt, takes another check at second. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, count stays 1-2. Korn gets another ball from Campus. And he'll set back on the rubber. Campus back behind home plate. Didn't play catcher yesterday, but he was the extra hitter for Jamestown.
I see Broderick has a home run in his stats as well so far this season. 1 home run.
Here's the pitch. Outside. Count goes even at 2s. Pew Crew getting a little route, but from my view of it, it was the right call.
Yeah, you know, early start today. We're starting about an hour and a half earlier than we typically start because of the doubleheader. It's nice to see at least the Pew Crew is already in attendance and making their presence known as they do in every game, just about every inning.
Yep, and in actuality, they are very nice people too. So, 2-2 count, triple deuces are on the board, but it's not right. It's only 1 out, not 2. Here's the pitch. It's going to be a chopper over to second, fielded there, and easy out number 2. Runner does advance to third. And it's a different guy playing second, though, Royce Frazier.
Oh, for the Skunks tonight?
Yes, for the first game.
Yeah, their traditional second baseman is...
Mark Tucker.
All right, that's what I thought.
Probably giving him a game off and having him ready for the next one.
Now we got the cleanup hitter at the plate. That's Evan Keegan, the first baseman.
Yep. Runner does advance on that grounder to third. Again, that's Broderick. Here's Korn's next pitch. That one is right into the glove of Frazier. Here the Blues calling, toss salad, scrambled eggs, no run, and we're going to go scoreless as the Skunks will come up to bat.
Yeah, scoreless as the Skunks go up to bat. We'll take a quick moment to thank one of our sponsors. And, Jess, you have the honors. Take it away.
Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks in 2022 is brought to you in part by Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, celebrating over 50 years of serving the community's automotive needs with an excellent customer buying and ownership experience. At Schultz Auto Group, all repair facilities have experienced and factory-trained technicians with state-of-the-art equipment for every automotive need, no matter what engine type, gas, diesel, or electric. The next generation of auto care is already at Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Community Baseball on your community radio station, WRFA LP. For more information, call 1-866-931-2998 or visit schultzauto.com.
All right, thanks a lot, Jess. And so, Norm, one runner left on base there at third, just 90 feet away from home, but the score, the score is still nothing as we head to the bottom of the first inning here, and the Skunks will be up to bat. I know you didn't get a chance to go over the lineup for the Skunks, so maybe really quickly here, at least the first 3 batters will be seen, if not 1 through 4.
Yeah, so the first 3 batters, again, the starting pitcher for Oneonta is Ethan Thompson, number 15. And we got a bit of shuffling of the deck here in the batting order. Cody Bay will be leading off, the extra hitter, then Yogi Hardigan. In his traditional 2 spot, the center fielder. O'Shaughnessy going from cleanup man to third in the lineup. He's DHing for this game. Cleanup right now will be the left fielder, Brandon Lane. And then 5 through 10 will be Campus, Johnson, Thompson, King, McGee, and Frazier. So that's the 10 for Jamestown in game 1 of this doubleheader at Dietrich.
And we got pitching for the Oneonta Outlaws is Ethan Thompson. He has started 2 games so far, pitched a total of 9 innings, given up 11 hits and 8 runs. 7 of those were earned. He's walked 5, only struck out 2. His record is 1-0, and his ERA comes in at 6.75 to start the game. So, you know, if you're a Skunks fan, you're looking at those numbers and think, hey, we got a chance here to get something going early on, at least in the first few innings. But you never know. You know, they never seen this pitcher before. And so we'll get an idea of just how well he does against the Skunks in the next few batters here.
Yeah, any given ball game, even a pitcher with the highest ERA on the team can have a great performance. We've seen it before.
I think during his warm-ups, though, he let one slip, though. Is that what you were looking at, too, Jess?
One went past the catcher, and it just hit the backstop. It didn't touch anything else besides the back.
Too bad he's not wearing 99. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, a little on the wild side here. That's why you warm up, obviously, and it is hot out there. I think the mercury reached 90 degrees today, and they say, at least one of the local news outlets here in Jamestown reported, that's the first time we've reached 90 degrees or more since 2011. It seems like we've had days when it was just as hot in recent years, but maybe it's just the heat index I'm thinking about. You know, oftentimes they say the humidity makes it feel a lot warmer than it actually is. But, yeah, 90 degrees today the thermometer reached. which is the first time in over 10 years we've gotten it this warm. So it's nice and toasty up here in the press box.
Yep, I'm surprised none of it has ever hit the triple digits during that period. I know last week it hit about 91 on the thermometer gun of the heat. But again, Cody Bay, who's usually the third baseman, he's the extra hitter for the first game of this doubleheader as he will step into the box. He's one of 4 guys in the team with a 300 average at the minimum. So Thompson about to throw his first pitch of the afternoon. He gets a sign he wants from Hutter. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. So Bay wasting very little time, taking a moment and stepping back in the box. Here's Thompson's 1-0. That one's fouled off, and it'll go to beyond the bleachers and near the tented areas for strike 1. Bay back in the batter's box. 1-1 count, nobody out. And here's Thompson's next delivery for the Outlaws. Outside corner, strike 2.
Bay has the most at-bats for the Tarp Skunks with 48, and he also leads in runs scored with 14. He has an average of 313, also has 15 hits on the season.
Right now, though, behind the count 1 and 2. That's outside. Count goes even. We got the double deuces, 2-2. Bay quickly, once again, wastes little time between one pitch and the next in his at-bats. Thompson looking to get the first out. Any way for him is always good. Here's the pitch. That's outside, full count.
Looks like the pitch count. I know we don't get a chance to keep track of pitch counts up here.
No, we don't, sadly.
But I know it was pretty low for Korn here. I don't think he had a full count at all.
He did
in
not.
The batters he faced, the 4 batters he faced, were already, the first batter for Thompson is already a full count.
Well, this one goes over to first, fielded by, oh, it bounces off Keegan. Oh, the bouncer, not quite like the Bill Buckner, but it bunny hopped on the turf, and it's going to be a base hit for Bay, or no, they're going to rule that an error, I beg your pardon, so it's going to be an E3.
Yeah.
And coming up now, the man smarter than the average base stealer, Yogi Hardigan.
You say you got to always keep your eye on the ball until it comes in your glove, and I think in that case for Keegan over there on first base, he just looked up at the runner before the ball got to his glove, and it just rolled right through and into the outfield for an error.
Bay's also one of the tops at stolen bases, too, so when you get your leadoff guy on, you've done a good job. Oh, high pitch! And Bay will just trot over to second base.
Well, we thought he might have worked something like that out over in the warm-ups, but it looks like he does have a bit of a control issue here for Thompson. He's got to settle in here and try to obviously keep it near the catcher's mitt to give him a chance to catch it. But now the Skunks are already with a runner in scoring position and no outs here in the bottom of the first.
Thompson taking a check at Bay. Again, he's one of the tops in stolen bases on the team respectively. Here's the 1-0. That one's hit the right field. That's going to go foul, though.
Oh, just curved.
So count's going to go even at 1-1. And I do wonder, though, the way the pitch on the first one to Hardigan, when it went high, I wonder also with the heat if maybe he's got a perspiring hand. Sometimes the sweat does alter your throw.
Oh, you're talking about Thompson and his control issues.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. That's why you have the rosin bag back there, but I'm not sure how frequently he's using it or not. But you're right, Norm. When it gets hot like this, and if you get any type of perspiration build up on your hands, that can cause control issues for sure.
So Hardigan back up in the box. Southpaw hitters. You and I talked about before the game, Jason. He's got the best batting average on the team so far, respectively, as Thompson takes a check at second on Bay. Bay playing a little bit of those mind games.
And the umpire calls time, and so Bay walks back to second, now takes his lead again. And you're right, he's really chomping at the bit to get to third base one way or the other here. And that aggressive base running is really what, partly did the Skunks in a few nights ago. Their not last home game, the one before that.
Well, here's the next pitch. It's inside, 2-1.
Hardigan does lead the Skunks in his batting average with 364 with 44 at-bats and 16 hits. He's scored 11 runs and has 5 stolen bases.
Thompson taking a long look at Bay. Here's the 2-1. fouled off. Count will go even at 2s. Bay in scoring position, nobody out. And again, Bay, like some of the runners to this modern day in baseball, wearing that oven mitt looking thing on his hand to avoid his fingers curling up when he takes off. We see that in quite a few base runners that are known to pilfer the bases.
So they don't give away what they're planning on doing? Or is it just so, so you don't actually hurt?
So you don't mangle your fingers. Or I would say
when you run into
Never seen that.
the base.
Here's the 2-2. That one is in the right field. Fielding it, Martinez is there. I don't know if it'll be far up. Bay's going to try and test him. He's going to head for third, and he gets in safely. So he'll advance 90 feet, only one out. 90 feet away now from scoring a run, as it's going to be an RBI guy known for clearing them up. Patrick O'Shaughnessy, the designated hitter, usually plays first, but getting DH for the first one.
Another left-handed hitter for the Skunks here, and you know, that last hit that Yogi had, he's also a left-handed that just went foul by about a foot or two deep into right field. I noticed the right fielder for Oneonta Outlaws, Martinez, was cheating over more towards center than that foul line, and I don't know if that's going to be an issue here if O'Shaughnessy grabs a hold of one or not. We'll see.
Well, here comes the next pitch on the way by Thompson. That hits the heart of the plate for strike one. O'Shaughnessy got off to a bit of a rocky start with the bat, but he's back up over the 200 mark, and he's also one of those guys that'll wait for the right pitch, even if he's behind 2 strikes or deep in the count. Very patient hitter.
He leads the Skunks in doubles with 4 and has an average of 220 with 41 at-bats and 9 hits.
The next pitch was high for a ball. So counts even at 1s, 1 out. We got the triple sticks on the board. Well, if we also want to count Oneonta's hit and error, we could call it a quintuple stick. Bay again playing those mind games with Thompson. Here's the next pitch. Inside, 2-1.
Wind starting to pick up a little bit here, blowing from left field over to right field. It was blowing in during the national anthem.
Yes,
I saw that as well, and then it died down. So occasional breeze here at Dietrich Park. Helps cool things down a bit in the press box, that's for sure. Probably on the field as well.
Here's the 2-1. That's high and inside, 3-1. So this is the hitter's count, the green-white.
Yeah, Thompson will have to deliver one down the middle, and I'm sure O'Shaughnessy is chomping at the bit to get a good swipe at it. If he sees one he likes, he'll give it a ride. Or at least try. He'll go for the cheddar and might end up with Swiss, Norm, as you like to say.
Cheddar, tater, hey, whatever works. It always happens the right way. Next pitch. Oh, delayed strike call. Hits the inside corner. Count goes full.
Yeah, O'Shaughnessy thought for certain that was a ball. That was a little on the high side, but much as just skimmed the upper part of the strike zone for a strike. So we've got a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and a runner on third with no outs. Bottom of the first for the Skunks.
Here's the full count. Even a sac fly can get him home. This one's going to be foul. Goes high up in the air with the greatest of ease. Not even a little toy rocket would have been able to catch that ball. So count stays full, only 1 out. And O'Shaughnessy doesn't necessarily need a base hit to drive home Bay. He just either has to hit a good grounder or a fly ball deep enough in the outfield.
Yeah, sacrifice fly will drive in a run rate here, that's for sure.
Yep.
We saw the throw earlier on from the right fielder Martinez, and it didn't come in very hot, so I don't think he's definitely would be able to make a throw all the way to home if it goes deep enough over in right field.
This one's fouled off. Count will stay full, and so far these first 3 Skunk batters, they're making the pitch count start to get a little high for Thompson.
Yeah, you know, the longer the pinch count goes, the longer the team stays out in the field, the longer they stay out in the field, the heat starts getting to them, and it's just one of those things. I mean, obviously, we got a long ball game, and these are athletes that are trained to be out on the field a lot, but on a day like today, you want to get in the dugout as soon as possible, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, again, Bay, he's playing the mind games between taking the suicide lead and retreating back. Almost like a game of capture the flag he's doing between third and home. Full count still, 1 out. Thompson looking to get the second one. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. O'Shaughnessy takes a free pass. It was the same location around there that was called strike 2, but this time it goes O'Shaughnessy's way. He gets the free pass, and now it's going to be the left fielder, Brandon Lane.
O'Shaughnessy on first base here. He might get a chance to get a rare steal. He only has 2 on the season so far, but with a runner at third, he might try to take second, possibly force a throw. Even if he gets out, it could help the runner at first base advance to home plate and score a run. That's a fair trade-off, 1 out for 1 run.
As long as you take the lead, that's what matters. But here's the next pitch, and it's outside, 1-0.
Lane has an average of 321 with 28 at-bats and 9 hits, scoring 2 runs.
So another 300 hitter for the Skunks, as Norm noted, 4 of them in all.
O'Shaughnessy with a small lead off first. It's not one to be too concerned of for a possible steal, but again, Bay playing those games. O'Shaughnessy takes off, and it's going to go foul and into the right-hand side of the bleachers for a strike. So yeah, counts even at once.
I'll say again, if you're just listening to this game on WRFA, it's a doubleheader today, so we're starting today's broadcast a little bit earlier, but we've got at least 14 innings of baseball we'll be covering here tonight. So stop on by the ballpark if you want to check it out in action, or just keep it locked into 107.9 FM if you enjoy the broadcast from the comforts of your home.
Yep, with an air conditioning and a nice cold iced tea. Here's the 1-1. That's a grounder to third. That's a fair ball. Bay is just going to tra-la-la home plate. Lane going for a double. O'Shaughnessy advances to third. 2 runners on, only 1 out, and now it's going to be Captain Johnny Campus. His bat's also been coming alive over the last week and a half.
Hey, nice job by Brandon Lane to keep his average over 300 and also drive in an RBI, in addition to adding a double to his tally. And now Johnny Campus stepping up, doing the catching duties tonight, and we had a chance to see his power on Saturday night when he hit that home run, the first home run here at Dietrich Park for the 2022 season, just to the right of the Schultz Auto Group sign, a proud sponsor of Tarp Skunk Baseball on WRFA.
Indeed. Campus has a chance to drive in at least another one, but with a base hit, we could see a 3-0 lead possibly. Here's the next pitch. That's high, ball 1.
Campus averages a 222 with 36 at-bats and 8 hits. He also leads the team in RBIs with 8 of them.
And just coincidentally, a week and a half ago, his batting average was a .54, but now he's starting to get it back together. He's over the Mendoza line. Here's the next pitch. Outside corner, count goes even at 1.
Yeah, some players start a little bit slower than others here, and yeah, you know, you say 222, that's not a stellar average by any means, but when you think about where he was just a week ago and how much it's climbed up there, that's something that he can hang his hat on and be proud to see it's moving in the right direction.
And I've even gotten to talk to him a few times. He's been very happy. This one's hit the right or the center field. Backtracking is Broderick. He does make the catch, but O'Shaughnessy will be tagging up for home. And Lane advances to third. Campus does get the job done. He drives home another run. 2-0 now. The Skunks are ahead, as now it's going to be Nate Johnson, the third baseman.
Yeah, things getting a little stinky here for the Skunks in a good way. They love to say that, and you could see as Johnny Campus was trotting off the field after that ball was caught, he kind of was waving his hand in front of his face like, yeah, it's starting to stink, but in a good way, right? So 2 runs now scored in the bottom of the first inning for the Skunks. They got a 2-0 lead. 2 outs here, a runner on third. We'll see if they can't drive this one in before they get the final out.
Even so, if you're a Skunk player or fan, you got to be happy with 2 runs in the first inning. Have to have a good start. The next pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Johnson, one of 2 players for the team that goes to JCC. The other one, pitcher Bryce Jackson. Thompson gets his sign, looking to just keep the damage as it is. He's already given up 2 runs here in the first. This one's going to drop into center field, base hit. So RBI single for Johnson, and throughout the whole time the Skunks have played in Dietrich, more often than not, they get it done with the 2 outs with runners in scoring position. Yeah, and they're doing it right now as well, Norm. 3-0 already the score. We're still just in the first inning of play of today's doubleheader. Oneonta, the visiting team, the Outlaws, need to buckle down here and get this final out, and then see if their bats can't come alive in the start of the second. But right now, it's been all Tarp Skunks in the very early stages of this game. Yes, it has, and again, with it being a doubleheader, it's only going to be 2 7-inningers as Johnson, he has a good lead off first base. Earlier this week, he took too much of a lead, and he got caught. But he's taking off now. Here's the throw by Hunter, and he's out. Gets caught stealing, but no James addiction. However, Skunks score 3 runs, and they're up 3-0 after 1. Yeah, 3-0 after 1. We'll be back with inning number 2 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
So since he stole and Thompson was up to bat, does he get to go back up to bat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the steal was the third out, so he'll be able to go back up. And we're about to momentarily start the top of the second inning here of Skunks baseball right here on WRFA. Offensively for Jamestown, off to a strong start. Despite only 2 hits, there was also an aiding by an E3 to begin the first inning. Jamestown pulls out 3 runs. They're ahead 3-0 as Korn will be facing off against Dorigi, Halub, and Polinsky to start off the second inning. And
Yeah, the number 5, 6, and 7 batters in the Oneonta lineup. They left 1 runner stranded at the first inning. We'll see if they can't get some runs here in this second inning, down 3 runs against the Tarp Skunks. We'll see if they can't get some.
So again, it's Dorigi, the shortstop up the bat, right-hander, as Korn throws his next pitch, and it's in the dirt, ball 1. So again, it's Dorigi, the shortstop up the bat, right-hander, as Korn throws his next pitch. So again, wasting little time, our hitter and pitcher respectively, as back in the box is Dorigi. And here's Korn's next pitch. That's a grounder, and it's going to go to Frazier. He's able to dive for it, but he'll wisely hold on to the ball and give up the infield single. So, even in spite of that, they still got the double play, and up the bat is Halub, the third baseman.
Yeah, not really much Royce Frazier could do there other than just knock it down and sit on it, because a lot of speed running down the base path there, and he was lucky to even prevent it from rolling into the outfield. He had to cover a lot of ground to get to it as it went right up the middle, but it does show his range over there at second base, being able to track it down and at least stop it from getting into the outfield, although it was a hit.
Dorigi's got a decent lead off first. Next pitch hits the heart of the plate for strike 1. Once again, it's Andy Halub, the third baseman, and a right-hander stepping in the box. 0-1 count, nobody out, and Dorigi on first base. So, again, they got to run around to start the inning. Here comes the next pitch by Korn. In the dirt, Campus, he's going to throw to second. Runner takes off, and he's caught. Caught trying to advance the 90 feet, but Campus too strong of a laser. I wonder if he polishes his arm with gold paint.
That's hard to tell, but the ball actually dropped out of his mitt for a split second there, Norm, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like it touched the ground. He was able to pick it up barehanded and quickly rifle it over to second base for the out, and caught stealing, clears the base paths. Not good for the Outlaws, but great for the Skunks. 1 out here, no runners on.
And an even count, 1-1, next pitch. And the base umpire saying that Halub went around for strike 2. Tried going fishing, tried to abort. Wanted that largemouth bass, but he ended up leaving with a minnow. 1-2 count, 1 out. Korn looking for his first strikeout of the game. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Caught, look at strike 3. Bow down to the almighty Cornholio. First K for Korn, and now it's going to be Henry Polinsky, the left fielder.
Yeah.
I think I broke Jason.
Yeah, no. The good one. The great Cornholio. I think you might have started something.
Well, he did tell me after one of the games that I was gonna have fun with his last name, so, and he seemed cool with it, so I'm gonna roll with it. Here's the next pitch by Korn. 2 outs. The next one on the way in the dirt. And again, it's Henry Polinsky, the left fielder. and a left-handed hitter. 2 outs. The next one on the way in the dirt. And again, it's Henry Polinsky, the left fielder. 1-0 count, 2 outs. Here comes Korn's next pitch. Right at the heart of the plate, strike one. 1-0 count, 2 outs. Here comes Korn's
Polinsky
next
averages a 182 with 22 at-bats and 4 hits on the season so far.
Here's Korn's next pitch. Little off speed, but it was outside, so 2-1 the count.
4 hits on the season so far.
And the breeze starting to pick up a little bit here, but with it being 90-degree weather, it does feel nice. Mother Nature's air conditioning. Here's the 2-1. It's going to ground fair. Korn fields it and flips it over to McGee in plenty of time. So an unconventional 1-2-3 inning for Korn, and the score stays 3-0.
Yeah, very fast-moving top of the first, which is great for the Skunks as the defense leaves the field and they can try to get more runs added to the lead. In the meantime, we're in the middle of the inning, so we'll thank another one of our sponsors, and we'll hand it over to Jess for that. Take it away, Jess.
Support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball for the 2022 season is brought to you in part by the Chautauqua County Industrial Development Agency. The Chautauqua County IDA is an economic development organization authorized and empowered by New York State to make Chautauqua County a better place to work, live, and visit. The IDA facilitates development by attracting new businesses while also promoting the retention and expansion of existing businesses. And it offers businesses assistance in the forms tax abatements, low interest loans, and bond financing, all of which enhances the opportunity for job creation and retention by our businesses. The Chautauqua County IDA, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball on WRFA. For more information, call 716-661-9800 or visit ccida.com.
All right, thanks, Jess, and thanks to the IDA for supporting the Skunks on WRFA in 2022. And Norm, Skunks are leading 3-0 here in the bottom of the second of this 7-inning doubleheader. We got to keep that in mind.
We do.
Is that we're going to be playing 2 innings short today because we got 2 ball games on the air. If you're just tuning into WRFA, we'll be here for both the games and every single pitch, whether you're whether you're listening to our broadcast on the radio or streaming online, either at our website or on YouTube, courtesy of the Tarp Skunks video feed that they have set up there. So we'll be here for the long haul, but I'm looking forward to it. And that breeze does feel nice. It's not nearly as hot, or maybe I'm just getting used to it now as it was when I first got up here. But we open the doors up and the windows up. We let some of the air blow through, and it's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. It's actually almost pleasant up here. Almost.
Feel nice. And so Thompson's going to come back up the bat. He was at bat in the bottom of the first inning. However, Johnson got caught stealing. Because he was the third out, not Thompson, he will bat to start the bottom of the second. And so far from seeing him play, his glove has been far more superior on the defensive side. But here comes Thompson's next pitch to start the bottom of inning number 2. And that's a high one, just a bit inside this time. 1-0 count.
It was quite inside.
And over the head. But I think the pitcher, again, is having just control issues because of the warm weather. He even looked at the dugout and almost issued an apology, half-hearted apology there.
Next pitch, it's in the dirt again, 2-0, back-to-back wild ones. And I'm surprised he hasn't tried to at least get a couple of bounces with the rosin bag, because that's used to dry your hand. Unless he just wipes it on his pant leg or something. But here's the 2-0. That one's low, 3-0. And Thompson in danger of issuing a 4-pitch walk. It would be a second walk of the game. That one's low, 3-0. He did walk O'Shaughnessy in the first. Here comes a 3-0. And that's a 4-pitch walk. Thompson will happily take the free pass. And now it's going to be Jordan King, the right fielder.
So Jamestown started the first inning, the ball game, with a runner reaching on error, and he eventually scored. That was Cody Bay, of course, our leadoff hitter. And here we are near the bottom of the lineup now with number 10, Jordan, the 8th hitter, Jordan King, stepping up, the right fielder, with a runner on first already by way of Thompson. We'll see if he can't get something going here. I think it was the first or second game of the year. He got a triple. He's been kind of quiet since then, but we'll see if he can make a little noise here in the bottom of the second.
Well, he also hasn't had a boatload of time here at Dietrich, so that is also reasoning. Next pitch hits the outside corner for strike one.
King averages a 222 with 27 at-bats, 6 hits, and 4 runs scored. He also does have the triple that he had earlier this season. King averages a 222 with 27 at-bats.
Thompson gets his sign, comes set. Again, Thompson, not a big lead
He also
off the
doesn't
bag.
have the triple that he had earlier this season.
Here's the next pitch by Ethan Thompson. Inside for a ball. Count goes even at ones. Big lead off the bag. Here's the next pitch by so King getting some encouragement from Jordan Bazille, the head coach / third base coach right now on the field. Again, Thompson, not a big lead off of first base. Encouragement from Jordan Bazille. So not one for Ethan Thompson to be concerned about, I would think. Here's the next pitch. That's low, 2-1. Here's the pickoff on the after throw, and safely is Thompson. So not one for Ethan Thompson to be concerned about. So count 2-1, nobody out.
Yeah, Logan Hunter, the catcher for the Outlaws, is trying to keep the runner at first honest and as close as possible. It's just a bumblebee, Norm. If it was a wasp, I'd be afraid. We had a bumblebee visit us here in the press box momentarily. Unless you're allergic, then obviously get out of the way. It's just a bumblebee, Norm. If it was a wasp, I'd be afraid. We had a bumblebee visit us
2-1 pitch on the way. It's outside corner. Count goes even at twos.
Get out of the way. Just a bumblebee, Norm.
Again, Julian Thompson on first base. Nobody out. Outside corner. Count goes even at twos. Again, King getting some signs from Bazille. Julian Thompson on first base. Ethan Thompson shaking off a couple from Hutter. Again, King getting some. Thompson, not a big lead off the bag.
Like you just said, he doesn't have a big lead off the bag, but he has no stolen bases on the season so far.
Here's the 2-2. Fouled off. Count stays the same. Hits the nylon netting of the grandstands. So count still 2-2, and King making Thompson work to get the first out. They also have the possibility of the double play. So count still 2-2, and King making Thompson taking a check at Thompson. Thompson squared. They also have the possibility. Here's the 2-2 delivery by Ethan Thompson. Runner goes. Here's the throw by Hutter, and he's going to get caught. Just from that throw and the timing, but the pitch was a ball, counts full. Thompson caught stealing.
Yeah, Hutter has a good arm. I think he came second time he's caught somebody stealing here in this ball game. He also got Johnson to end the first inning. Yeah, Hutter has a good arm, I think, and he's shown that he has some good accuracy and a lot of velocity on his throw when he tries to get somebody at second.
It gets there quite early before the runner's there.
And he's shown that
it's a full count. Here comes the next pitch on the way by Thompson.
Tries to get somebody at second.
And that's high, ball 4. So 2 walks to start the inning, but fortunately Thompson gets caught stealing. So instead of 2 on and nobody out, it's 1 on and 1 out, as it's going to be Kane McGee, the first baseman.
I might be wrong, Jess, but I think he's still looking for his first base hit of the first hit of the season. I don't think he's gotten a hit yet, but he's had limited appearances so far. He was sort of a late addition to the squad.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he, I believe, was in school for a while, so he's only had 5 at-bats so far, and he does not have a batting average.
So no hits, and from his last home game here, he did strike out twice. He got also a good piece of a ball, but it hung a little too long and got caught in right field. From his last home game, McGee coming from north of the border in Canada. Here's the first pitch to him. It's high, ball 1.
He said in the interview with Jess that his favorite baseball memory was hitting a home run against Notre Dame College. And I don't think it's Notre Dame University.
Not the Fighting Irish.
Yeah. Who I think is still in the World Series. Memory was hitting a home run against Notre Dame. If I'm not mistaken.
I think the team that beat for that's Ole Miss. It's not the Fighting Irish. Well, here's the next pitch by Thompson. McGee pops it foul. Anybody hanging out in the back end, duck. Foul ball, strike 1. Well, here's the next pitch by Thompson. McGee pops it foul. Anybody hanging out in the back end. So McGee adjusting the batting gloves. Again, he's looking for his first hit of the season. Southpaw hitter getting back in the box.
Looks like they affectionately refer to him as Moose.
1-1 count, only 1 out. King at first base after getting walked. Here's Thompson's next pitch. That's low, 2-1. Thompson not wanting to issue 3 straight walks to start the inning. McGee, the penultimate batter before we go back to the top of the lineup. Thompson gets his sign from Hutter, comes set, takes a check at King at first. Here's the 2-1 on the way. It's going to be a grounder to first. He'll touch the bag for 1, and that's going to be a double play. So that's going to be a 1-4 or a 1-6 double play, and that's how we end 2 innings. Score still 3-0.
Yep, 3-0. We'll have inning number 3 in just a moment right here on WRFA. Oh, I'm good.
I'm good too.
I don't know where I put my. Oh, I put it down here.
Come on, guys. Sticks those are the good ones. And we're about to start the top of the 3rd inning of Skunks baseball. Game 1 of 2 versus the Oneonta Outlaws right here on WRFA. Jamestown still up 3-0 as Korn will get another inning of work, and he will be facing the bottom order. It's going to be Duda, Hutter, and Martinez.
So the Outlaws did a pretty good job that top of this inning, keeping the Skunks in check. A little help of a double play and caught stealing. Some fine work there on the defensive side of things. Still trying to see if their bats can wake up. And that could be happening right now. I think they've got 2 hits so far on the early stages of the ballgame.
Here's Korn's next pitch. That's fouled off. Strike 1. Again, Ethan Duda, the DH, up the bat, a right-hander. And in both innings, they did have a promising chance to get a run on the board. The first inning, they left Broderick on 3rd base, and then Doriki was on first, but he got nailed on an out. Next pitch is a strike for strike 2 on the heart of the plate. So far, Korn pitching a beauty here in 2 innings. Here's the next one. Caught, looking, strike 3. Once again, bow down to the almighty Cornholio. Second strikeout is now it will be Logan Hutter, the catcher.
Yeah, K for strikeout and K for Korn, because that's how he spells his last name, and that's how we mark strikeouts, Norm, in our scorebooks.
Yep, the backwards K.
Obviously, I'm sure our listeners are well aware of that, but definitely the K-Meister is in effect in the early stages here, but still a lot of baseball left to be played here in the top of the 3rd inning.
Yeah, too early for the Outlaws to panic. 3 runs is not insurmountable at all as the next pitch hits the heart of the plate for strike 1. And offensively, the Skunks have been known as a whole team to play on the edge, play dangerously in the late parts of the games. But here's the next pitch by Korn. It's going to be a chopper foul. So count quickly at 0-2.
Hutter has only had 4 plate appearances, scored a run, but has yet to get a hit, so his average is nothing. But again, only 4 plate appearances. He has been walked twice and struck out 3 times.
So quickly, though, the count 0-2, 1 out. Korn gets the sign he wants. Here's the pitch. That's high, 1-2. And not even taking a practice cut as Hutter wants to see the next pitch from Korn. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Korn. He's feeling like a freak on a leash.
Yes, he is. He's on fire, and don't let the heat get to him at all. Cool despite the warm temperature out on the field, which is evident by the strikeouts he's had so far. What's he up to now?
3.
3? I
3
thought
out
it
of
was
the 4 last
okay.
batters.
Yep.
Thought he had one in the first inning, but I guess
did not. Here's Korn's next pitch on the way. It's going to go through. A good effort by the second baseman, Frazier, but that would have been a difficult one to field anyway. Even so, they do get a base hit, and Martinez with the single will be back to the top of the order with Paul Tomorrow, the second baseman.
2 outs with a runner on first right now. The Oneonta Outlaws are trying to cut into that 3-run lead the Skunks currently have here at Dietrich Park. And remember, a reminder again, it is only 7 innings for this game because it's a doubleheader.
Yeah, it is. And Martinez, he's got a suicide lead off the bag. Here's the next pitch by Korn. It's going to be chop foul.
Martinez is tied second, for stolen bases for the Outlaws with 5. So if he has a big leadoff, then
He might try to get in scoring position here, and I'm sure Johnny Campus is keeping an eye on him.
Yep, both Campus and Hutter have nailed at least one runner trying to steal, respectively. So both have got those rocket arms. Here's Korn's next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Chasing that one in the dirt. Wasn't able to get any night crawlers or bait to go fishing with. So Korn, 1 strike away from another shutout inning in the books for himself and the ball team. Korn gets his sign from Campus. Again, Martinez off to a good lead off the bat. He's taking off. Here's the pitch. That's going to go over to short. Thompson over to McGee, but he's able to, no, they call him safe. I thought McGee was able to tag the back of Tomorrow, but the base umpire overruled it, said he's safe. Runners are at the corners, 2 outs, and now it'll be Dylan Broderick, who coincidentally had a base hit in his first at-bat.
Yeah, that looked like the tag may have been laid down, and Coach Bazil obviously is wondering about it. And now the umpires are going to talk it over again. We saw this happen in the first inning when they overturned the initial first base umpire's call of an out was overturned and ruled safe. And now, yeah, they're still going to go with safe here. So no overturning that call. It looked like the tag was applied by Moose McGee, but unfortunately the umpires don't see it that way. So we still have 2 outs here, and as Norm noted, runners at the corner. And right now the focus is just trying to get this final out and preventing any runs from getting across the plate.
And again, it's Dylan Broderick coming back up, the left-hander. He does have a hit. It was originally ruled that he was out, but however, it was overturned and called safe. Here's the next pitch, and runner's going to head home. That's Martinez, and he'll get there easily. So Korn with a wild pitch. Runners advance. Tomorrow able to go to second base. And no shutout, though, for the Skunks today for the first game. Oneonta does get on the board 3-1, and they cut their deficit down to 2.
Yeah, a little bit of what we were seeing on Saturday night when the Skunks lost in a heartbreaker. I think 3, if not 4 runs were scored on wild pitches by the opposing team, and they ended up winning the game.
Yeah, but there was also some throwing miscues on the defensive part, too.
Yeah, that didn't help matters any.
But Korn gets his sign. He's still ahead in the game, though, 3-1. Here's the next pitch. That's called low, 2-0. Broderick looking to get some shades of Ferris Bueller and be a hero. Cut the deficit down to 1. Korn looking to just put the end of the inning on ice with a 3-1 lead. Skunks are still ahead, so nothing to panic about too much. Korn takes a check at second. Here's the pitch. That goes foul, and it'll go beyond the Skunk bullpen. That's going to be a strike. 2-1.
Yeah, he gave that one a good crack, but just not in the right direction.
he does lead in hits for the Outlaws with 10 so far.
And he also added 1 earlier today, so let's make that 11 to put to his cause. 2-1 count, 2 outs as Korn takes a check at second again. That is Tomorrow on it. Here's the next pitch. And that's going to go into the outfield for a base hit. Tomorrow's going to get waved home. Deficit cut to 1. So Tomorrow with the run scored. RBI single for Dylan Broderick. He just got to look for his friend Cameron as Devin Boone comes up the bat.
Yeah, Broderick now is 2 for 2 on the day, getting base hits both times, and that time adding an RBI to his season total. And he continues to do good things for the Outlaws, and they're doing good things this inning. 2 runs, and now trailing by just 1 against the Tarp Skunks in the top of the 3rd.
3 consecutive base hits Korn has allowed after going 3 strikeouts in his last 5. This is going to be a grounder over to short. Thompson will get it to McGee in plenty of time. So the good news is Jamestown's still ahead, but some bad news, Oneonta cuts deficit to 1 with 2 runs scored.
Right on, and we'll take a break and thank one of our sponsors, and I'll take this one, Jess, and we'll thank the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks is brought to you in part by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's American Rescue Plan Stabilization Grant. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, or CPB, is a private nonprofit corporation created by Congress in the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. It is the steward of the federal government's investment in public broadcasting and the largest single source of funding for public radio, television, and related online and mobile services. The CPB works to ensure universal access to non-commercial, high-quality content, like this Jamestown Tarp Skunks game, and also telecommunication services. It does so by distributing more than 70% of its funding to more than 1,500 locally owned public radio and television stations, including WRFA. For more information, you can go online to cpb.org. Again, using funding from CPB to help us put baseball back on the radio here in Jamestown. Back to you, Norm.
Jason, as always, thank you very much. As scored now 3-2 in favor of Jamestown for any listeners and or viewers that are just tuning in. A quick recap of the top of the third. Corn got off to a good start. He struck out back-to-back batters, but then after that gave up 3 consecutive singles. 2 runs scored, one of them off an RBI single, another one off a wild pitch. However, Skunks are still ahead 3-2 as it'll be Frazier, Bay, and Hardigan due up to bat for Skunk Nation.
Well, we'll see if they can't add a few more runs to their precarious 1-run lead. It was looking pretty good at the start of this inning, but as you noted, 2 runs scored by the Outlaws in the top of the third, and we now have a 1-run ball game. Outlaws also out hitting the Skunks by 2 hits. They've got 4 on the board now. Jamestown with 2, but they have had the advantage of an inning of batting, and the Skunks will even that out here in the bottom of the third. We'll see what they can do as we head toward the bottom of the lineup, the very bottom of the lineup. It is Royce Frazier stepping up to the plate.
It'll be his first at-bat at Dietrich as a member of the Skunks. He, like McGee, one of the newest players on the team. Thompson looking to take advantage of some assistance that he got in the top half of the third. Next pitch hits the heart of the plate for strike 1.
Although this is his first at-bat at Dietrich, he has had 11 at-bats and 2 hits with a 182 average so far.
Next pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. Frazier playing second base for the first game, giving Mark Tucker a deserved rest. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That's outside, 2-1. So back in the box is Frazier, the right-hander. Thompson looking for that right side from Hutter. He's had some control problems, but he's been able to neutralize the bats since the first inning for Jamestown as the next pitch is fouled off for a 2-2 count. And so far regarding Thompson, he's yet to strike out a batter, and he has walked 3.
Yeah, he came in with a substantial number of walks compared to strikeouts coming into this game, so that's not too surprising.
Well, here's the 2-2 on the way for Thompson. That is going to be hit in the left field, a base hit. Once again, we hear those Blues calling, toss salad, scrambled eggs, a single for Royce Frazier, as now it's going to be Cody Bay back up the bat, the extra hitter.
So Frazier's first plate appearance here at Dietrich Park results in his first hit at Dietrich Park, so that's good news there. And a runner on first with no outs here, with the back to the top of the lineup here for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. And Cody Bay, who reached base on an error to start the ball game and scored the first run of the ball game. We'll see if he can add to the cause right now with a runner at first. And we'll see what kind of base running Frazier can do. We've already seen 2 base runners caught stealing so far by Oneonta.
And speaking of that, Jason, it was a fake pickoff there, but Frazier was able to get back safely. Nobody out. A leadoff single by Frazier. He's got a decent lead off to the bag. Here's the next pitch. That's going to go to right, but it's going to hook foul into the Outlaw bullpen.
So we'll do it again here, and I'm just looking at Frazier. He looks like the kind of base runner who might be able to steal a bag or 2 if he really tries. And I'm looking at his leadoff I'm not sure what you would call that arc that comes out on the diamond on the infield there, but he doesn't quite go past that. And I think the danger zone is when they step past that area. So he's got a somewhat of a conservative leadoff right now.
Yeah, from a quick check at his stat line, he has yet to have a base stolen this year. But after another pickoff attempt and back safely, Bay back in the box. Bay again playing the extra hitter spot for game one. Thompson gets his sign from Hutter, comes set at the belt. Here's the 0-1. Outside corner, strike two.
Bay, as we noted, leads the team in runs and at-bats. And is second with hits with 15 so far on the season.
And for Thompson, I would say, not to sound like a basher, this is a rarity right now. He is ahead in the count 0-2. I believe that's the first time that's happened for him in this ball game. But here comes the next pitch by him. That one's outside, and again, Frazier back safely.
Hutter likes to keep the runners on their toes, doesn't he? He's got two of them caught stealing, and he's not afraid to throw it down the first baseline after a pitch either to make the runner think twice about how big their leadoff is going to be the next time we see a pitch.
Even so, Thompson is still ahead in the count 1-2. I'm sure he wouldn't mind getting his first strikeout, but I also am sure he would rather prefer the pitcher's best friend, in the words of Dan Millay, the double play. 1-2 count, nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Counts even at twos. So Bay making Thompson work to get the out. He's begun to come back from an 0-2. He's now gotten it even. Just waiting for that right pitch to try and find a target somewhere in a patch of grass. Thompson taking a look at Frazier. Now he gets the pitch he wants from Hutter. It's an even count, 2-2, nobody out. And here comes Thompson's next pitch on the way. In the dirt, count goes full.
So he was up 0-2, but Bay doing a good job keeping an eye on the pitches, and now we've got a full count here, and we might see two runners on the base paths here in just a moment, depending on what this next deal is going to be from Thompson.
So Bay on the verge of a possible base on balls. He's come back from the 0-2 count like you've mentioned, Jason. It's a full count. Should he get walked, it'll be the fourth one of the game for Thompson. Here's the pitch. It's going to be a chopper, possible double play. And no, runner gets a second in time, but they will take the out at first. And before we see the next batter, we've hit the top of the hour. Skunks fans, you're listening to Jamestown Tarp Skunks Baseball on WRFA LP in 107.9 FM in Jamestown, New York, as it's going to be Yogi Hardigan back up the bat.
Bryce Frazier did advance to second there, and he does look like he has some knowledge on the base paths, the sort of a hit-and-run situation on that full count. He was going to get the second one way or another. If it was a walk, he would have made it to second, so why not get an early jump, and that helped prevent the double play because he did get a quick jump off first base and was able to make it to second and break up any chance of a double play. So all we had was one out there in the fielder's choice. One out away here in the bottom of the third. Skunks on top, 3-2, trying to add to their lead with a runner in scoring position.
Here's the next pitch by Thompson, and called high, ball one. So Hardigan, he flew out the right in his first at-bat. He can get a base hit here. Jamestown could salvage a run of the two they gave up in the top half of the third. Thompson gets the pitch he wants from Hutter. He's back set at the rubber. Frazier off to a smaller lead at second. This is going to go through, fielded by second, throw to the pitcher, and it's in time. Even so, Frazier will advance another 90 feet to third, and it's going to be the RBI cleanup baseman, Patrick O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, O'Shaughnessy walked back in the third inning and ended up scoring a run as well as a result, the second run of the ball game. Now with a runner just 90 feet away from home plate, he's hoping to add an RBI to his tally today. He can do that with a base hit. He's just got to keep it on the ground. We'll take a walk as well. But they want to add an insurance run because Oneonta picked up a little bit of momentum at the top of this inning, scoring those two runs and showing they can hit the ball. 4 hits so far on the day, along with their 2 runs. Jamestown, 3 runs and 3 hits.
And O'Shaughnessy is one of those guys that you want to have when a runner's in scoring position, no matter how many outs there are, whether it be between 0 and 2. Here's the pitch. Hard of the plate, strike one. O'Shaughnessy, the southpaw back in the box. Almost looking like he's calling a shot, but obviously he is not. As Thompson looking to get out of this bottom half of the third without allowing a run. 0-1 count. Here comes Thompson's next pitch. That's high. Count goes even at 1. Bit of a delay for him throwing that one. Almost looked like that may have been a Mexican standoff for the 1,000-yard stare.
Could be, Norm. Could be.
So O'Shaughnessy back in the box. Count even at 1s. Thompson gets the sign he wants, and again, set at the belt. Here comes the delivery. Inside, 2-1. Almost a little funny bone music there.
Yeah, well inside against the Shaughnessy here. And we don't keep track of pitch counts, as I noted earlier on, but I know that Thompson's got to be well over 50 at this point. It seems like he's averaging 5 or 6 pitches per batter, and no activity yet in the bullpen.
There isn't any right now going on for Jamestown either. 2-1 count, 2 outs. O'Shaughnessy, who was walked in his last at-bat. Next pitch is inside 3-1, and he's on the verge of getting 2 walks in 2 appearances. So he'll step back into the box, and it's the hitter count, 3-1, and it's the Outlaw green light. If he likes it, he's going to take the hack. Thompson almost in danger of allowing the 4th walk of the game. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled off over the top of the press box. Count goes full.
Yeah, full count here. 2 outs. Runner doesn't have to go if he doesn't want to, but we might see him making a quick move at the release of the pitch toward home.
And should O'Shaughnessy get walked or get a hit, the next batter up is Brandon Lane. He is on deck right now. And Lane had an RBI double in his last at-bat. Here's the full count. Fouled off, and it hits off the umpire.
Yeah, he's shaking up pretty good here. He'll try to shake this one off. Quite the stinger, you can tell just by his body language. As looks like they hit him in the elbow, the way he's looking at his arm. Right in the, as you say, a little funny bone action there. That's exactly probably what he got. And that does not feel good if it did hit him anywhere near that that area of the elbow that's nice and tender.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like your arm goes to sleep when it gets hit.
Oh yeah, we've all been there. Nothing funny about it. I mean, it's one of the most ridiculous expressions, hitting the funny bone, and nobody's laughing.
But it looks like he's all right. He's about to put his mask back on.
He's actually smiling, so I guess somebody's laughing. He's a trooper.
Maybe he felt like his life was flashing before his eyes a little bit. Who knows? But O'Shaughnessy about to come back into the box. It's a full count, 2 outs. Jamestown still up 3-2 over the Oneonta Outlaws. The first of 2 here as the breeze picking up again. And
the Doobie Brothers.
Oh, you gotta love China Grove. Even though it's not Michael McDonald, it's still a great song. But
that'll be enough of that.
Yeah, they got other good ones though besides that too, but sometimes playlists are restrictive. But it's a full count, 2 outs.
Sometimes you got to listen to the music, Norm.
That's another good one. Next pitch, ball 4. 2 walks issued here in the inning, or 2 walks by O'Shaughnessy in his at-bats. And now it will be Brandon Lane, the left fielder.
So the Skunks with a little 2-out action here. They could get a little 2-out lightning if they're able to get a hit and drive in a run. They're up by 1 run so far. 3-2 is the score. Bottom of the 3rd inning in a 7-inning game. Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Game 2 will start tentatively around 7:30 or shortly thereafter.
Yep.
Back to the action on the field.
Even a fool would believe that with runners in scoring position and 2 outs that the Skunks can get it done. Lane does have an RBI, and it was an RBI double in his first at-bat. Here's the next pitch. That is low and outside, ball 1. And from what we've seen, and it's been plaguing Thompson throughout his whole start, he's been having those control problems. We've seen a few wild pitches, a pass ball or 2.
Yeah, but haven't seen one, when it could really hurt him, and that's by way of a runner being on third with a wild pitch. Nothing like that yet.
1-0 count, 2 outs. Time called by Thompson. And so far in the game, he's yet to strike out a batter, and again, he has issued 4 walks. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Brandon Lane did get a double in the first inning with an RBI, and he also eventually scored as well, the third of so far the 3 runs that the Skunks have had on the day.
Here's the next pitch, swung on and missed, strike 2.
Yeah, he took a hard cut at that one. That would have been traveling a long distance had he had made contact. Going for a little Munster, but ended up with Swiss.
Oh, Munster's very good too. Both the cheese and the family TV show. 1-2 count, O'Shaughnessy at first. Frazier on third. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So, first strikeout of the game for Thompson, and it does avoid Jamestown extending their lead.
Yeah, that couldn't have come at a better time for the Outlaws. The score remains 3-2. Jamestown leaves 2 on at the end of the third inning, and we'll be back with inning number 4 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the top of the 4th inning here of Skunks baseball. Jamestown up 3-2 over Oneonta, the first of 2 that we will be calling for you fans, respectively, as we're about to get the final warm-up pitch of the inning for Korn, and he will be facing the middle of the lineup. It'll be Keegan, Dorigi, and Halub up to bat next.
Keegan lined out to second base, his first at bat, and then if you want to look a little bit ahead, Dorigi got a base hit, and Halub struck out. But right now we are focusing on Keegan, who is leading off the top of the 4th inning, his second plate appearance for the Outlaws.
In the last inning, though, in the top of the 3rd, Oneonta was able to actually finally take action with runners on base. They were able to get 2 runs, one of them off a wild pitch by Korn, the other one off a Broderick RBI single. Here's the next pitch by Korn, and that's in the dirt, ball 1, and the base umpire confirms that Keegan did not go around on the check swing. Here's Korn's next pitch on the way, 1-0 count, swing and a miss, strike 1. And one quick practice swing, and back in the box is Keegan. Here's the 1-1 by Korn. Fouled off, strike 2.
Yeah, that umpire got hit again. He's just shaking his head. Just doesn't have a lot of luck today. Or if he does have luck, it's not very good.
Well, the good thing is, though, with double headers, which I've seen from working JCC games, the way it'll work sometimes with the umpires is they'll have one on the bases and one behind home plate, and then the second game they rotate. So if that were the case, that gentleman would be on the bases and his partner would be behind home plate for game 2.
Nobody over in the visiting bleachers at all. It is completely empty, but I do look over here on the home side bleachers, and a fairly decent attendance, about 50 or so fans. And then in the grandstand, it's hard to tell because it's directly below us.
Here's the 1-2, fouled off. Count stays the same.
Again, if you're just tuning in, it is a doubleheader today. You can get in for the price of one game and check out 2. We're, of course, in the 4th inning here, and we have basically 4 more innings to play in this ball game before we get to the next game. It'll be 7 innings both times. But, yeah, plenty of baseball still to be had here today at Dietrich Park, and I know a lot of folks are getting out of work or just got out of work, having dinner, and wondering what they're going to do on a Wednesday night.
Why not come here if you don't want to face the heat? Listen to the radio station here in the air conditioning, and strike 3, fourth strikeout for Korn.
Nice job, Korn.
Coming undone on the mound, as up next will be Dorigi, who had a base hit in his last at-bat.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there are other things going on tonight. I know that the Reg Lene Center for the Arts, WRFA's license holder, is having Downton Abbey movie tonight.
Abbey.
So if that's your thing, that's happening as well. But if you like baseball, we got baseball at Dietrich Park. There's always something going on in the Pearl City.
Well, here's Korn's next pitch. It's in the dirt for ball 1. So far, stat-wise for Korn, he does have 4 strikeouts. He has not walked a batter. He's only allowed 4 hits in the 2 runs that were in the 3rd inning. So a strong performance by Korn, as this one is fielded by Thompson, but it pops out of his glove. It's going to, from seeing that, I do believe that will be a base hit.
Yeah, that was a tough angle to get at anyway. Give him credit for at least getting to the ball, but it did bounce off of his glove, go over his shoulder and into left field. And they are going to score that one a hit. So that's 5 hits on the day now for the Outlaws. And they're still trailing by 1 run, 3-2 the score, but they do have a runner on first with just 1 out.
Yep, and that was the 2nd hit of the game for Dorigi. So even though it's still early, he represents the tying run, and Halub with a possible go-ahead run for Oneonta. Next pitch is low for ball 1.
Dorigi with 3 stolen bases on the season, so not known for taking a base or attempting to steal too often, but you never know. With 1 out here, he might give it a try.
Sometimes you got to take risks to keep your momentum intact. 1-0 pitch by Korn. That's in the dirt again, 2-0.
Dorigi did take a moderate lead off of first, but after the pitch, he went towards second a few more steps, and if Johnny Campus can key on that, he might be able to get him in a rundown with a quick throw over to first after the pitch.
Here's the 2-0. That hits the heart of the plate for strike 1. So we've got a little first-grade math on the board right now. We got the 2-1-1, 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, as, again, Jamestown up 3-2, but Oneonta's got a runner on first and a 2-1 count in their favor as Korn about to throw his next pitch. That's outside and low, 3-1. So Korn 1 ball away from issuing his first walk of the game. So back in the box is Halub. Korn gets his sign from Campus and comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Hard of the plate, count goes full. So a quick practice cut with the bat, and back in the box is Halub. Korn gets the sign from Campus. 3-2, no, pick off first, but back in safely is Dorigi.
Yeah, you know, Dorigi probably will be making a move toward second here on this next pitch, so want to try to make him think twice about getting too big or too comfortable of a lead when he makes that move. And there you go again, another pickoff attempt, and almost got him that time, but he is safe.
Yep, and Korn's pickoff move is quick.
Yeah, for having his back to first base as a right-handed pitcher, you know, I give pitchers a lot of credit that can do that, quickly spin around and key in on a very accurate throw.
Well, here comes the 3-2, and that's going to be a chopper, fielded though, and here comes the throw to second, and called safe. He dropped the ball. So that is a semi-heartbreak, or no, they're going to call him out.
Yeah, runner interference is, I think, is what they're going to say here, because the catch was made cleanly, and as the runner slid, Dorigi slid into second base. That's what led to the second baseman, Frazier, dropping the ball. So they're going to credit the out, and that'll be 2 outs now with a runner still on first. And the Skunks still in the lead by 1 run, facing the Outlaws, who are at bat.
Yep, and it's Henry Polinsky, the left fielder. Halub is now on base by the fielder's choice with the second out when Dorigi tried going for second, but the interference, like you mentioned. Next pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. And again, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. The flag's going from left to right. But Korn getting his sign. Halub with a decent lead off first base. Takes a check. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Once again, Jamestown up 3-2 over Oneonta. 2 runs and 5 hits with 1 error for the Outlaws. For Jamestown, they've got 2 threes, 3 runs, 3 hits, so they've got hits and runs that match. Here comes Korn's next pitch on the way. 1-1 count. Hard to the plate, strike 2. So 1 strike away from a 3rd shutout inning out of the 4 that he's pitched. And should he complete it, Korn will be eligible for the victory because in 7-inning doubleheaders, you have to pitch 4 to be eligible.
Very astute of you, Norton, to point that one out.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 in the dirt. However, the almighty Cornholio reigns again with strikeout number 5, and the score stays 3-2.
Yeah, and we'll be back with the bottom of the 4th inning in just a moment, but we'll thank another one of our sponsors, and Jess will take this one away. Go ahead, Jess.
Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks is brought to you in part by Reg Lene Center for the Arts. Reg Lene Center for the Arts, located in the heart of downtown Jamestown at 116 East 3rd Street, is the broadcast license holder for WRFA LP. More than just a theater, the Reg offers comprehensive programming that inspires, educates, and empowers the community. Reg Lene also offers rentals of its facilities to the public, providing spaces for small groups or hundreds of attendees. Rental arrangements can be made for parties, receptions, meetings, retreatments, and live concerts and performance. A popular Movies at the Reg series is also available twice a week, offering a safe and comfortable environment for patrons to watch wide variety of films, with food, beverages, and also available. For more information, visit reglene.com or call 664-2465.
Thanks, Jess. And as she noted, Movies at the Reg continues, and as I noted moments ago, Downton Abbey. Norm, you're your favorite series on BBC, now a major motion picture. I hear it's a cross between the Transformers and Star Wars in a way. So
I don't know about that. I've never watched Downton Abbey myself, but I know it's on BBC, sometimes on PBS. But
no, I've got some friends that enjoy it, but I'd rather be at the ballpark.
Well, the batter's Thompson will face. He's going to get another inning of work here. It's going to be a pretty bulky lineup with it beginning with Johnny Campus, and then it's going to be Johnson and Thompson. So those are the 3 that Thompson will face to start off. And in spite of some control problems and 4 walks to just 1 strikeout, some strong defense by the Outlaws have kept them in this game 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all it takes is just hanging tough and trying to keep it close, and you take advantage of any mistakes that could be coming forward. That goes for both teams, and it goes without saying, obviously. But the Skunks really need to get their bats to wake up here and try to add an insurance run or 2. I mean, that's really the focus now. They're leading by 1. Obviously, you want to see it more, and they're going to try to do that right now with Johnny Campus stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, speaking of Campus, he had a sac fly resulting in an RBI in the first inning. That was the second of 3 runs that Jamestown scored in the first. Since then, they've been like a Brooklyn bagel factory, 0s across. Here comes Thompson's next pitch on the way. That one's hit deep to left field. Is this one going to go? It is caught in left field for the out. What a catch.
Johnny Campus can't believe it.
Wow.
Wow. He's tipping his helmet to the left fielder out there because that was a very impressive.
Polinsky pulling a Torrey Hunter with that catch for the first out. Campus gave that one a heck of a ride, but came up inches short of his second homer of the year.
Coach Bazil is appealing something here, but it looked like just a heck of a catch out there. He threw his glove over the fence and was able to pull it back in, something you would see on Sports Center because that would have been out of the park, but he got enough height jumping in the air, pulled it in from out of the ballpark, and that is that's a catch as far as I know the rules to be at any level of baseball, but they're still talking this over.
They caught a home run! They overturned it! How about that for Captain Johnny? Second home run of the year, and I'm sure McGee would like that one because the length of that would have hit the CN Tower. Second home run of the year, both of them by Captain Johnny Campus.
And now the Outlaws are furious.
Even so, Jamestown extends their lead 4-2, and second home run of the year at Dietrich, and both, by the way, of catcher and Captain Johnny Campus, and he's going crazy in the Skunks dugout. Some high fives and maybe some dance moves coming up
Left
next.
fielder Henry Polinsky for the Oneonta is furious. He came running in from left field to have a word with the umpire. His coach was able to cool him down a bit, and now we got an ejection. We got one of the players being ejected from the dugout because of saying something to the officials. Wow. I'm not exactly sure what was said, but some kind of coarse language, I can imagine, coming out of the dugout resulted in the umpire. But I'm at a loss here.
Might be the coach too, because he's walking. Unless he's ejected too. This is the first ejection of any kind this season by either of Jamestown or an opposing team.
I don't know why they called that a home run. I mean, great for the Tarp Skunks.
Maybe it broke the plane, or maybe or he trapped it, or tried to trap it on the wall. I'm not sure. But it goes the way of Jamestown, and when you're a Skunks fan, you'll take it any way you can.
Coach Bazil rightfully went out to make an appeal. He saw something, and Coach Bazil knows a lot more about baseball than he's probably forgotten more about baseball than I'll ever know. He saw something, and he went out there and rightfully appealed it, and the umpires agreed with him. I'm not sure what's going on here, but now the umpires are talking it over further. And the manager for Oneonta is hot. He's ejected, and the umpires still have to talk about this. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but could we see a double reverse call here?
I've seen it happen in the major leagues before. There was a Marlins game years back in extra innings. They made a call, then they overturned it. Then there was a challenge, and it changed again. And the manager at the time, Mike Redmond, he was tossed. So some strange things have happened. But right now, it's a solo home run for Johnny Campus. And Johnson is up to bat next. He had the last of the RBIs in the first inning. But we're still having a long conference here. It looked like it was going to be a long out, but I think Bazil may have seen like an entrapment of the ball, or maybe a fake catch attempt by Polinsky, but Bazil wasn't full. He appealed to the umpires, and fairly quickly compared to the other reviews we've seen throughout this first game, Jason, they immediately said home run, round tripper for Campus. So get him a huge steak with some of those taters.
I don't know. I might have to send Jess down there to see if she can't get a clarification, but you can't really interrupt the umpires in the middle of the game or Coach Bazil and say what's going on here. But this is something you don't really see a whole lot. A home run that was caught, and I thought it was a catch. I didn't think there was no reason to appeal it. It was an excellent play, I thought. I thought it was a highlight reel play. The umpires heard Coach Bazil from the Tarp Skunks plead his case, and they reversed their catch call, and it became a home run. And that's when all HE double hockey stick broke loose, and we saw the left fielder run in to give the umpires a piece of their mind. We saw a manager get ejected, possibly a player from the dugout as well. And they're still sorting it out here at second base, the two umpires. And, you know, two outs? Now they're going to explain it to Coach Bazil. I think they're going to say 2 outs.
I wonder why. I'm not too certain, because Campus was the first batter to start the inning, unless if somebody got in the way of Campus, or I'm not too certain.
What does 2 mean? Why is he saying?
The run's been taken off the board, unless if it's a double.
Double.
A ground rule double. If that were to be and Campus is going back out there, so the umpire's ruling, it's going to be a ground rule double for Campus, so the run will be rescinded for right now. It's going to be a ground rule double for Campus. Johnson will be up to bat, so the score is now back to 3-2. And it's been a double change, and it looks like they're having trouble making up their minds. It's been 3 different ways. All I know is it's not 3 men and a baby with Steve Gunberg, Danson, and Selleck. This is what was ruled a fly out, and then a home run, and then a double. So we're seeing a holy trilogy here of different decisions. And
Randy Anderson stopped in the press box. I don't know if he saw what happened from the Chautauqua. Randy, did you see what happened out there?
I thought the guy caught it.
I thought he caught it too.
That's what we said.
Unless, I think Bazil
it
was
looked like
trying
a catch
to say.
to us.
The only thing I can think of, you guys, is that did it hit the logistics sign and then drop down?
A trap?
And then the guy caught it?
Maybe that's why they ruled it a double now. Is that
Well, but that's sign. Yeah, well, that's what
a
I wondered.
post or something? It looked like he just reached his glove right over the fence and caught it.
So did it hit something on the other side of the fence
That
and then
must
come back?
That's got to be the ruling because they gave him a double. It's not an out. It's not a home run. It had to be a trapment catch, which would have been ruled a double. Because
I saw the outfielder show the ball in his glove.
Right. Same here.
Unless Bazil saw a trapping of it on the board. Because if there is a trap and it is in plain sight, it's a base hit.
Coach Brazil saw something there, but now you know. Do you reverse your rejection after all of
somebody
that?
got tossed? I missed
There
that.
was some colorful language being exchanged. A manager and a player, from what we saw, were tossed, and it's the first ejection of any kind this season. Nobody from Jamestown has been here as of yet. It was the first 2 here this season.
Guy's doing a mea culpa.
Yeah, he's the umpire is apologizing to the Outlaw players, and it seems like at least the tempers have settled down here. Nobody seems to be too hot under the collar.
they're
That left
okay.
fielder came in, and he was definitely hot for that call because he
Probably,
thought he
yeah.
made a catch, and rightfully so.
Yeah, probably more livid than George Brett was when his Pine Tar home run got overturned.
Well, it was reminiscent of that. I mean, he came, as Jess noted, he came sprinting in from left field. I don't think I've seen anyone run that fast, that quickly, at least in baseball.
So is
Even
the
so,
ground
no
rule
out.
double the compromise here?
That's what it
Is that
looks like.
between an out and a home run?
It must
Is this
be.
the compromise?
I think
the
you're
great
right.
compromise.
What do you know? Not just in 19th century U.S. history.
Unless if it may have hit the top of the robo sign.
Nice
too, that's possible.
seeing you, Randy. I think we're back to action here.
Always good to see Mr. Randy Anderson as Nate Johnson's up the bat. He had the last RBI in the first inning for Jamestown. He's got a chance for a second one. So, again, we saw the Holy Trinity. An out, then got changed to a home run. Then it got changed to a ground rule double. It's too bad there's no booth or, well, obviously you can't throw a red flag in this game. But here's the next pitch by Thompson. And Johnson bunts. That's going to roll fair. And it goes foul. Very fortunate for Oneonta because Johnson had it beat.
Yeah, nice job by Logan Hunter to not get aggressive and try to pick that bunt up. He let it roll, and it rolled just enough to get out of play and into foul territory. So we'll come back and do it again here. So a runner at second with no outs, and I guess we will credit Johnny Campus with a double.
That's why I got my scorecard. I didn't put anything in until the ruling was actually finished.
Yeah, I would have had nothing but scribbles on my scorecard by then.
Same here, because I do not like filling them out in pencil. At least it ain't like smoke signals in the scouts where if you get it wrong, you can't cross it out. But here's Thompson's next pitch. It's 0-1. Camp is on second. He can steal bases very well for a catcher. Here's the next pitch. Aborted bunt, but it hits the heart of the plate. Strike 2, so Johnson cannot go for the bunt. He'll have to take a full swing. Wants to go for some of that pepper jack cheese. Thompson, again, a rare ahead of himself in the count, 0-2. He did get his first strikeout in the last inning. Takes a check at Campus. Here comes the next pitch. Swung on, and that's into shallow center. We got a Bermuda triangle coming, and it's caught in right field by Martinez. And Campus will stay put.
Yeah, that was shallow enough where you don't want to risk it running to third. He could have easily have gunned him down. So 1 out away now. Runner at second for the Skunks, and if you're just joining us, they are leading 3-2 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And this is a 7-inning game because it's a doubleheader today. We've got another game up after this one.
Yes, we do. And I'm curious how the lineups are going to be for this one. And the players got ejected in the first game. They will be back in the second one because it's a new game. But Thompson looking to just keep the score 3-2 after, in spite of it not being an out, a lucky break of a non-home run by Campus as the next pitch is outside for ball 1.
I wonder if we were to play back the video that the video booth has next to us, if you could see what happened back there.
Well, even so, there's no instant replay in PGCBL baseball.
But just for our own curiosity,
Right.
Norm.
Right. Here's the next pitch, though. It's in the dirt, 1-1. I did see some stuff, though, actually, with you saying that, Jess, yesterday. There were a couple of pictures seen of some base runners that were clearly out but were called safe or vice versa from yesterday's game.
Yeah, the film doesn't lie, and oftentimes we'll see fans comment on Twitter. I think they remove comments or have it disabled on the YouTube feed, but we'll see people say, hey, go check the video. That call was wrong, and that happens once in a while.
No such thing as a perfect umpiring and screaming liner to third. Here's the throw to first in plenty of time. Good jump on the ball by Halub and wung it over to Keegan, so 2 quick outs after Campus's long double.
Yeah, good job by Halub there to make the move, pick it up, and take his time enough to stand up and get an accurate throw over the first for the second out. So 2 outs now with a runner at second. And the question is, will Jamestown leave a runner stranded, or will they be able to bring it in? Jordan King will maybe help decide that question. He walked back in the second inning. And as we noted earlier on in the broadcast, he does have a triple to his credit so far this season, so he can give it a whack and he can move around the base paths if needed.
Thompson taking a check at campus again. He can steal. Here's a pitch. That one's going to be hit into the gap in the outfield, and chasing it down and making the catch is Martinez. Almost ran into Broderick, but able to make the catch. So, in spite of a bit of a shifting of the call, Oneonta gets the break as no run scores.
No runs scored, and we're going to head into the 5th of 7 innings here in just a moment. But first, we'll take a break. On the other side, more baseball on WRFA.
And we're about to very soon start the top of inning number 5 of Tarp Skunks baseball on WRFA. Score still 3-2. And for any listeners or viewers that are streaming or just tuning in, here's what happened in the 4th inning, because it was a bit crazy. Campus hit a long fly ball in the deep left field, and it was originally called an out on a catch by Henry Polinsky. Then it got overturned to a solo home run, in which one of the coaches got ejected for Oneonta, respectively, and Polinsky running near the umpire to give him a piece of his mind, but then, after further discussion, became a ground rule double, and it became a feather in the head of the Outlaws, because after that double, it was 1-2-3 the rest of the way.
Well, you know what? The initial call was an out, so it might have been a little bit faster of an inning than what we saw, and then it was a home run, which made a lot of fans happy, but the Outlaws furious, and as Randy Anderson noted, it became the great compromise where they ended up with a ground rule double. And so that's how it sits in the books, but no runs scored, and we're back to action here on the field, top of the 5th inning. Outlaws at the plate.
And it's going to be the bottom of the order to start off, as the next pitch is at the heart of the plate for strike one. It's going to be Duda, Hutter, and Martinez. So the bottom third of the lineup.
8, 9, and 10 respectively in the lineup.
Yep, Duda got caught looking in his last at-bat. Next pitch is high for ball one. And so far in 4 innings of work, Korn, he's pitched very well in spite of allowing the 2 runs in the 3rd. He struck out 5, and he's only allowed 5 hits. Next pitch is hard of the plate for strike 2.
And no action in either bullpen either, so both teams comfortable enough with their pitchers to keep them going.
Here comes the next pitch by Korn. In the dirt, count goes even at 2s. So a quick practice swing for Duda, and he'll get back in the box. It looks like there's a correction. It's actually 1 and 2. Some board complications as there's a foul ball off the back end. Count stays the same.
Over to Falconer Street, that one goes. Souvenir for somebody out there walking their dog, perhaps.
Or maybe a JCC student.
Yeah, I wonder how often that happens. You're just kind of walking by the ballpark and bang, here comes a foul ball right in your area.
Here's the next pitch, and strike 3 hit the heart of the plate. Once again, the freak on a leash, the almighty Cornholio Ian Korn with strikeout number 6.
And the second time he got Duda looking, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
So Logan Hutter, the catcher, who's done a phenomenal job catching on defense in the battery. Not so hot this season at the plate, and also this game he struck out his only appearance earlier on in the third inning. But he's more than made up for it by getting a couple of outs himself, catching runners stealing.
First pitch to him in his next at-bat was fouled off for strike one, and there's catchers, whether it be high school, college, pro, may not be well known for their bat, but they're more well known for their glove and their defensive skills.
Benito Santiago is always my go-to when you talk about those kind of hitters.
Next pitch is going to drop for a base hit into right, so first hit of the game for Hutter.
Yeah, Mr. Hutter heard us talking about him, maybe thinking we were questioning his batting abilities, and he says, take that, WRFA broadcasters.
Yep.
And gets a base hit. So he's 1 for 2 now on the day, and he's on first base with 1 out.
Yeah, and there was even another guy that was known for the defensive abilities. The catcher for Doc Ellis's no-hitter. He was more known for his defensive abilities than for his bat.
And I'm a Pirates fan, and I can't think of who that is.
Jerry Hayes.
Thank you.
Wore reflective tape on his fingers to help with the signals, but here's the next pitch by Korn. Runner on first, only 1 out. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt, but Campus, a great job blocking it for a ball. So Martinez, he had a single and scored a run back in the third inning. That was one of the 2 that were scored to cut the Jamestown lead to 1. Korn gets a sign, takes a quick check. Here's the pitch. Here's a bunt aborted and outside, ball 2. But again, no skunk pitchers warming up in the bullpen right now, and it's the same for the Outlaws.
Just after 6:30 right now, which is the usual time we get a game underway here when we play a full 9 innings. Today's doubleheader started at 5.
And this is a possible double play. We got a 5, 4, and that's it. At least they get the force out at second. Fielder's choice. And now we're back to the top of the lineup with Paul Tomorrow.
Yeah, for Jamestown, Nate Johnson over there on third base, wisely making a nice, easy throw over to second to get the force out. And 2 outs now here in the top of the 5th inning with a runner at first for the Outlaws. Trying to even this one up here. Just down by 1 run against the Tarp Skunks. 3-2 the score. We'll see what happens here with the next batter at the plate.
So Korn, 2 outs, runner on first. A good lead off it is Martinez. Next pickoff attempt and safe. So pitch was called a strike on the heart of the plate. And Tomorrow in his last at-bat, he actually got one of the runs scored off after hitting a single.
Martinez taking a bigger lead than what we've typically seen so far today, and I think that's why Johnny Campus threw it over the first after that last pitch.
0-1 pitch on the way for Korn. Hard of the plate, strike 2. So 1 strike away from another shutout inning for Korn. And back in the box is Tomorrow. Here's another pickoff and called out, picked off. Picked off at the plate, and when you try taking that suicide lead, if you do it too much, you're going to get nailed at one point or another.
Yes, indeed. Some nice action by catchers on both teams now, catching runners stealing and leading off and what have you. So after 4.5 innings of play, the score remains 3-2. We'll pass it off to Jess to let us know about another one of our sponsors helping us out with the broadcast. Go ahead, Jess.
Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks in 2022 is brought to you in part by Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, celebrating over 50 years of serving the community's automotive needs with excellent customer and buying ownership experience. At Schultz Auto Group, all repair facilities have experienced and factory-trained technicians with state-of-the-art equipment for every automotive need, no matter what type of engine, gas, electric, or diesel. The next generation of auto care is already at Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Community Baseball on your community radio station, WRFA LP. For more information, call 1-866-931-2998 or visit schultzauto.com.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Van Halen.
Indeed.
So, Norm, we're in the bottom of the 5th inning here. 3-2, the Tarp Skunks are leading. This is, as we've been saying all along, game 1 of our doubleheader today. And so far, the Skunks have maintained control, but the Outlaws, proving that they are up to the task of coming to the road here and keeping things pretty level with the Skunks. All things considered, they lead in hits. They've got 6 hits to Jamestown's 4, but Jamestown leads in the other category. I think the pitching definitely goes more toward Jamestown than the Outlaws. But
I agree.
All the same, a shaky start for Ethan Thompson, the starting pitcher for the Outlaws, but he's settled in and has not given up a run since the first inning when he gave up 3. So he's kind of found his rhythm as well. We'll see what happens here.
And we got the bottom of the order coming up for Jamestown. We got Caden McGee, Frazier, and then we're back to the top with Bay. McGee, he's still looking for his first hit of the season. He was the victim of a 1-6 double play back in the second inning.
Moose McGee, as his players call him. And we'll see if Moose can do something here. I think he's still looking for his first base hit.
Yes, he is. And Moose McGee, at least for him, he doesn't have to go to What's the Matter You and hang out with Rocky. So he's back in the batter's box, looking for his first hit of the year. As the next pitch is on the way for Thompson. Here's the windup and the delivery. That one's hit the right field, but it will have enough hang time to drop. It is. Hits off the wall. McGee hustling the second base. And he goes to the Yukon with that double.
Yeah, Moose McGee, he talked about one of his highlights was getting a home run off of Notre Dame College, and we saw the power there with a homer that almost went over the high wall out in right field. All the same, a stand-up double for the Moose. Mr. McGee gets his first hit as a Tarp Skunk, and you couldn't want it any other way with the team only up by 1 run. They can add now with an insurance run, possibly sitting on second base with no outs.
And there's going to be a pinch runner. It's going to be Henry Martinez coming in for McGee. Martinez, one of the tops on the team in stolen bases, and with it being late in the game, this is the right decision by Bazell. Great job by McGee getting the hit, and now Martinez will look to score the run in his place.
Martinez is, where's he at in the lineup here?
He'll be number 9. That's should he come up the bat.
Oh, all right. I'm looking at Bryce Frazier, who's at now. He got his first hit of Dietrich Park a few innings ago, and he can go 2 for 2 here and possibly get an RBI, depending on what he does against this pitch.
Thompson taking a check at Martinez. Here's the next pitch. That one is going to drop into center for a base hit, and Bazil is going to hold Martinez off. Martinez almost ignored that green or the red light, but he was able to stop in time. Runners are at the corners, nobody out. Second hit of the game for Frazier. And now we're going to be back to the top of the lineup with Cody Bay.
The stink machine is in full effect right now, Norm, here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Runners at the corners, no outs. They can add to their 1-run lead here and try to make it even more difficult task for the Outlaws to rally back in the late stages of this doubleheader. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, playing 7 innings. So the Outlaws do have 6 more outs remaining, but right now it looks like it's time to talk things over on the mound with their pitcher, Ethan Thompson, who started the game, but maybe it's now time to see if we can't bring in a reliever. No action in the bullpen, though, so if there is going to be a reliever coming in, it might not be immediately. They may give him a time to warm up.
Yep, and I did see a couple of guys that were about to go into the bullpen, but it looked like they may have just been coaches, respectively, unless they choose to put a reliever in cold. But he would still get 8 warm-up pitches, so it wouldn't be just coming in immediately and throwing his first pitch to Bay. And the home plate umpire saying we got to get this thing a-rolling. From my view, it looks like it is number 32, Aiden Dixon, about to warm up for the Outlaws. And he is a right-hander. I'm wondering if they're going to let him work another batter, and should he give up a run in this inning, we may see a new pitcher. Bay about to step into the box. He's a right-hander. Scored a run on an error in the first inning. He got on first, scored a run. And then after that, his next at-bat, he was a victim of the ground out short the first. So Bay with a chance to extend Jamestown's lead back up to 2 runs. Thompson gets his sign from Hutter. And here comes the next pitch on the way. That's a chopper foul. Bay got a good piece of it, but couldn't get it in fair territory.
Going to the left field side towards the Skunks bullpen.
All I'm going to say to you, Jess, is I'm happy that you're not timid on the headset.
I've gotten better. I've gotten better. It's taken me a little bit.
Well, it doesn't always happen overnight. Well, it never does happen overnight. What would I know? But 0-1 count, nobody out. Runners on the corners. Martinez was pinch running for McGee and Frazier. This one's going to go foul onto right field and into the bullpen of the Outlaws. Heads up to the pitcher warming up, so it's going to be 0-2.
With 0 outs.
Indeed.
So it's looking good for the Skunks if they can get some runs scored in this inning.
So while we wait for the next pitch, how are you enjoying the internship so far, with it being the end of June almost?
You know, I've had a lot of fun, and although I take the trip from Dunkirk, I really enjoy coming here and watching these games. And I think it's a really great experience, so I've had a good time.
So Thompson shaking off a couple of signs from Hutter. Runners are at the corners, nobody out. He's taking a check at Frazier. We have seen that he can turn on the juice with his cleats. And from what I do see, it is indeed Aiden Dixon warming up in the bullpen for the Outlaws. So this could possibly be the last at-bat, if not the second to last one, for Ethan Thompson, who, despite some control problems, the defensive assistance has kept the Outlaws in this game. Here's the 0-2 on the way. Swung on, that's going to drop into right for a base hit. Martinez will head home. Runners will go station to station. Jamestown back up by 2 runs, 4-2, off the RBI single by Cody Bay. Got on to the plate, made them pay, and had Thompson listen to what Bay had to say. So it's going to be Yogi Hardigan, the center fielder, coming up next.
Yeah, nice job by Cody Bay there to drive in the run on that base hit, and Jamestown firing on all cylinders here in the bottom of the 5th inning. No outs, runners at first and second, adding to their lead, now 4-2. It looks like their hit tally has surpassed the Outlaws finally as well.
Yeah, it's been very rare this season for Jamestown to have more hits, but more often than not, they've had more runs. Bunt by Hardigan, executed beautifully, and he's going to beat this out. Everybody's going to be safe. An infield single for Hardigan. Bases are jammed up. They're loaded, more loaded than a baked potato, as it's going to be one of the men to clear the bases well for Jamestown, Patrick O'Shaughnessy. Now we've got a pitching change as well.
Yeah, they're going to be coming out here to thank Ethan Thompson for his services, but they are no longer required. He'll be asked to vacate the mound, and we'll have number 32, who you pointed out to earlier on, Norm, Aiden Dixon, coming in and relief with runners on first and second.
And third.
The Skunks and third.
Yep.
My apologies.
No, it's all good. You got, again, Hardigan had a bunt single, and
I was pulled away, by the way, when I left here for a moment by one of the owners of the Skunks, Greg Peterson,
Oh, Greg,
who said
great guy.
maybe you should interview one of the owners. And I was thinking, great, I finally get to interview Greg Peterson, who interviews so many other people all the time. But no, he was talking about the owner for a bench coach for a day. One of the owners down there in the gray ball cap might be coming up here in between games, and we might interview him at the start of our second game. He runs a business here in Chautauqua County, and also is a supporter of Tarp Skunk baseball, obviously being an owner, a stakeholder, if you will, and also a big fan of baseball. So we felt it would be great to come down and talk. What do you think, Jess? You think the police are here to keep the Outlaws in check?
I don't know.
Wow.
It's in the name.
Unless they're here to take a break and watch the game.
That could be what they're doing here. A couple Jamestown's finest standing looming over the Outlaw dugout. Kind of appropriate, but I'm sure they're just here to enjoy a little baseball action.
Yeah, thankfully, from what we see here, this won't be the first game that Dixon will have this season. He does have a stat line for Oneonta. This is going to be his 3rd appearance for the team this year. He's pitched 4 innings, allowed 3 runs, and his walk to strikes are even, 2-2, just like Chuck Woolery, as his ERA is a 6.75. If only we could add 309 to it.
I don't think I get that reference. What's 309?
675
309, Tommy Two-Tone.
I don't know how I caught that.
Even Jess caught that one. We had such a wonderful fundraiser last night, Norm. I was unable to help you out with your broadcast. Duty calls. Sometimes you got to hang out at the brewery and raise money for the community radio station. So it was a great fundraiser. We had a lot of support, but I had a long day, that's for sure. So I think I'm still feeling the fog here. If ever there was a time to enjoy a Red Bull, it might have been today, but
at least it's cold.
all out. Yeah, there's a little bit of cola in there.
But once again, it's going to be the RBI master, Patrick O'Shaughnessy. Again, Mark Tucker getting the game off. He's another one that can drive in those runs very well. And O'Shaughnessy, like Campus, in his experience as a skunk, he has hit one out of Dietrich Park. And it was right over the 342-foot side.
Now the police force is multiplying. There's 3 of Jamestown's finest down there. But again, it really looks like they're just here at the ballpark, taking in a little bit of a ball game. Community outreach, I believe, is what they refer to that as.
Well, here comes the first pitch of the game, and it's off the ground, and the runners will stay put. Oh, runner's going to go. He caught him napping, and he's safe. Wow, and it was almost where in the world's the ball. Frazier made them pay for napping on it, and even Rip Van Winkle could have woken up and gotten them out.
Yeah, Royce Frazier thought about it, hesitated, thought about it again, hesitated, and the catcher could not find the baseball despite it being just about 5 or so feet away from him, circling around and around, and finally Frazier went for it and got it. I think even, Jess, you were motioning maybe not such a good idea, but he went for it and he got it, so another run added here, and that is now a 5-2 ball game after 2 runs being scored.
Here's the next pitch. That one is hit the right field and deep. Going back for it is Martinez, and he'll make the catch, but it will be enough to score a run. Runners will tag up. Hardigan advances to third, and Jamestown doubles their run total. Another 3 in an inning respectively. This one in the 5th. 6-2 the score. And now it's going to be Brandon Lane, the left fielder.
Patrick O'Shaughnessy ripped one all the way to the warning track, and he's known to have some power as well. He does get the RBI. I think that is his second RBI of the game, Norm, or he scored a run earlier on?
He scored a run.
Yeah, okay. So an RBI to go along with his run, a sacrifice RBI. Nice hit by O'Shaughnessy, and as you noted, 3 runs now here in the bottom of the 5th.
And Lane smacks one, but it goes, oh, he bobbled it! And that's going to, he's able to get the out, but it cost him a chance to get Hardigan out. Even so, 4 runs here in the 5th inning. Those will all be charged to Thompson because they were inherited base runners. And now it's going to be Johnny Campus.
Carter DeRogie, the shortstop, credit him for maintaining enough composure to drop the ball, pick it back up, and quickly getting the release over the first. But obviously a run was scored, and now they've got 4 in just this inning alone. 7 on the day to 2 runs by Oneonta. And Jamestown has just exploded here. And now no runners on the base path with Johnny Campus at the plate. Let's see what happens this time. Always a dramatic experience with Sir Johnny at the plate.
Yep, he had the great compromise in his last at-bat. He bunts, and chasing it down is Hutter, and he's, oh, wait a minute, they call it foul.
What, bounce off a foot or something?
Maybe it hit off his leg or his elbow.
Johnny Campus is smiling about it, so I'm not exactly sure.
He's laughing it off, and the home plate umpire is having a laugh too. But so we know he can give it a ride.
I was going to say from almost home run to an almost bunt here.
Not quite like the Bills in the Super Bowl or any team that's known to flop in the World Series. Campus back in the box. He had that ground rule double in his last at-bat in the 4th. As again, it is Dixon pitching now for Oneonta. Here's his next pitch. That's in the dirt. Ball 1.
You had to bring up the Bills in the Super Bowl, didn't you, Norm?
I had to. And I like to get under some Steeler fans' skin sometimes about the week after the comeback. They beat Pittsburgh at Pittsburgh the week later.
And, yeah, Pittsburgh had a bye.
Here's the next pitch. Fouled off, strike 2.
Remember that game well. I think a big feeling was that was Coach Cowher's first season, and nobody anticipated them going all the way to the Super Bowl unless you were a true diehard delusional fan. So they eventually got their Super Bowl, though, with Coach Cowher.
But O'Donnell did not play well in the first one.
Right. Well, anyway, not to shift sports
not the
backtrack. Back to baseball.
Here's the next pitch, and that one's hit the left field, and that one's going to drop. So no argument this time. It's going to be a single for Captain Johnny, his second hit of the game, and now it's going to be Nate Johnson, the third baseman.
Yeah, nasty Nate Johnson hit a base hit in the first inning, flew out to right field in the 4th inning. He was also caught stealing. back in the first inning as well to end that inning of play. Nasty Nate from Southwestern, now playing at Jamestown Community College.
Indeed.
I don't know. Your name's Nate, you might as well be Nasty. I don't think that's really his name. Moose is definitely nicknamed Moose, but I think I'm the only one that calls him Nasty.
Next pitch is in the dirt for ball one. Johnson also has an RBI in this game, so a very productive performance indeed in game one of this doubleheader. And we're at the top of the hour, Skunks fans. You're listening to Jamestown Tarp Skunks Baseball on WRFA LP 107.9 FM in Jamestown. Campus taking off. Here's the throw. He's safe. Another steal for Campus, his fourth of the year, and kind of like the days of Jason Kendall when he was with the Pirates. Well known to steal bases, and he was a catcher.
Well, quite a fast runner for the Pirates there. Definitely not the prototypical catcher. He definitely had speed with him. Good reference. Good call back there, Norm. A lot of people forget about Kendall, but he was a stalwart behind the plate and a fan favorite down in Pittsburgh.
Here's the next pitch, 2-0 in the dirt, 3-0. One of my favorite highlights of him is when he was about to head home, he jumped over the catcher and scored.
Yeah.
So 3-0 count. If Johnson gets walked, the next batter up would be Julian Thompson, the shortstop. 3-0 pitch on the way. Here it comes. Strike one, outside corner. Four runs here in the inning for Jamestown. 7-2 now the score for any Skunks fans that are just tuning in to the broadcast or the live stream. 3-1 pitch, chopper, and it goes foul. Count goes full. So 3-2 count, 2 outs. Campus on second after stealing it. He's already more than halfway to his last season total of 7, as that was his 4th of the year. So a timeout called. Dixon looking to just keep the damage as it is right now. Jamestown with 4 runs. The good news, though, for Dixon is none of those runs are charged to him. Gets his sign from Hutter. Here's the 3-2. Runners going. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And in spite of it being the end of 5, Jamestown responds with 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs to add to the 3 from back in the first inning. And now we're heading up to the top of the 6th in just a moment with a score 7-2. The Jamestown Tarp Skunks leading the Oneonta Outlaws. We'll be back with inning number 6 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the second to last inning of this doubleheader between Jamestown and Oneonta on WRFA, the first of 2, as Corn will get another inning of work, and we also have a substitutional change. Jack Davis playing first base for, I would say, the rest of the game, and he's been a utility guy for Jamestown. He's played catcher, he's played DH, EH, and now he's here at first base, so showing the versatility.
Yeah, he during his interview, I think he said, I play where they want me, and he mentioned the fact that he's sort of the Swiss Army knife of the Tarp Skunks, a tool for every occasion and a position when needed, he'll be able to do it. He probably can even take a few rounds in the outfield if necessary, although I don't think he's been in the outfield yet this season.
Not yet. He's been catcher, first base, and the hitter spots.
And his father was in town over the last weekend, and we got a chance to come up here and check out the press box, and it was nice to meet him. And it's always great to see parents coming in from out of town when their kids are playing here for Jamestown in the Summer Collegiate League. Every once in a while they'll come in to take in a ball game, obviously, and some of the sights around Jamestown as well. And if you're a parent and you're listening and you like to talk, you're welcome to come up here, and we'd be happy to introduce you to our listeners locally and learn more about your family, where you're from, and what you think about Jamestown. But only if it's good things, obviously.
Right.
So the invite is always there for visitors coming into our lovely community.
So it's going to be the top of the order. Corn will be facing to start the top of the sixth. Tomorrow, Broderick and Boone, as Tomorrow will step into the box. He had a single and scored a run back in the third inning. 1 for 2 in the evening. He's going to bunt, but it pops foul. And it nearly went in the center part of the press box.
Yeah, it did, Norm. Roy, our scoreboard operator, almost made the catch.
I'm sure he
Almost.
has a mitt ready. As Tomorrow's back in the box. The good thing for him, though, that's always conveniently a day away as Korn throws his next pitch. Bunt, but was able to abort as the pitch went in the dirt. Count goes even at ones.
Oneonta down to their final 6 outs of this doubleheader. This is game 1 of the doubleheader. I shouldn't say of the doubleheader, of game 1 of the doubleheader. There's still a whole other game to be played a little bit later on. There's a bunt.
Yeah, it is. It's down to third. And not getting a clean grip of it, though, is the third baseman, Nate Johnson. So count that as a bunt single for Paul Tomorrow, his second hit of the game. And now it's going to be Dylan Broderick, who, like Tomorrow, has 2 hits.
Yeah, Broderick is pretty much on fire here, scoring an RBI to go along with his 2 singles on the day. Singled in the first inning as well as the third inning. We'll see what we can do here in the top of the 6th with a runner on first. And we do see some action out in the bullpen.
Next pitch is outside for ball 1, and it looks like, from my view, looks like number 5, or it could possibly be number 9. If it's number 9, that's Bryce Jackson.
I think it is Bryce Jackson.
Yes, it is.
9. Jamestown Bryce Jackson, Jamestown High School graduate, player at JCC, Jamestown Community College. And it looks like he might be coming in for relief here. He leads the team in strikeouts.
Yes, he does. Next pitch hit the heart of the plate for strike 1. And Jackson, last time we saw him was start on the Kids Day game versus Niagara.
Yeah, I noticed he hasn't started any games since runner goes.
Yep, Campus bobbled the ball, but Tomorrow makes a pay for it, gets the stolen base.
Well, that should break up any chance of a double play for the Skunks here against the Outlaws. So a runner at second, nobody at first, no outs. And
Yep.
the Outlaws are down by 5 runs, trying to get a little late inning action going here.
Yeah, Broderick looking for his 3rd hit of the game and a possible 2nd RBI. It's a 2-1 count. Broderick taking a check. Here's the pitch. And it's almost hit in the Corn's glove, but it does get fielded. But it's second and safe, though. Back-to-back infield hits. And that was almost similar to Rafalski's catch yesterday where he caught it between his legs. This one hits off the elbow area of Corn, but he looks like he's okay.
Yeah, he quickly waved off Johnny Campus and also the manager. Campus still going out there just to talk things over with him, obviously, with a runner now at first and second and no outs. Not quite a huge jam here, but obviously with no outs, you don't want things to get out of control and let Oneonta capture any momentum. So I think Johnny is out there talking with his pitcher more so just about strategy than, hey, are you sure you're okay kind of a thing. Obviously,
Right.
Cornell waved him off, and he seems to be no less for the wear. But you still want to have a quick conversation with the situation the way it is. Up by 5 runs, you don't want to let things get out of hand. No outs, runners at first and second. Let's have a quick conversation.
Looks like from the way the infield's shifting, this could be a possible bunt as Corn prepares to throw his next pitch. Takes a check. Here's this pitch and swung on fouled for strike 1. And a similar circumstance happened last night in Jamestown's 4-2 win over the Geneva Red Wings. Eric Krause, who's usually the closer for Jamestown, he got the starting knot on the rubber. He took a liner to his ankle on his plant leg. Bazil decided to pull him out to avoid any further possible
Stress,
problems.
right.
So he was 1 out short of completing the requirement for the win, but Jamestown was still able to hold on. Here's a chopper, and it goes underneath the hand of Frazier, and a run will score.
Yeah, Royce Frazier there. I'm not sure if he just why he pulled up on that. It looked like it was a playable ball. It just kind of slowly making its way into the outfield, and it looked like he was there in plenty of time. He tried to barehand it, looked like, and he just misread where the ball was going because he was in position to at least get the ball and keep it from going to the outfield and possibly getting an out. But now we've got a run scored and still no outs and runners at first and second. And now time is called on the field by the umpire.
Yeah, but it's Evan Keegan, the first baseman, up, and so far in this inning, it's been 3 at-bats, 3 singles, and 1 run scored. 2 of them are infield hits. This is a chopper possible double play. It's going to be a 6-4. Not quite. They were able to get the 6-4 force out, so it'll be a fielder's choice. Runners are at the corners, only 1 out, and now it's going to be Carter DeRiggi, the shortstop.
Both teams have 9 hits on the game. The Outlaws do have 1 error to go along with their 3 runs. Jamestown up by 4 with 7 runs on the board here. And Outlaws trying to get a rally going here. They've got runners at first and third with 1 out. Already scored 1 run here in the top of the 6th inning of a 7-inning affair and trying to add to it and cut into that Tarp Skunk 4-run lead.
So Korn still in action right now. 5 1/3 innings pitch. Here's the next pitch, and it's hard to the plate, strike 1. So Korn still at the belt as, again, it's going to be Dorigi up the bat. He does have 2 hits. He'll look for a 3rd one. It should have occurred. They'll hit double digits on hits. Hard to the plate again, strike 2. Any out of any kind would be very important for Korn. Don't want it to get too far out of hand, especially near the end of a ball game. Taking a long time in between the next pitch is Dorigi. He steps back into the box. Korn gets his sign. Takes a check, and here comes the next pitch. And that's going to be a chopper. Goes, fielded by second, underhander to Korn in time. No save, his foot was not on the bag.
I tell you, Norm, this is the 4th or 5th time now the infield umpire has been making questionable calls, and now he's marching over here to have a conversation with the umpire as Coach Bazil went out there. And I got to tell you, it looked like an out to me. I mean, I don't blame Coach Bazil and even the coach for the Outlaws getting frustrated with some of these calls here because they're not close in the baseball sense where it can go either way. It looks pretty obvious for me in a few of these calls here. I don't like questioning.
Oh, they're calling him out. They overturned it.
So the second time a call from that umpire has been overruled. Actually, the 3rd time, if you think about the home run catch that became a home run that eventually became an infield ground rule double. Or, yeah, a ground rule, not an infield double, but a ground rule double.
Yeah, this has been very... And you never want to bash, of course, but it's been very sketchy, these calls, from what we've seen, and the overturnings and the rechanging of the calls again and again. It's almost like a tape where you can't get it to stop skipping over stuff.
The manager of the Outlaws is just frustrated. You know, he takes his hat off and he just walked away dejected. But he's walking away.
Yep.
You know, I mean, he let the umpire know his frustration. I think others are feeling the frustration as well.
Indeed. A run did score, though, on that play, so they did cut their deficit down to 3, 7-4. And should Korn get pulled, this could be a 4-out save situation if they chose to pull him should he not get the final out and Jackson go in. But right now it's going to be Andy Halub. He's 0 for 2. He struck out, and he got on a fielder's choice in his last at-bat. Korn 1 out away from 6 complete innings of work. So Korn gets his sign from campus, comes set at the belt, and here comes his next pitch. That's in the dirt, but good job blocking it, though, by campus for a ball. So 1-0 count, 2 outs, 7-4 still to score. Korn gets his sign from campus. Taking a long check at second. Here's the pitch. That's outside, 2-0. so far, 7-4 score. Both teams with 9 hits in the game. But what matters the most is the runs.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of action, both scoring as well as hitting. 2 close home runs.
Very true. So 2-0 count, 2 outs, and I would make a semi-prediction should Korn not getting out in this at-bat, we may possibly see a pitching change. But here's Korn's next pitch. Hard to the plate, strike 1, and that's what the doctor ordered for Korn.
Yeah, I got a feeling that Coach Bazil will try to keep him in throughout the remainder of this inning. But, yeah, you know, if any more hits give up or any more runs get scored, we're up by 3 right now, but all it takes is one swing to change the complexion of this ball game.
Here's the 2-1. It's a chopper. It's in fair territory. Korn fields it, throws it to Davis in time, so he's able to stop the bleeding and complete 6 innings of work. Oneonta gets 2 runs, but Jamestown still up 7-4.
Yeah, and we'll stay with you here to thank one of our sponsors and support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball for the 2022 season is brought to you in part by the Chautauqua County Industrial Development Agency. The Chautauqua County IDA is an economic development organization authorized and empowered by New York State to make Chautauqua County a better place to work, live, and visit. The IDA facilitates development by attracting new businesses while also promoting the retention and expansion of existing businesses. And it offers businesses assistance in the form of tax abatements, low-interest loans, and bond financing, all of which enhances the opportunities for job creation and retention by local business. The Chautauqua County IDA, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk baseball on WRFA. For more information, call 716-661-8900 or visit ccida.com. I know the IDA, Norm, is also hosting a free baseball night here at the ballpark later on this season. I don't know the specific date, but I'm thinking of getting our good buddy Jackson Fowler up here next game.
Jackson Fowler, the man, the myth, the legend.
And we can operate day-to-day operations manager here for the Tarp Skunks and make sure his game days go off without a hitch, and he does a phenomenal job with it. They got a special night this Friday, the first in a series of firework nights that are scheduled to take place, but I also wanted to ask him more about the free baseball night. Not giving away literally free baseballs, but a free ticket to enjoy a baseball game.
Yep.
I don't want people to say, I heard on the radio you're giving away baseballs. No.
But the batters that will be faced here for Oneonta is it's still going to be Dixon pitching. It's going to be Thompson, King, and Davis. Thompson, so far, he got walked, caught trying to steal a base, and then in the 4th inning, he grounded out 5-3 style. And he'll step back into the box, the right-hander. And here comes the next pitch by Dixon. Swung on in, that's going to go way foul. Near the bleacher area. Heads up anybody over there for strike 1. So Thompson taking a quick bit of a tapping of the cleats with the bat, and back in the box he goes. Crowding the plate a little bit he is. That's always saying, I dare you to throw me inside. Throw it inside. How about that? Here's the next pitch. And a little bit of cranial music there, 1-1.
Yeah, that was inside. High and tight, but he was able to get out of the way. Not a lot of velocity there.
So Thompson ahead in the count. Here comes the next pitch. Outside ball. So count goes 2-1. Dixon gets his sign at the rubber, and here's the 2-1 pitch. That's outside, 3-1. Thompson 1 ball away from getting walked for the 2nd time. And the next batter up, who was also walked in one of his at-bats, Jordan King. So 3-1 count, nobody out here as Jamestown will look to add an insurance run or two. And ball 4, and it was high. So 2nd walk that Thompson gets today.
Yeah, and the Skunks, I don't know how it's gone every inning, but it seems like they've gotten somebody on base just about every inning, and usually it's to start off an inning. Norm, you got the scorebook there, and yeah, basically there was 1 or 2 innings where they didn't start things off on the right foot, but I think they're at least half the time they've led off the inning with getting a guy on base, and that always results in good things happening, and that's indicative by their score, 7-4, leading the Outlaws.
Every inning they have had a guy on to start it. But again, Thompson, he got caught stealing the last time he got on base. So I wonder if Bazil will be cautious with him this time. The next pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. 5 of the last 6 pitches for Dixon have been balls. Again, Jamestown looking to add a small cushion to their lead going into the top of the 7th inning. Not a huge lead off the bag for Julian Thompson. Here comes the next pitch. He's going again, and here's a throw by Hunter, and this time he's going to get there. So stolen base for Julian Thompson.
Yeah, caught stealing in the 2nd inning, but was able to get second here, and now he is in scoring position with no outs. We'll see what King can do here.
That would be listed as his first stolen base of the season.
Oh. There you go.
So count 2-0. Thompson in scoring position now. Here's the next pitch. In the dirt, 3-0. I wonder if he's a fan of Skip to my Lou with that hit in the dirt.
Maybe so.
Maybe so. 1 ball away from issuing back-to-back walks to start the inning. That would be the 2nd time Oneonta has done it today. 2nd inning they did it too. Here's a 3-0. And outside corner, strike 1. Again, King, he's looking for his first hit of the game. Got walked, and in his last at-bat, he flew out to right. A base hit can make this a 4-run lead for Jamestown. Dixon gets his sign. 3-1 pitch on the way. Outside corner, count goes full. So Dixon fights it back from 3-0 to a full count. And again, next batter up will be Jack Davis. He was a substitution for first base. In McGee's last at-bat, he hit a double, got pinch run for by Martinez, and then with Martinez maybe playing outfield, they put Davis in at first. Here's the full count. That one is shallow center, and it's going to bloop down.
Yeah, it should drop, yeah.
And Bazil telling Thompson to hold off. And heading for second, it's safe is the runner, Jordan King. He caught the outfield napping.
Good hustle there, double the old-fashioned way. Just a delay in getting the ball in the infield, and a heads-up running by King to get on second base. Breaks up any chance of a double play. No outs, and now 2 runners in scoring position for the Skunks. They're up by 3, trying to add to it before the final frame of this first game of our doubleheader.
And it's going to be Jack Davis, who is the Swiss Army knife, the utility man, the jack of all trades, pun entirely intended, as he has a chance to drive in at least 1 run, but I know he wants 2.
Batting in the 9 spot in place of Kane McGee.
Here's Dixon's next pitch, and that hits the heart, strike 1.
Moose McGee had a first hit for the Tarp Skunks earlier on, hitting a double off of the right field wall. But when he got on second, they brought in a pinch runner, and now we have Davis now at first base in his place.
Here's the next pitch by Dixon. That's in the dirt, and a good job by Hutter to keep it in his vicinity to avoid a possible run scoring. It's King at second and Thompson at third. 1-1 count, nobody out. Earlier in the season, one of the main highlights for Davis, he had a 3-double performance here in Dietrich. Also had a pair of RBIs from him. Dixon gets his sign from Hutter, comes set at the belt. Here comes the 1-1. Hard to the plate, strike 2. Must not have liked that pitch, and sometimes, though, you gotta try and wave the bat at the ball. Dixon ahead in the count, 1-2. So far in this inning, he's allowed a walk and a double. And here comes the 1-2 on the way by Dixon. Davis gives it a chopper. He's going to throw over to first. The run will score, so Davis does get the job done. They extend their lead to 8-4, and they break double digits in hits with 10.
Halub over on third base made the throw almost immediately over to first, and he was playing in. I think he would have had to play at home to get the runner heading in.
I thought so too.
But for whatever reason, he opted just to go over to first base, and the Skunks add another run to their tally. They now have 8 on the day to Oneonta's 4 here in the bottom of the 6th inning, trying to add to their lead. And up steps number 18 for the Tarp Skunks. That is Royce Frazier. We're at the bottom of the lineup. Frazier showing some nifty base running in this game. He scored once already, and he's got 2 base hits on the night.
Yeah, so he'll look for number 3 in this at-bat and possibly get King home. That's another plus side for Oneonta. With that out by Davis, King did not advance to third base. So it's going to take a base hit. Again, Dixon in relief right now for Thompson. And Jackson had been warming up in the bullpen for the Skunks. Here's the pitch. That's at the heart of the plate for a strike 1.
We did have a run score. I think the scoreboard is just a little delayed in getting number 8 up there.
Again, the board not as easy as it may seem. Personally, I've done it myself for some basketball games when I wasn't playing. Sometimes that clicker just doesn't work. Here's the next pitch by Dixon. That one's fouled off over the top of the press box, strike 2, and the run did get put up on the board. So 8-4 the score in favor of Jamestown. They've got the double up over the Outlaws. Frazier stepping back into the box. Looking to keep the Blues calling for the Skunks. Here's the next pitch. Runner goes. Called ball 3 and an easy stolen base there for King. So now even with a sac fly, a run can score.
Yeah, Jamestown not letting up in their base running. Always aggressive, always trying to add more runs to the board. No lead is a safe lead when it comes to Coach Bazil.
And that was the 4th steal of the year for King. Here's a 1-2. Outside, 2-2. And so far in the season, from looking at the stats-wise for steals, Jamestown, they're averaging nearly 3 a game as a team. It's sad that in the majors it's become a long-lost art. Henderson's record will never be broken, in my opinion. Here's the 2-2. Frazier hits it over to second. The run will score. So he will somewhat say good night, Jamestown, as they take now a 9-4 lead here in game 1 of this doubleheader, and we're back to the top of the lineup.
Yeah, Frazier adds an RBI to go along with his 2 hits. He didn't get a hit that time, but still looking pretty good. He's also scored a run, so a pretty solid day for the bottom of the lineup, Royce Frazier, as well as Kane McGee / Jack Davis, and even Jordan King. So everybody in the lineup getting it done today. 9-4 the score here, and we're back to the top of the order, as Norm just noted.
And speaking of that, Bay had an RBI single in his last at-bat. He's 1 for 3 on the game. He got on by an E3 in the first inning, then grounded out in the 3rd. The RBI single came in the 5th. So after 3 scoreless innings after the 3-run first, they've gotten 4 in the 5th, 2 more in the 6th. They're up 9-4, and I'm sure they want to try and hit double-digit runs. Got to stay hungry. Here's the next pitch. In the dirt, ball 1.
Game 2 of the doubleheader was set to begin in about 5 minutes from now at 7:30, but I do know they will have at least a 15-minute layover between games. I don't think they plan on jumping right back into the thick of things, give the players a chance to relax just a little bit.
Well, here's the next pitch. Hard of the plate, strike 1.
It is a doubleheader today.
It
just
is.
Reminding folks about that. Plenty of time to still get down to the ballpark and check out the game.
My prediction would be between 8:15, 8:30 roughly. The way it should be going, it's on my clock, I got 7:25. So here's the next pitch. Outside, 3-1. And should Bay get walked, the next batter up. Once again, the man that makes Jellystone Park look easy to invade, Yogi Hartigan. Might as well put him also in the murderer's row, too.
There you go. Another Yogi reference besides a cartoon character, Norm. You're getting better.
Well, I'm known for all that stuff, but hey, some of them are well known. I gotta stick with them sometimes.
We had a walk with Cody Bay as well. So he's on first with 2 outs here.
Yep, so that's the 3rd different way that Bay's gotten on base in this game. As Hartigan, who had a single and scored a run in his last at-bat, which was in the last inning in the 5th, So he'll look to join the likes of Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle, and Elston Howard for the core of the Murderers Row. Except he's got an E in his first name as well. Bay's got a big lead off the plate. He's taken off. Swung on, fouled back, and I would say about 7-8 inches from us, but even though I've got long arms, I'm not Stretch Armstrong on one piece. There's no way I would have been able to go.
Hit the glass, so thankfully they have a glass in front of the camera over in the camera booth over there.
They do.
Maybe it would have been in 3D on YouTube if they caught it on YouTube, a little 3D action there.
Get your glasses ready. But it's an 0-1 count, and Hardigan, again, looking to keep the inning alive. Southpaw hitter, looking to get his second hit in as many at-bats. Here's the next pitch. In the dirt, even at ones.
Yeah, we mentioned this at the start of the broadcast that Yogi comes in leading the team in hits as well as batting average. And it should stay about the same here. He did get a hit today, so he's 1 for 3.
Bay's taken off. Here's the throw by Hutter, but Bay's going to get in safely. Almost overslid there, but was able to stay on the back end of the bag. And for Bay, that is steal number 7 on the year. So with that, he'll have a share for the lead with Will Durrell. So runner in scoring position, 2 outs. A base hit can get Jamestown the double figures in runs. And they'd have the double pleasure of doubles in runs and hits. When you do that in a game, you know you've done a great job. As a team, of course. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. Triple deuces. 2-2 and 2 outs. Hardigan making the pitcher Dixon work to get this third out. He gets his sign from Hutter and comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt, and it's a passed one over Hutter, and Bay will advance to third. Hutter came close to blocking it, but it had too much of the top speed off the bounce and went to the backstop.
Yeah, so they're having a hard time getting this final out here. Yogi has proven to be a tough out for the Outlaws, and now the Skunks could have double-digit runs here, just 90 feet away from it, depending on what Hardigan can do here.
Yeah, it would be the first time they break that mark at Dietrich. They did do it one time this season, but it was at Niagara. Full count pitch inside, ball 4. So Hardigan gets the base on balls, and up next has the RBI in the sac fly and has walked twice himself. Patrick O'Shaughnessy, number 10, the DH.
O'Shaughnessy can also give the ball a ride. He is 0 for 1 today, but he did walk twice, scored a run, and had an RBI with a sacrifice fly, a deep fly that I believe went out into right field.
Yes, it did. Hardigan, he's got a big lead off the first base. He's one of the tops in steals on the team as well. He's got 6 on the year. Here's the next pitch by Dixon. Inside corner, strike 1. Jamestown with 2 insurance runs here in the bottom of the inning number 6. Again, doubleheader, 7-inning games. This is the first of 2. Dixon gets his sign from Hutter, comes set at the belt. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to O'Shaughnessy. Hits the outside corner for strike 2. O'Shaughnessy, known for his patience at bat, but with some of these pitches hitting those corners, sometimes you need to take a hack, get a foul ball at least, and keep your at bat alive. Or even better, drive in Bay from third. Here's the 0-2 by Dixon. Hardigan goes. That's inside and an easy steal. Didn't even need to slide. Gets it standing up. So, no force out at second. Runners are at second and third now with 2 outs. As O'Shaughnessy will step back into the box. Sign given from Hutter to Dixon. Here's the 1-2. And that one is hit to the shallow outfield on right. Martinez under it. He does make the catch. However, Jamestown does get 2 insurance runs as we're about to hit the top of 7th inning.
Yeah, 7th inning coming up, and Oneonta down to their final 3 outs. We'll see what happens in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the top of the 7th inning here of the first of 2 between Jamestown and Oneonta right here on WRFA with 2 insurance runs in the bottom of the 6th. It's no longer a save situation right now, so Bazill's going to stick with Korn on the rubber, so he'll look for a complete game.
Yeah, it's nice to see Korn getting a complete game, abbreviated game, of course, because today is a doubleheader with 7 innings, but that's still a nice feather in your cap if you can get the job done. As we noted against Olean, when Jamestown was unable to muster any hits, just 1 hit, but 2 runs, he was able to pitch well and get a victory there. But this is another fine showing of a great pitching performance by Ian Korn. And he's just 3 outs away from a complete 7-inning game here at Dietrich Park for Game 1 of our doubleheader. Let's see what he does.
And he'll be facing off against the lower part of the lineup, Polinsky, Duda, and Hutter. Here's Korn's next pitch. And that's low, ball 1. So 3 outs away from putting Game 1 on ice, and should Jamestown hold on, they'll look for the 2-game sweep. Here's the 1-0. That's in the dirt, 2-0. Polinsky, he's looking for his first hit. He grounded out and has struck out swinging. 2-0 count. Nobody out as we've started the top of the 7th, and the sign granted by Korn. Here's the pitch. That's low, 3-0, so 1 ball away from issuing his first walk of the game.
Well, I'm sure he had a talk with his coaches here and said he wants to do a complete game, but
swung on it, missed, strike 1, and even if he would not swung at it, that was at the heart of the plate.
Yeah, if things do get away from him, we might see Bryce Jackson coming in.
Next pitch on the way, and this is a hot shot. Thompson can't quite get there. It'll be the 10th hit of the game for the Outlaws. First hit for Polinsky. Now it'll be Ethan Duda, who has struck out looking both times. And what's funny is yesterday there was a rarity that Kyle and I got to call him in spite of the cutoff with the tech issues. One of the batters for Geneva yesterday, he had a golden sombrero. 4 strikeouts in a game.
Ah, yes, the golden sombrero. Very good, Norm.
But here's the next pitch by Korn, and that hits the outside corner, strike 1. Again, there is action going on in the bullpen, and it had been Bryce Jackson earlier in it. Not a big lead off of first by Polinsky as Korn throws his next pitch. That hits the outside corner, strike 2. And from my view, it looks like it still is Bryce Jackson warming up in the bullpen. 0-2 pitch about to occur for Korn. And Tucker Fenton's in the bullpen now as well for the Skunks. Next pitch by Korn on the way. And that's high, ball 1. So back in the box is Duda. He's looking to avoid the hat trick of strikeouts. 1-2 count, here's the pitch. And that's going to go foul into the Outlaw bullpen and beyond. 1-2, still the count. Korn looking to at least get another strikeout or even better, the double play ball. Again, Duda, the DH, 2 at-bats, 2 backward Ks. Here comes the next pitch by Korn. Foul tipped, but it hit the ground, so his at-bat will continue. And so far in this game for Korn, respectively, he does have, from what I see, 6 strikeouts. So he's 1 away from matching his total on opening day versus Olean. As back in the box goes Duda. I wonder if he's in relation to the Lucas Duda, a former Met. We'll never know. 1-2 count, though, by Korn. Here's the pitch. And called outside. Count goes even. 2-2 count. Nobody out. And Polinsky on first after his leadoff single. Korn gets the sign he wants from campus. Comes set at the rubber. And here comes the 2-2. Swung on, and that's going to go out of play. Chasing it down futilely is King. But again, not even with the Grinch's 39.5-foot pole, he would have been able to catch it.
Yeah, that was a bit out of bounds there, but you can never tell until it starts coming down where it's going to drop with that wind, you know. But the wind is blowing left to right, and that does help carry the ball out of play.
Korn taking a quick check. Here's the pitch. And that's fouled off again. It's going to go over the top of the lighting, and it's going to go beyond the bleachers and near the respective restrooms. Count stays at 2s. So Duda making Korn work to get this out. Not a big lead again by Polinsky off the bag. Here's the pitch. Caught looking, strike 3 outside corner. The hat trick of strikeouts and all of them being caught the backward K style.
Yeah, something about Korn's pitching style that has Duda totally flustered and frustrated today. 3 times looking, getting struck out in 3 at-bats. And he's going to put this day behind him and look forward to next game already. Meanwhile, Logan Hutter, now the catcher, stepping up to the plate. He is 1 for 2 on the day. He did get a base hit in the 5th inning.
Here's the next pitch by Korn. That is going to go foul and to the Outlaw bullpen for strike 1. So Korn with his 7th strikeout of the game, and almost half of them by the way of Duda. And again, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, the Skunks are just 2 outs away now from putting this game 1, but it is a doubleheader, so
yes, it is.
We do have more baseball coming up here shortly after the conclusion of this game.
0-1 count, 1 out. Here's Korn's next pitch, and it looked like, from my view, the check was aborted, and it is agreed by the bases umpire, so count goes at 1s. I'm sure Korn's aching for that double play to end the game. Just has to be a grounder in the right spot. 1-1 count, only 1 out. Here's the pitch, and it's going to go through in the left field, a base hit, and should Brazil choose to go with a different pitcher because now there's a runner in scoring position, this is a save opportunity.
Ah, okay. Even though they're up by 5 runs.
Yes. And now it's going to be Tyler Martinez after Hutter got his 2nd hit of the game and as many at-bats.
Well, they're keeping Korn out there. And there is a little bit of activity in the Skunks bullpen.
Yep, it's Jackson and Fenton. The good news, though, is for Korn from 1st to 3rd, it's a force at any of the 3 bases, as here comes his next pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Yeah, 1 hit could result in a double play, and this game could quickly be over.
So Martinez, he's looking for his 2nd hit of the game. He's 1 for 2. His last at-bat in the 5th, he got on by a fielder's choice. Here's the pickoff at 2nd, and right at the breadbasket of Thompson. Even though he dropped it, a good job to avoid it going anywhere out of hand.
Yeah, he kept it in front of him from leaving the field and making things take a turn for the worse. I mean, Jamestown's sitting pretty right now, but again, the focus is just putting this one away. You're up by 5 runs, but you do have runners at 1st and 2nd. You don't want to give the team any chance of thinking they can come back.
Here's Korn's next pitch, and that's fouled off, strike 1.
You got your triple sticks on the board here, Norm. You got a ball,
Indeed.
strike, and an out. Outlaws with 11 hits on the day, but they're trailing by 5 runs. That's what happens when you leave runners on the base paths.
Yep. And it would make Gilligan's Island or the Crew of Lost look like a small congregation. This one's a shallower to right. King does make the catch, and runners stay put. So 1 out away from a complete game, a la the asterisk 7-inning style for Korn. So now it's going to be back to the top of the lineup with Paul tomorrow.
Well, rarely you see starters in collegiate baseball make it through 7 innings anyway, Norm, simply because of the pitch count issues, and sometimes it happens. I mean, we did see a complete game, I think maybe 2 last season.
Yep, 1 of them, yep.
9 innings, complete game. But, yeah, 7 innings is something to be proud of as well, certainly.
It is.
And he's 1 out away from doing that.
Yeah, that 9-inninger you were talking about, Jason, was by Jack Laird, the one-hitter versus Elmira. As Korn takes a check at 2nd, here's the next pitch. That's a wild pitch, and the runners will advance 90 feet. So now Polinsky will be at third and Hutter at second. 2 outs. And tomorrow he'll look for his third hit of the game. He's got 2 singles and he has scored a pair of runs. Korn looking for that right pitch to either induce the ground out or a popper. Korn comes set at the belt, and here comes the next pitch, 1-0 count. And that's a screamer over to short. Thompson, oh, he bobbled it. And that's going to be an E6, so run will score. And now it's going to be Broderick, who also has 2 hits and 1 RBI.
Three hits for Broderick, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, 3 hits. Well,
He's 3 for 3 on the day.
Yeah, pardon my scribble there, as it was an overturned call from the top of the first.
So he's gotten the best of Korn so far today, but Korn can get the last laugh if he can get the last out against Broderick here. Runners at first and second, and Oneonta did just score a run, as Norm noted, so it's 9-5 now. Jamestown leading the Outlaws.
Well, here's Korn's next pitch, and it's in the dirt, ball 1. All I know is, Jason, 9-5, what a way to make a living.
No taking and no giving either, Norm, if my memory is correct.
As long as Korn does not lose his mind like Mr. Franklin Hart, as the next pitch is on the way by him. And that's outside, 2-0. Runners are at the corners, but the good news is for Korn, there is 2 outs. Yeah, Broderick has been making the Skunks shoot blanks on the spray, respectively, with his bat, even though the Skunks are ahead by 4. Next pitch. Hard to the plate, strike 1. Broderick having a strong game, though, for Oneonta. He's 3 for 3 with a single, or 3 singles and 1 RBI.
I did note at the beginning of the game that he does lead the Outlaws with 10 hits before starting this game.
Yes,
now he's up
Jesse,
to 13.
We did mention that. Yep, 13 hits, and to any Baker's Dozen Bakers, we hope you like that. Or we do apologize also to any Triskaidekaphobiacs, the fear the number 13. But right now, Broderick in a 3-1 count. Should he get walked, Devin Boone will be next up. He had an RBI single in his last at-bat. And that's outside, ball 4. And back in the nick of time, though, also is Hutter.
They thought they could get him. He had a big leadoff off the third base, and Johnny Campus made a quick throw over to third. But nothing doing here. So now we have, Norm, runners on all bases. They're juiced, and the tying run is now stepping up to the plate. That would be number 5, Devin Boone. I don't think he's known to be a power hitter. He's rather slight in size, so you don't have to worry about your grand salami at this point. However, you probably could see a base hit, score 2 runs, and then things could get really interesting. So
indeed,
right now the coaches are out there on the mound, hitting coach out there talking, rather the pitching coach out there talking with the team, and just going through the orders here, the numbers, and explaining what's going to happen in any given situation.
Yep, and
one out away from winning this one, so it's, I don't want to say it's a given, but it's all but a given at this point.
Well, that was the first walk that Korn has issued in this entire start. So that's a big positive when your first walk is at the last inning of a game. So bases are jammed up, 2 outs, as it's going to be Devin Boone, the extra hitter. Again, he had an RBI single in his last at-bat, so Skunks fans not only get possibly ready for game number 2, but stick around for the conclusion of this one right here. Here's the next pitch by Korn. Outside corner, strike 1.
Boone, by the way, is 1 for 3. Did you say that already, Norm?
I did say he had an RBI single.
Okay.
So Korn gets his sign from campus, looking to just put this one on ice. That's a wild throw. And the runners will advance, a run will score. And now it's down to 3, 9-6. Things getting interesting here as Hutter scores.
And that breaks up any force out.
Yes, it does.
So it makes it a little bit more difficult here with that passed ball. And the Skunks have pretty much controlled this game from the get-go, but these pesky Outlaws just will not go away. 9-6 now, down by 3 runs. Tying run at the plate for Oneonta.
And the count's even at 1-1. Here's Korn's next pitch. Fouled off, strike 2. So 1 strike away from avoiding this game from possibly getting cut any slimmer. Jamestown's been known to live on the edge throughout the season, and there were some similar mistakes in their home game last week against Elmira. Some throwing miscues cost them a possible win, losing 6-5. And even though there's 2 outs, a couple of errors can get at least 2 more runs in. Here's the pitch, and that's going to go through for a base hit. And both runners getting waved to score. And now this is going to be a 1-run game. And if you're a Skunks fan, you're biting a nail in half right now.
Well, I tell you, the Outlaws now, big number 25, stepping up to the plate. He's their cleanup hitter, Evan Keegan. He's got a runner at first, and a really solid hit could theoretically tie this game up.
Indeed.
And with that being said, hey, Ian Korn, great job. You just didn't have enough gas in the tank to go the full distance, but nothing to hang your head on with, 6 innings and 2/3 innings, actually. Almost a complete 7-inning game. And in comes Bryce Jackson, the Jamestown native from Jamestown Community College, to try to get this final out.
Yep, so 2-run score as Jackson will now be in for the save. This will be his first appearance at Dietrich since his start in the Kids' Day game against Niagara just a week ago. 4 runs here in the 7th, though, for the Outlaws, and they're making Jamestown really earn this W.
Yeah, it's sweating bullets. Like I said, this is, all but a given here. And obviously it's not a given because now we're just got a 1-run game, Norm, and just moments ago it was 9-4.
Yeah, it was 9-4 to start the 7th, and a 2 RBI single by Boone. That gives him 3 RBIs on the night. He represents the tying run at first, and representing the go-ahead run is going to be Evan Keegan, the first baseman. And should Dorigi and Halub come up to bat, we would have gone through the top of the line, or the entire lineup, as Jackson will get his warm-up pitches going for Jamestown. And again, he's one of the players for JCC, him and Johnson teammates.
Yeah, Jackson has given up 23 hits, which leads the team. However, he's also got 16 strikeouts, which is tied for the team lead, along with closer Kraus. So Jackson can get it done here. He's only given up 5 walks, so he does exercise some control. Yeah. Giving up 14 runs, though, on the season is also the team lead.
Yeah, but the good thing is for him, 6 of those were unearned.
Very good point.
He did have a couple of inherited base runner situations, and there was a game he came in relief, and that was in place for a start for Travis Perry. Jackson came in. He only had 2 earned runs, but he pitched 4 1/3 innings of solid work. So the next batter, again, he'll be facing is Evan Keegan, the first baseman, and Keegan represents the possible go-ahead run. So warm-up pitches are about to be concluded, as we're about to, within the next 10 minutes, hit 8 p.m. So even though it's just 7 innings, we're almost about to hit 3 hours of game time here in Game 1.
Yeah, things were going pretty smoothly in the early stages here, but ever since the 5th inning, it's been 1 hit after another and 1 run after another. Jamestown getting 4 runs in the 5th, both teams getting 2 runs in the 6th, and now 4 runs, and possibly counting, for the Outlaws at the top of the 7th inning.
So Jackson looking to get his first save of the season. This ball's hit the center, and looks like it's going to be 1 pitch, 1 out. It gets caught in center by Hardigan. Jamestown holds on for the first of 2. Jamestown with the win 9-8. They pick up their 10th league win of the season.
Yeah, nice job by the Skunks to put this game on salt. It wasn't obviously a pretty finish, but they got the job done. 9-8 the score here, giving up 4 runs in that 7th inning. But all that matters is what happens at the conclusion. Do you get the W or do you get the L? And for Game 1, they get the W. So with that being
Indeed.
said, I think there's going to be possibly about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm not sure exactly
I'm thinking between 15 to
the
30.
length of time. We'll have to check with Jackson Fowler or maybe our press announcer here. I know one thing, Norm. I'm hungry for a hot dog. So I'll be
Go grab
grabbing
one, my
myself
friend.
a bite to eat, and we'll see you on the other side of the doubleheader. But we will wrap up this game. Again, the final score for Game 1 of our doubleheader is 9-8. Jamestown getting the victory over the Oneonta Outlaws. Game 2 coming up in a few minutes. We thank you very much for listening to our broadcast, and the studio engineer Gavin Paternitti, who will stay with us for game number 2, and also our WRFA intern for this evening, Jessica Beeler. For my broadcast partner, Norm Rodriguez, I'm Jason Sample, saying thank you for listening to Jamestown Tarp Skunk Baseball on WRFA. We'll be back with game number 2 in a few minutes, right here on your community radio station, 107.9 FM in Jamestown.
Game 2 of the doubleheader between your Tarp Skunks and the Oneonta Outlaws. Once again, fans, a reminder, support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball is provided in part by Schultz Auto Group, the Chautauqua County Industrial Development Agency, Royal Gelea Center for the Arts, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's American Rescue Plan Stabilization Grant. So, the guy that got the save in Game 1 and the 9-8 victory in Game 1, he gets the starting nod on the rubber in Game 2 for Jamestown, Bryce Jackson.
Yeah, Bryce Jackson from Jamestown, plays at Jamestown Community College and does summer league, of course, with the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Going to be getting a little bit more playing time today than, what it looked like would be happening. We said it was the easiest save he ever received, and he might get the very rare occasion of possibly getting a win to go along with a save on the same day, which I don't think happens too often in baseball, considering there's not a lot of doubleheaders. But the sport's had a long history. I'm sure at one point or another it may have happened. But it's a very unique situation Bryce Jackson finds himself in, and he could pull off that very rare feat of a save and a win on the same day.
Very true. And there's going to be no national anthem. Bazil gave the order to withhold that, forego it, as we will get right into the second game of this doubleheader. Jamestown will look for the sweep. Again, for any listeners that did not catch the first game, Jamestown won 9-8, and despite falling off the rails a little bit in the 7th inning, a strong pitching performance by Ian Korn. 6 2/3 of work, and Jackson came in, one pitch, gets his first save of the year. Now he gets his second start of the season right here at Dietrich.
Yeah, the first start, of course, was the matinee game that began at 11 a.m. Kids Day last week. I think it was last Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, a week ago yesterday. And not the strongest of outings, but, of course, the opponents on that day came out to play, and they got the victory, but nothing to be ashamed of. We talked about Bryce Jackson's stats a little bit earlier on in our Game 1 broadcast, and he comes into the game now with one game started. This will be his second. He's pitched a total of 12 innings, has given up 23 hits, along with 14 runs. 8 of them have been earned. He's walked 5, but leads the team in strikeouts. He's tied with Eric Kraus. He also has one loss on the season as well, and his ERA is 6.00. It may have dropped just slightly with pitching
maybe
one third of an inning last inning and getting that save, last game and getting that save. So another game here on the same day, Dietrich Park.
Indeed.
It's a doubleheader. And Norm, we'll remind our listeners, if you're just tuning in, that this is another 7-inning game. The other one went longer than expected. I thought that we might wrap up by about 7:30 or so, 2.5 hours, but I think it ended finally a little bit after 8 o'clock, which is why we're about an hour behind the scheduled start of this game. But it is now underway with the first pitch just about to take place. And we were late in getting the lineup, so we'll try to keep up with them as we move along. But the first batter will be shortstop for the Outlaws, number 5, Devin Boone.
And here's Jackson's first pitch right at the heart of the plate for strike one. And Boone, he did play in Game 1 of the doubleheader. He finished 2 for 4, and he had 3 RBIs. Next pitch, a smacker, but it goes right into the glove of Frazier, who's getting another start at second for the first out.
So 4-3 ground out. And that's one out away here. And now comes Mario Disso, number 14, the left fielder who also bats left-handed for the Outlaws.
And Disso, he did not play in Game 1, but we do have a stat line bat-wise from coming up after this first pitch to him. It's inside corner, strike one. Disso, he's batting triple deuces this year. He's batting .222, 6 hits, and 27 at-bats. He has driven in 5 RBIs. He's only struck out twice, and he's been walked 8 times. So on-base percentage, very good despite the low batting average. So 0-1 count, 1 out. Jackson looking to get a save and a win here on this doubleheader. Here's the next pitch. It's in the dirt for a ball. And behind the plate for this game is going to be Jack Davis. He saw some time at first base late in Game 1 after McGee hit a double. Kane McGee, that was in the 5th inning. Henry Martinez pinch ran for him, and then Davis came in as a defensive substitute as the next pitch is outside for a 2-1 count. So here comes the next pitch on the way by Jackson. That's outside, 3-1. Jamestown as a team, they only issued one walk in game 1, and that was in the 7th inning. Oneonta had a little bit of trouble with it. They issued 5 free passes. Here's the 3-1 by Jackson. Swung on and missed. Full count. So Jackson looking for his first strikeout. And here comes the next pitch on the way. That's inside, ball 4. So he will take the free pass, and now it'll be Jelani Hammer, the extra hitter.
Yep, one out here, and now a runner on first with Dizzo, the left fielder, heading off to first base. Jelani Hammer, the extra hitter, number 10, stepping up on the right side of the plate.
Hammer, like Dizzo, didn't play in game 1, but his batting average has been pretty good. Batting .243, 9 for 37 on the year. He's hit 3 doubles. He's homered once. He's tied for the lead with Broderick with 1, as well as 8 RBIs, as the next pitch is a ball outside. So 1-0 count, Dizzo on first base. And here comes the next pitch by Jackson. Hard to the plate, strike 1.
Yeah, right down the middle there. So you got a 1-1 count with 1 out and a runner on first base. Here in inning number 1.
Very true. Runner goes, swung on and fouled off. I beg your pardon, it's going to be ruled a foul tip, so credit the stolen base to Dizzo. And with that for him, that is his first steal of the season. Their steal numbers about the same amount as Jamestown as a team.
1-2 the count now.
Jackson takes a check at Dizzo. He's got a decent lead off of second base. He'll take a check. Here's the 1-2. That one's hit the left field, but it looks like it's going to go foul, and it will.
So the count will remain 1-2 here against Hammer.
Jackson looking for the second out. And next batter that'll be up after Hammer, he was a player that was part of the great controversy that we like to say, the great compromise in game 1, Henry Polensky, who was in left field from campus's quote-unquote ground rule double. Here's the 1-2. That's in the dirt. Count goes even.
We'll see if he has anything to say to the home plate umpire in this game, because I know he wasn't too happy with this call.
Well, the umpires have shifted, so the guy that was in home plate for game 1, he's on the bases.
That's who I'm referring to now. He was the one that had allowed the change to take place.
I see.
But I'm sure it's all water under the bridge.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. First strikeout of the game for Jackson. Now it'll be the designated hitter, Henry Polensky.
Yeah, nice job by Jackson there with the delivery. Gets a strikeout, and now it's 2 away. Polensky, the DH, batting left-handed, stepping up to the plate. He's got a runner in scoring position here. A hard rip should be able to score the runner at second. Meanwhile, Jackson just trying to get out of this inning unscathed.
Jackson takes a check at Dizzo. He does have a steal already. Good piece of that one there by Polensky, but it goes way foul. So 0-1 count, 2 outs. So Polensky looking to get a run here for Oneonta. Again, in game 1, they had a furious rally, but came up just short, and the man on the hill right now got the save. And the pitch hits off of Davis's glove. Dizzo will foxtrot 90 feet to third base.
And now he's just 90 feet away from scoring the first run of this game number 2 here in the top of the first inning. Meanwhile, the Tarp Skunks do have 2 outs against Oneonta. Just trying again to get out of the top of this first inning without allowing any runs. We'll see what Jackson does with his delivery.
He has an even count, 1-1. Here's the next pitch. That one's low and inside, 2-1. So back on the rubber again is Jackson. 2-1 count, 2 outs. Dizzo at third base. Jackson gets his sign from Davis. Here's the pitch. That one's low, 3-1. And should Polensky get walked, the next batter up would be the third baseman, Trey Miller. So 3-1 count. Jackson not wanting to issue a second walk of the inning. Here's the pitch. Chopper goes over to short. Tucker fields it, throws it to O'Shaughnessy in time, and in spite of the runner on third, Jackson gets a scoreless inning.
Yeah, scoreless inning there. Nice job by O'Shaughnessy with the scoop, and that is 3 away with no runs scored for the Oneonta Outlaws. Tarp Skunks coming up in just a moment, but first let's thank one of our sponsors. Support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunk baseball for the 2022 season is brought to you in part by the Chautauqua County Industrial Development Agency. The Chautauqua County IDA is an economic development organization authorized and empowered by New York State to make Chautauqua County a better place to work, live, and visit. The IDA facilitates development by attracting new businesses, while also promoting the retention and expansion of existing businesses. And it offers businesses assistance in the forms of tax abatements, low-interest loans, and bond financing, all of which enhances the opportunities for job creation and retention by our businesses. The Chautauqua County IDA, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk baseball on WRFA. For more information, call 716-661-8900 or visit ccida.com. Back to you, Norm, as we continue to try to get our lineups in order here. At least we know the first three batters. I actually have the entire Skunks lineup here, so it'll be Bay leading off, followed by Martinez in center field. Bay at third base, by the way, and then O'Shaughnessy at first base. Lane is going to be in left field. Campus is the DH. King is in right field. Davis will be the catcher. McGee is the extra hitter. Frazier is the second baseman. And Turner is the shortstop. And there is the 10-man lineup for the Skunks. And pitching for the Outlaws is?
Jake Sandridge.
It is
number
Sandridge.
13. And stat-wise so far for him, it'll be his 4th appearance of the year. His first start, but here's a catch. In the 3 appearances, he's only pitched 2 2/3 innings. He's allowed 6 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned. He's walked 4, he's struck out 3. He does have a save, and his ERA is an even 27.
Very good.
So Bay, who was also leadoff in the first game as an extra hitter, now he's in as a third baseman, his usual spot. He was 1 for 3 in game 1, got on an E3 and scored a run. Also had an RBI single and another run scored there, and he also got on by a walk.
Hey, a pretty productive day for Bay. We'll see if he can't keep it up here in game number 2 of our doubleheader as he leads off here.
So Bay about to get into the batter's box for game 2 of this doubleheader. And here's Sandridge's first pitch. It's fouled off, strike 1.
A mean cut by Bay, but couldn't quite make the connection there. He'll give it a try again.
So Bay looking to get a hit in both games. He steps back into the box. And here's Sandridge's next pitch. That one gets a good cut to right. That's going to go into the gap. That could possibly be 2. He's going to head for a double. Aggressive base running there, and he'll get paid off. How about a leadoff double for the man by the Bay where the watermelons grow, Cody Bay.
Very nice job by Cody Bay with that double there. I think it should have only been a single, but the right fielder out there took his time getting it in. Not a very hearty throw on his part, and Bay capitalized, getting his double, and he is now in scoring position here with the number 2 batter in the lineup stepping up, Henry Martinez, the center fielder, number 5, batting left-handed.
Yeah, Martinez, he didn't see in at bat in game 1, but he was in as a pinch runner for Kane McGee in the 5th inning, respectively. As here's the next pitch by Sandridge. He bunts, but it gets fouled off. Very fortunate that was a foul, because had that have been a pass ball, Bay could have went to third.
Yeah, Bay was definitely ready to be on the move as well. Very aggressive base runner, as it is every game and just about every inning here in Dietrich Park. The Skunks love to play that inside baseball. Get them on first and see how long it takes for them to get to third. More times than not, they find a way to get there one way or the other.
Yes, they do. 0-1 count, next pitch. Bay goes. Here's the throw to third, but nowhere close. And the throw bounces off, and Bay's going to head home. So he will go around the horn of the bases. First run of the game goes to Jamestown again, 1-0. In the bottom of the first, steals third. A bad hop and a bad throw there by the catcher for Oneonta, Chris Valergo. and Bay took advantage and headed home.
Yeah, Cody Bay makes him pay with a double and then gets across home without even needing any help from the batter. Just a great job with running the base paths. Like we said, very aggressive style. It pays off for the Skunks. Are up 1-0.
So counts 0-2 with nobody out, and so far 1 run on a hit for Jamestown. So Martinez, right-hander, or lefty, excuse me, in the box. It's outside, ball 1. So 1-2 count, and Martinez stays alive in this at-bat. And this one is over to first, an underhander to the pitcher in time, 3-1 ground out, and that will be the first out of the game for Jamestown, and now it's going to be Patrick O'Shaughnessy, the first baseman.
Yeah, number 10, Patrick O'Shaughnessy, batting left-handed. Had a fairly successful game last time. No hits, but he was able to score a run and also get an RBI. 0 for 2, along with 2 walks last game.
So O'Shaughnessy will look for a hit in this one. Even so, he was productive. Here's the next pitch. It hits the dirt, ball 1, but fortunately for Sandridge, no runners on base. As it's a 1-0 count, 1 out. Jamestown already up 1-0 right off the bat. As Sandridge will look to limit the damage. And here comes the 1-0 pitch by Sandridge. That's pop foul and almost went into our end, but it went higher up. So thankfully, none of us got hit. 1-1 count.
Yeah, Norm, I was hoping we might be able to get a souvenir. Maybe it's on the roof up here in the press box. We'll have to go take a look for it in between innings. But in the meantime, back to the action here. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. No runners on.
And here's the next pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2.
Oh, that sun goes down. It's nice and cool now, or at least it's cooler than it was when we got here at about 4 o'clock or so. About 90 degrees. It was sweltering.
Yes, it was.
Now it's a perfect night for baseball. How do you like that?
I like the briskness of the breeze as the next pitch is outside to even the count at 2s.
Tarp Skunks got out early in that last game. It looked like they'd walk away with an easy victory, but the Outlaws made it a challenge. For
next pitch, didn't mean to cut you off there, Jason, but it's rolled low for a full count.
For the Skunks there. And, of course, the final score was 9-8. When the start of the inning, it was 9-4. So a 4-run rally, but came up short for the Outlaws to finish last game.
3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. First strikeout of the game for Sandridge, and now it's going to be the left fielder, Brandon Lane, up the bat.
Yeah, that was out number 2. Brandon Lane stepping up, right-handed hitter, number 13.
Yep.
And we didn't see him last game, did we?
Yeah, we did.
All right.
He went 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a double.
I think I would have remembered that,
and
Norm.
Scored a run.
Tell you, the heat was getting to me.
Happens to the best of us. Next pitch on the way, hard to the plate, strike 1. Already a 1-0 lead here in game 2 of this doubleheader for Jamestown. Here's the next pitch. Almost got him in the elbow, but thankfully it's just a ball inside, 1-1. And before the next pitch, the catcher, Chris Belergian, a little case of the Mackey Sasser, having trouble getting it back to the pitcher. But here comes the next pitch, 1-1 count by Sandridge. That one's fouled off, and it's going to go through the towering part of the lights and into the concourse area. So 1-2 count, 2 outs. Sandridge looking to just keep it a 1-0 game. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that's the center field, chasing it down and making the catch on it for Oneonta. And that's 1 inning. Jamestown, though, up 1-0. And stick around for some more Skunks action right here on WRFA. And we're just about to begin the top of the second inning here of Game 2 of this doubleheader between your Skunks and the Oneonta Outlaws right here on WRFA as the next pitch by Jackson hits the outside corner for strike one. The batters he will be facing are Miller, Perry, and Bayergian.
Trey Miller, the third baseman for Oneonta, batting right-handed.
Didn't play in Game 1, but so far, again, he was near the 250 mark hitting. Here comes the next pitch by Jackson on the 1-1. It hits the dirt, 2-1. All right, no, I beg your pardon. Looked at the wrong batter. So far, Miller's batting a .176, 3 hits and 17 at-bats. But from his stat line, one of the newer members, I would assume, of the Outlaws, and gets a good cut at it to short, though. Fielded by Tucker. Hit him in the breadbasket, but not in time.
Yeah, a lot of speed there by Miller. That's definitely a base hit. Tucker fielded that cleanly. Did a great job keeping hold of it and firing it quickly to first, but just too much speed down the base path. And that is a hit for the Outlaws. And they got a runner on here with no outs.
Yep, so credit Miller with an infield single. We've seen quite a few infield base hits in these games thus far, as now it is Dylan Perry, the first baseman, up to bat. Here's the next pitch. That one is low, ball one. And game-wise, Perry did not play in Game 1 of the doubleheader, but stat-wise so far for him with the bat, right after this next pitch by Jackson, as it's on the way, and in the dirt, 2-0. Runner will advance to second base on it. Davis, though, able to get there to avoid any further damage. And so far for Perry on the year, 5 hits and 27 at-bats. That's good for a 185 batting average, and he has a pair of runs batted in.
Yeah, not too shabby at all for number 27.
And with a base hit, he can get it over the 200 mark. A step at a time, they say. 2-0 count, though. Nobody out. Here's the next pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. He tried going for the long ball, but instead he got the breeze. So 2-1 count. Nobody out. Miller on second base. Jackson takes a check at Perry. Or at Miller, excuse me. Here's the next pitch. Inside, 3-1. So no matter the result here in this at-bat, the next batter will be the catcher, Chris Bayergian. It's a hitter's count here. It's the green light. And from seeing Perry swing the bat, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes for it. But this one's in the dirt. Runner will advance to third. Davis, a little lackadaisical trying to get to the ball, but he's able to get there before another advancement to home. So now runners are at the corners with nobody out, and now it's going to be Bayergian, the catcher.
Bayergian also his first appearance, Norm.
Yes, it is.
Today.
Yeah, Game 1, it was Logan Hutter that was behind the plate.
21 at-bats with 5 hits. That's 238 average. One of them is a double. He also has 6 RBIs and 7 walks on the season to go along with 11 strikeouts.
So from here, that stat line, very productive. As Jackson looking to get himself out of this jam. Bayergian, look at the tie. Here comes a steal. And Davis will just hold on to the ball. Perry with an easy steal a second. Didn't even have to get his uniform dirty. He'll stay clean for right now. So runners now in scoring position with nobody out and a chance to tie this game. Jackson gets his sign from Davis. It comes set. Here's the 1-0. Tucker fields it. He's going to throw to third, and he'll tag out Perry. So he'll take the runner going to first. The tying run does score, though. Bayergian gets on by the fielder's choice, and Tucker a good heads-up play at short.
Yeah, really nice job there after Perry stole the base, and he quickly ran over to the third, but heads-up play by the shortstop, getting at least one out here. And we have a runner now at first, and the game is all tied up at 1 apiece. And along comes Cooney, the right fielder.
Yep, Connor Cooney, he didn't play in Game 1. He bunts, and he lays it beautifully. Bay's just going to let it go, but it's going to be a bunt base hit. Second infield hit of the inning alone for the Outlaws. And now it's going to be the second baseman for Oneonta. And once we get the number, we'll let you know who it is. And it's going to be number 12 for the Outlaws. That is Ryan Martinez.
Ryan Martinez here has a chance to keep things going here and possibly drive in a runner at second, also a runner at first, one out here. The Skunks just hoping to get a double play here and get out of this one with the game all tied up.
Here's the next pitch, and that's high, ball one.
Trying to keep track of Jackson's pitch count. 31 so far.
The only pitch sheets I have are ones that can be copied. Is this one's pop foul? Looks like it's going to go out of play. No, Shaughnessy's going to get there and make the catch. So pop out the first for, I would say, a big out number 2 for Bryce Jackson.
Oh, no doubt. That's a huge fly out there for Martinez. And now we're at the bottom of the order already,
Yes,
the
we
10th
are.
batter, and he's the center fielder.
Yes, he is, and it's number 2 for the Outlaws, and that is Trevor Grebe. He is a southpaw batter. Jackson looking to keep the damage at ones. So far, 1 run on 2 hits in this inning for the Outlaws. Here's a pickoff, but barely getting back in safely is Cooney.
Very close there. Surprised Cooney was taking such a big lead, considering there's a runner on second.
And Grebe, he didn't play in game 1 for the Outlaws as Jackson will throw his next pitch, and it gets off the glove of Davis. The runners will advance another 90 feet. Runners now in scoring position again, second and third, but the good news is for Jackson, he does have 2 outs in his favor.
That does break up the force out, though, Norm.
Very
so
true.
It's going to be a little more difficult to get this out. If we do see a rip, it won't be at any bag. It'll be right to first if it's an infield grounder.
Yep. And Grebe, he's looking for his first hit of the game, though, or of the year. He's 0 for 10. And how about a base hit to give your team the lead to start off your hitting for the Outlaws? Here's the pitch. A good cut at it, but goes to the Skunks bullpen foul. And besides being 0 for 10, he has scored 3 runs. He has walked 4 times. He has struck out 8. So in spite of being hitless, he does have an on-base percentage, which is just as important. Here's the 1-1. That's inside, 2-1.
Yeah, well inside there.
And should Grebe get on base by a walk or a hit, we'd be back to the top of the lineup with Devin Boone, the shortstop.
Runner at third. Davis is going to want to try to keep all the pitchers in front of him here. He's got to do his job as the backstop.
Here's the 2-1. Way inside, 3-1. Almost got him on the knees.
Yeah, it almost got past Davis there, but a good job of reaching across his body to stop that pitch from getting behind him. So a 3-1 to count here, with runners at second and third. 2 outs. Bryce Jackson from Jamestown on the mound for the Skunks, trying to get out of this one after giving up a run.
Here's the 3-1. It's a check swing. Bay, though, gets under it. Throws it to O'Shaughnessy. Beats it by a step. So that concludes 1.5 innings. However, Oneonta does tie the game at 1 each.
Yeah, ground out there, 1 all apiece. We'll be back with inning number 2 in a moment. But first, let's thank some of our sponsors. Another sponsor, Schultz Auto Group. Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks this year is brought to you in part by Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group celebrating over 50 years of serving the community's automotive needs with an excellent customer buying and ownership experience. At Schultz Auto Group, all repair facilities have experienced and factory-trained technicians with state-of-the-art equipment for every automotive need, no matter what engine type, gas, diesel, or electric. The next generation of auto care is already at Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Community Baseball on your community radio station, WRFA LP. For more information, call 1-866-931-2998 or visit schultzauto.com. Norm, that last was a ground out from third to first, right?
Yes,
a 6-3 ground out? I want to make sure
5-3 ground out.
5-3. Thank
Yep,
you.
6 is shortstop.
Get my scorecard updated here.
I do also got it too, my friend, if you need to copy it over.
I don't like cheating. Never have, never will.
It's helping a friend out, Jason. It's not the SATs.
All right, maybe I will, Norm. keep the scorebook handy over here, and I might be peeking over there every once in a while.
Yep, peak. That was actually one of the lifelines you could get on the show, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
No, I am not. I already know the answer to that one.
Jason, don't be so hard on yourself. As the last warm-up pitch by Sandridge is thrown, And he will be facing the middle part of the order, the DH Campus first, and then King and Davis.
Johnny Campus causing a lot of drama last game with a home run that was ruled a catch at first, then overruled as a home run, and then eventually they compromised.
Yeah, they did a great compromise.
And it became a ground rule double.
Yep, so that'll be forever in Skunks lore, the great compromise. And here's the next pitch by Sandridge. Campus gives this one a good ride to center, but it's going to have too much hang time. And making a nice catch in center, and this time it is a for sure catch. Grebe makes it for the first out. One pitch, one out, and now it's going to be the right fielder, Jordan King.
Yeah, nice job by Grebe out there to get on his horse and chase that one down. He did have to reach over his head to yank it out of the air, so a nice deep drive by Johnny Campus, but just not quite deep enough. He'll get another crack at it a little bit later on. In the meantime, King stepping up to the plate, the right fielder for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks.
He did play in game 1 of the doubleheader, too.
Yes, he did.
He went 1 for 2. He walked and had a double, scored a run as well. Here's Sandridge's next pitch, and that's inside, ball 1. Again, Jamestown looking for a 2-game sweep of this doubleheader. They took game 1 9-8, foul ball, strike 1, it goes to the concourse.
Should mention this is an intra-divisional game as well.
Is.
Now the record for the Oneonta Outlaws is 6-9 on the season. And Jamestown, with that win in the first game, now is in double digits with wins. They're now 10-6 on the season.
And here's the next pitch by Sandridge. Swung on it, missed, strike 2.
Really nice heat there by the pitcher, Sandridge. Getting King to swing a little too soon.
And he's ahead in the count, 1-2. He's looking for his second strikeout of the game. He did strike out O'Shaughnessy in the first, but the next pitch hits the dirt. Count goes even at 2s.
Boy, such a beautiful night, especially with it cooling down. I thought there'd be more fans here. Still a decent turnout. Maybe they're saving all their baseball time for Friday night when they have fireworks following the game.
That's what I'm thinking too. But here's the 2-2. Swung on, and that's going to drop into left center for a base hit. So give King a single on that one. Now it will be the catcher. That's the fact, Jack Davis. Davis, he was a defensive substitute in the 5th inning of game 1 as a first baseman. Again, McGee had a double. He was the starting first baseman for game 1. Martinez pitch ran for him, and because Martinez is always in the outfield, they put Davis on at first as a defensive substitute.
King, meanwhile, on first, taking a moderate leadoff with one out.
Yep, he did have a steal in game 1. He stole third. So 1 runner on, 1 out. King is the runner on first. Score tied here at 1. Next pickoff attempt. King almost lost his balance trying to get back to the plate, but he gets back there safely.
Yeah, that was pretty close, but he was able to get back safely. I think Oneonta's catching on to Jamestown's strategy of aggressive base running when they get a runner on, because they've been paying a lot more and more attention to runners as we progress through today.
Yeah, they're starting to catch on to it a little bit as the next pitch is called outside for ball 1. So 1-0 count, King on first. And here comes the next pitch by Sandridge. Swung on, that's gonna drop into center for a base hit. And King's gonna try and go for third. Davis will hang tight at first. Runners at the corners, just 1 out. And back Jack, do it again. A big single to advance King 180 feet. And now it's going to be the extra hitter, the moose of Rocky and Bullwinkle, Kane McGee.
Back-to-back hits, thanks to Jack. And now a runner 90 feet away from the Skunks retaking the lead. It's 1-1 right now, but with 1 out, it's a promising sign with McGee at the plate. He can definitely drive one. We saw that last game when he hit it all the way to the wall in right field.
And this one is going to be fouled off for strike 1. Yeah, in his first at-bats, I saw it personally. In spite of a couple strikeouts, he can crush the baseball. He hit a towering double in the first game. like you said. Davis off to a good lead at first base. King hanging tight near the bag at third. Here's the pitch. Off speed, but it's high, 1-1. Opportunity here for McGee to give Jamestown back the lead. Sandridge taking a long time to make a decision. He gets the sign he wants from Bayergian. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again, going to the bleachers on the left side. Strike two. So 1-2 count, only one out. Sandridge again, wanting that right sign as McGee gets back into the box. McGee, a southpaw hitter. Taking a few little understrokes of his shillelagh. And here's the 1-2. Hard the plate, caught looking, strike three. You'd rather be struck out swinging than for looking. And McGee, I think the look on his face is like, I want that one back. But for Sandridge, that's an important out. Number two is now what it'll be. Royce Frazier, the second baseman.
Yeah, Royce Frazier, I'm really impressed with his base running when he gets on base, too. You know, relatively newcomer to the Skunks. He definitely hasn't been seen a lot. I think he only finally got his first appearance and first hit today at Dietrich Park, but
yep,
looking pretty good today. We'll see if he can keep it up with two runners on board and one of them on third.
Next pitch on the way is called ball one, as it was low. And in game one for Frazier, had an RBI and a pair of singles and 2 runs scored for himself. So very productive game one. He'll look to have a strong follow-up of game two of this doubleheader. Here's the pitch. That one's in the dirt, but a good job by Bayergian to block the ball. So count is now 2-0 in favor of Frazier. Sandridge gets the sign he wants and comes set at the belt. King on third, Davis at first, and that's low, 3-0. And should Frazier get walked, the next batter up would be Mark Tucker, the shortstop. Looking to avoid a 4-pitch walk. And here's a pickoff, but back in safely is Davis.
Trying to skip out and even worrying about whether or not he's going to walk with a pickoff there, but
right.
Davis quickly back on first base. Meanwhile, King with a very conservative leadoff on third. Here's an inside pitch for ball number 4, so it is 4 balls in a row, Norm, and now the bases are loaded. Bryce Frazier advancing to first on the walk, and Davis now on second. King remains at third, and Mark Tucker, the shortstop, left-handed hitter, now has a chance of driving in a run here.
Yes,
either
he does.
by a hit or even by a walk. And the way the pitching has been, he might want to see if he can't force a few balls here and see what happens.
Yep. Wade's been, well, I'll wait for the next pitch as it hit the heart of the plate for strike one. It was kind of like a combination of some of those pitchers that have had trouble in their careers with the walk to strikeouts. Like you and I talked about during a break, guys like Charlie Huff, Bobby Witt, maybe R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer Tim Wakefield. But here's the 0-1 pitch on the way for Sandridge. Swung on it, missed, strike two.
Quickly down in the count, 2 strikes and no balls.
He wanted to hit that grand salami, but he got left with just a stale piece of rye bread.
Tucker came in today with a .229 average with 5 RBI. He has a chance to add to that right here.
Here's the pitch. That's outside, 1-2. So he will see another pitch in this at-bat. One-two count. Sandridge is ahead on this, so not too much of a panic mode, and plus runners force out at any base. Swing and a miss, strike three. So Sandridge gets out of that bases-loaded situation, and we're still tied at 1.
Yeah, his 3rd strikeout of the game, an important one there to end the second inning. We'll be back with inning number 3. The score, as Norm noted, all tied up 1 apiece right here on WRFA.
I think we have a 50-50 lead. Ticket number, Christian. Give us the
And we're about to start the top of the third inning momentarily here between your Jamestown Tarp Skunks and the Oneonta Outlaws in Game 2 of this doubleheader. And it's the end of the night early on for Bryce Jackson. It will be Derek Benzinger on the rubber now for the Skunks. He's seen quite a bit of action for Jamestown pitching-wise here in Dietrich. And he was one of the pitchers that was on in that 6-5 loss versus Elmira earlier this week.
Yeah, Benzinger. And, Jackson, obviously, he leaves after 36 pitches in this game and 1 pitch last game to get the save, so 37 on the day. And after 2 innings of work, he leaves the game with no chance for a win, so there goes that very rare feat of getting a save and a win on the exact same day. I figured it probably wouldn't be able to happen anyway, just because he probably wouldn't go that long to qualify for a win, even if things were working in their favor. But no decision day for him because it is 1-1, all tied up here, and Benzinger now coming in. He's, speaking of Swiss Army knives, is truly a utility player because not only does he pitch, but he also fields as well. He's got a 286 batting average to go along with a 397 ERA. Not too shabby on either side, whether throwing or hitting.
And how many at-bats does Benzinger have? I'm only curious.
He had 7 at-bats.
2 hits.
2 hits.
And
11 and 1/3 inning pitch, by the way. Giving up 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 5 walks, and 14 strikeouts. Not too shabby. That's tied for 3rd on the team.
Yep, and this will be his second appearance where it's not a start, as he's going to be facing off against the top 3, Boone, Dizzo, and Hammer.
Boone grounded out for 3 to start off the first inning.
Here's his first pitch, and it's inside ball 1. And in case you're wondering what I was doing, writing on a piece of paper in the last half, I created a mock version of a cheat sheet that we use for the...
Oh, yeah. We got plenty more of them in our folder somewhere around here.
I wasn't sure if there was any more in the folder. I know those were the last 2 we had for Game 1, so I figured I might as well draw one up. But counts 1-1. It's dead even. And here comes Benzinger's next pitch on the way. That's way outside and hits off the glove of Davis. Thankfully for him, though, no runners on. And the count goes 2-1, or 3-0, excuse me. Bit of a mishap on the scoreboard. So counts 3-0, nobody out. Boone looking to get on base. Here's the 3-0. And walked on 4 pitches to start the inning is Boone. And coming up next, who was also walked in his first at-bat, but left behind at 3rd, Mario Dizzo. Dizzo got on by a walk, and then he advanced to second base on a wild pitch by Jackson. Off to a big lead, though, is Boone. Usually the leadoff guys are known for their speed. Here's the pickoff, and he's safe. And like Korn, he's got a quick pickoff for being a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, taking a look at Delvin Boone, he does have 6 stolen bases to lead the team. So he is definitely somebody who can move, and he's got a very aggressive leadoff.
Next pitch hits the outside corner for strike 1.
Opts not to steal a base, though. So 0-1 the count here. Benzinger did find the strike zone that time.
Yes, he did. He gets his sign from Davis. Boone off to a big lead off the first base. Here's another pickoff, but back in safely. And again, coaches, they always encourage their players to get those uniforms dirty. That's what our good old friends, like Scotty James, the clubhouse managers, are for. But they're always appreciated.
Yes, indeed.
A big lead again off the bag, and he's playing with fire. Almost shades of Nate Johnson taking that suicide lead, but right now he's not playing piggy in the middle between first and second. Dizzo looking to make it a 2-on and no-out situation for the Outlaws. And another time here, Benzinger keeping a sharp eye on Boone. He gets his sign from Davis. Here's the pitch. And Davis was tempted to throw back to first, but decides to give the ball back to Benzinger.
Yeah, not sure what Boone was doing there. He sort of did a false start toward second there, and he almost was caught in a rundown, but Davis opted not to throw to first. So he remains at first here. Back to the action at the plate.
Now he's going to go. This one's hit the right. This could be a double play. Oh, King makes the catch. He throws the first, but it won't be in time. How about for that diving catch? Give King a platinum glove, a crown, and a scepter.
Yeah, yes, indeed. King doing a great job out there in right field. I thought for sure it was going to drop for a base hit, but he ran up on it, and it seemed like he thought it might have been a base hit because it's like he almost held up momentarily, and then he realized he had a chance for it and lunged forward and made a great diving catch, got on his feet, and had the wherewithal to throw it back to first to at least attempt a double play. It wasn't really close, but still, I give an A for effort for King in the first out here in the top of the second inning. And Jelani Hammer steps up. He struck out back in the first inning against Bryce Jackson. Here's the first pitch.
Oh, now he's going, and the throw's wide. It's going to go to center field, and now Boone's going to head another 90 feet to third base. And from these comparisons, I would say when it comes to trying to nail a runner at second, not to be negative, but Davis, from what we've seen, has had some trouble getting it over there, where Campus and Maglio, they can nail the runner down almost instantaneously.
Yeah, you can tell that he might not play catcher on the regular. Not positive, though. He is a utility player, so they might plug him in anywhere. Maybe he has done a lot of catching, but you're right. It's just there's the pitch that was outside but hit the corner for the strike zone, so that'll be 0-2 the count now with one out and a runner at third. Well, I was saying that you can tell that he doesn't quite have the natural it doesn't look as easy for him to throw to second as it does some of the other pitchers, especially when they're on their knees.
Yep, and another con is he's a lot taller. A swing and a miss, strike three. Hammer, 2 strikeouts on swings and misses in 2 at-bats. And it's going to be Polensky, the DH, up the bat. 6-3 ground out in his first one.
Yeah, and that's how the first inning ended, was the first 4 batters faced. One of them made it on base, but didn't score. And then they were able to get the other outs. We'll see if we get a repeat here. We do have a runner on third right now.
Yes, we do. Here's the next pitch by Benzinger, and that's inside. Almost got the elbow pad of Polensky for ball one.
Yeah, closer to chin action there. I think it came just shoulder height, if not a little bit higher.
And another thing, though, that compared to Davis with Maggio and Campus is Davis is a lot taller. So sometimes getting up with those long legs, it makes it a little more difficult. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Nice off-speed.
Strike 1, excuse me.
Yeah, nice off-speed pitch there. Way ahead of that pitch the batter was with the swing. And that makes the count now 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the second inning.
Oneonta with a chance to take their first lead in either one of these doubleheader games. Here's Benzinger's next pitch on the way. It's a 1-1 count, 2 outs. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Wanted that Munster cheese like you said, but Herman told him to get going. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Benzinger 1 strike away from keeping this a tie game. He gets his sign from Davis and comes set at the belt. Boone at third, and he'll abort. Count still 1-2 though with 2 outs. Here's the next one. It's fouled off, and it looks like it's going to go out of play. Bay chasing it down and can't quite make the catch. E for effort trying to scale that fence, but that would have been a tough one anyway.
Yeah, it would have been a tough one, but it did hit his glove, Norm, so it would have been a spectacular catch had he have been able to hold on to that one. But, yeah, when the fence is in your way and you run into it, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to catch a baseball for certain. Almost had it, though. Nice effort by the third baseman for the Tarp Skunks. In the meantime, back to the action on the mound here. The count is 1-2. We do have 2 outs and a runner on third. It's all knotted up at 1 apiece here in the top of the second inning.
Yeah, and Benzinger gets his sign from Davis, looking to just keep it a 1-1 tie. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, and that's to right field. It has a lot of arc on it. King chasing it down, and he'll make the catch.
At the warning track.
Yes, he did. It had the arch like Jamal Crawford's three-pointer, but goes right in the glove of King, and we're still tied at ones.
So another runner left on base for the Outlaws, all tied up at 1 apiece. And we'll remind you that support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunk baseball is brought to you in part by the Reginald A. Center for the Arts. Reginald A. Center for the Arts, located in the heart of downtown Jamestown at 116 East 3rd Street. It's the broadcast license holder of WRFA. More than just a theater, the Reg offers comprehensive programming that inspires, educates, and empowers the community. Reginald A. also offers rentals of its facilities to the public, providing spaces for small groups or hundreds of attendees. Rental arrangements can be made for parties, receptions, meetings, retreats, and live concerts and performances. The popular Movies at the Reg series is also available twice a week, offering a safe and comfortable environment for patrons to watch a wide variety of films, with food and beverages also available. For more information, you can visit reginalda.com or call 716-664-2465.
And with that, we're about to momentarily start the bottom of the second inning with the score still tied at 1, or the bottom of the third, excuse me. The update wasn't quite on the board yet. Sandridge is going to get another inning of work, though, for the Outlaws, and despite giving up that run at the top of the first inning, and he's been in trouble a couple of times, but just like game 1, strong defense by the Outlaws have kept them in this game.
Yes, indeed. Norman, I was just cheating off of your scorebook to find out who scored the one run for the Outlaws. That was Trey Miller, the third baseman. I'm just updating my my scorebook here, so don't mind me. But I was tallying up the number of runners left on base for the Outlaws, and they're up to 4 already through 3 innings. Here we are in the bottom of the third inning.
Yes, we are. And it's going to be the top of the lineup. It's going to be Bay, Martinez, and O'Shaughnessy. Bay started the game off with a bang, hit a leadoff double, and ended up scoring the only run of the game for Jamestown so far. Stole third, then a bad throw on third allowed him to head home. Here's Sandridge's next pitch. Off speed, and that was nasty. Outside corner, strike 1. Again, score tied here at 1 as we're in the bottom of the third inning already. And here comes the next pitch on the way by Sandridge. Swung on, he gives that one a smack, but it goes right into the glove of Grebe for the first out.
Yeah, fly out to center field, and that is quickly 1 away. Now Henry Martinez stepping up, the center fielder. He grounded out his first plate appearance.
Yes, he did. And Martinez looking for his first hit as he'll step into the box. Again, we're tied here at 1s in the bottom of the third inning. Here comes Sandridge's next pitch. Wanted to bunt, but saw it was going low, so he pulls the bat back, and it's a ball.
Our listeners in Jamestown who might be tuning into WRFA to hear some of their favorite music on their favorite community radio station. This is a doubleheader of baseball tonight, so we're going to be here a while. That's why we're still only in the third inning, despite it being past 9 o'clock. There's a pitch. It was a strike with the batter looking.
So count goes even at 1s. And just like the Outlaws score, hit, and error, it's a triple sticks. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out.
With 1 run apiece for both teams, Norm.
And the Outlaws also have 1 hit and 1 error. So
a lot of 1s on the scoreboard
right
now.
It's an octuple stick.
It's an omen for sure, of some sort. Of what kind, I cannot yet determine.
All I know is there's no kid named Damien, so I believe we're safe. Here comes the next pitch. That's outside, 2-1. Martinez taking a quick second as he'll step back into the batter's box. It's a 2-1 count in favor of him. Sandridge getting his sign from Bayergian. And time called by the home plate umpire.
Yeah, actually, I think that was Martinez who has to step out of the box for a moment, so the time was called by the umpire there. And now we're back to the action. Here comes the pitch. It's low and in the dirt for a ball, and that makes the count 2-1.
No, it's a 3-1. Yep, it just wasn't updated in the right time. Not the first time we've dealt with that throughout the young season. Here comes the 3-1 by Sandridge. And that's called ball 4. I was waiting for what the call was going to be, but the case of the walks spreading over into the second game already for Oneonta. This is going to be the second free pass they have given up.
And up steps Patrick O'Shaughnessy as our public address announcer, Jeremy, just let note he struck out in the first inning.
Yes, he did.
No, he got an RBI and a sacrifice fly last game earlier today, but I don't think he's gotten a hit yet today. So
No, he's
he's
not.
due. He's definitely due.
He has been walked twice, though, in the first one. Here's the next pitch. Off speed, hits the inside corner, strike one, and Bayergian going to have a quick word with Sandridge.
Sandridge is built a lot like last year's pitcher, Jack Laird. You know?
Yeah, he is.
Kind of a slight frame, but still has a good mechanics. Has a little bit of filth every now and then that he can pitch. Gets a little nasty out there. Some of his breaking balls. His hat hasn't fallen off, though. That's
Ryan Broderick.
Oh, Broderick is who I'm thinking of, yeah.
Yep, the hat's Broderick. But he made Ferris Bueller his hero as the next pitch is outside, evens the count at ones. So 1-1 count, one out. Martinez on first after getting walked. O'Shaughnessy looking to get his first hit of either game. Here's the pitch. That's inside, 2-1. So he is ahead in the count. 2-1, only one out. Martinez at first. Sandridge takes a quick check at Martinez. Here comes the next pitch, and outside, 3-1. Again, O'Shaughnessy, he makes pitchers work real hard to get him out, and he's on the verge of getting walked for the third time combined in this doubleheader matchup. Sandridge getting his sign from Bayergian. Here's the pitch, runner goes. It's a strike, and he is safe. If it wasn't a double hopped on to short, Martinez probably could have been likely tagged out, but thankfully it took a double bounce, and Martinez steals safely.
Right on, and we've got 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here with a runner now in scoring position. Deep drive into the outfield should advance him, especially with O'Shaughnessy being a left-handed hitter. The ball will probably carry over into the right field if he can get a hold of it. Of course, O'Shaughnessy just wants to get on base, so maybe a walk will do the trick. We'll find out what happens right here with the deal from Sandridge to O'Shaughnessy.
I'm sure, though, he's also hungry for an RBI base hit, even though he does have an RBI in one of the games. Here's the 3-2. That's in the dirt, ball 4. So that's the third time O'Shaughnessy will be walked in this doubleheader, and now it's going to be Brandon Lane, the left fielder.
Brandon Lane flew out to end the first inning out to center field. He did have a very good previous game, which my memory slipped me on, but Norm corrected me. So we'll see if he can continue keeping things going here in this second game. Again, he flew out the first time at the plate in the first inning. Here we are in the bottom of the third.
Here's the next pitch by Sandridge, and it goes behind Lane. And both runners will just go to their respective bases. And the way O'Shaughnessy was just walking there, he could have brought his dog on a leash and taken him for a walk here on this Tuesday night.
Yeah,
Wednesday
you know,
night.
it's a warm night. He's already played a baseball game already. You don't want to expend too much energy. Norm, you take your time. You stroll.
Yep.
Mosey even. Meander.
Mosey on over.
Yes.
Or do the boot scoop boogie, as there is a pitcher warming up in the bullpen as the next pitch is fouled off for a strike. And it looks like it was one of the pitchers that was used in the last game for Oneonta. It looks like it's Aiden Dixon warming up again for the Outlaws. He did see a couple innings of relief in the first game.
Very interesting.
Count 1-1, 1 out. Here's Sandridge's next pitch on the way. Swung on, that is going to drive and run. It goes underneath the glove of the shortstop, Devin Boone. 2 runs are going to score, and they're going to be ruling that an E6. It's already on the board.
Oh, yeah, definitely you have to give that an E6. He was nonchalantly running up on that and hardly was able to get his glove down before it went past him. I think he just figured it was an easy out, Norm,
Yep.
the way he casually rolled up on it. You can't assume anything like that, and now 2 runs have scored, and the Tarp Skunks take the lead 3-1.
Yeah, they do. It's just like that case of, you might as well just cue that cheery theme of Leave It to Beaver. Do. Oops. But here's the next pitch by Sandrich, and that hits the dirt. Lane's taking off, and his speed was just too much. There's no way Bayergian would have gotten it over to second in time. So now another runner in scoring position is Lane, and a base hit by Campus can get him home. He did get an RBI and a sac fly in the first game, and also what you and I have dubbed the great compromise, the long double in game 1. And here's the next pitch by Sandridge. He gives that one a ride, and it's going to drop. Bazil waving Lane home. And here comes a throw going over to the pitcher, and he gets home safely. Campus will get tagged out trying to extend it to a double. However, he gets the job done. He drives in a run, and now it's going to be Jordan King, the right fielder.
Hey, nice job there by the pitcher, Sandridge. Giving up a run, obviously, and a base hit, but he grabbed the cutoff, knew that the play wasn't there at home, and quickly threw it over to second to at least get the second out, Johnny Campus. But that will be ruled a base hit.
Yes, it will.
And an RBI for Johnny Campus.
So he's got an RBI in both games. And King, who had a single in his first at-bat, but he was left at third in the second inning.
So now the bases are cleared, and there's 2 outs.
Next pitch is fouled off and goes over the top of the press box for strike 1. So King taking a quick moment, right-handed hitter. Sandridge looking to just keep the damage as is. Here's the next pitch. Off speed, but outside, 1-1. That old saying in the show, any batter can hit a fastball. You've got to have some off speed too. Sandridge getting his sign come set. Gets it from Bayergian. Here's the pitch. Oh, that was another beautiful off-speed pitch. Hits the heart of the plate for strike 2. Even in spite of the struggles, Sandridge's off-speed, I think it's been superior to the smoke. Here's the 1-2, and that's going to go to third. And, it's bobbled there by Miller. That's going to be an E5. Second error of the inning for the Outlaws.
And it continues here with 2 outs. Jordan King again reaching base safely, this time on an error after getting the base hit back in the second inning. And we're up to the 7th batter in the lineup here, Jack Davis. He got a base hit in the second inning, the catcher. And he has a chance to advance Jordan King on down the line.
And he'll step into the batter's box. King, not a huge lead off of first base. Again, though, in game 1, he did have a stolen base of third. He's taken off again. Here's the pitch. It's called a strike, and Bayergian will just hold on to it. How about a stolen base in both games for Jordan King, besides the crown and the scepter with that catch he had in right field? Now get that man a throne.
Yeah, he's been coming together pretty well here these past couple of games in this doubleheader today.
Going to sneak right by for a second, Mr. Jason, as with those 2 stolen bases that King has, that gives him numbers 4 and 5 on the year, and Davis gives this one a good ride to left, but again, it's that high arch, the high arc that had more animals in it than Noah's Ark, concludes 3 innings, and Jamestown up though 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1. We'll be back with inning number 4 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to very soon start the top of the fourth inning of this 7-inning Game 2 doubleheader between your Skunks and the Outlaws right here on WRFA. Benzinger's going to get another inning of work on the belt for the Skunks.
Yeah, Jamestown has gotten 4 hits so far tonight to the Outlaws' lone one single hit. Also, Jamestown with 4 runs to the Outlaws' 1 hit. Both teams have left 4 runners stranded on base, but Jamestown has definitely capitalized more when they do have runners on the bags, as we saw in that breakout 3rd inning, scoring 3 runs to go along with the 1 run they scored back in the 1st inning. So it's 4-1 right now as we head into the 4th inning. Remember, this is a doubleheader game. This is the Game 2 of the doubleheader, so it's only 7 innings, just like the previous game.
Yes, it is, and the batters Benzinger will face, they are going to be Miller, Perry, and Bayergian. So here comes the next pitch by Benzinger. And ruled that he went around the plate, strike 1. Miller, he hit a single in his first at-bat, and he also scored the team's only run of this game of the doubleheader. This one, it's popped up, and it is in play. O'Shaughnessy chasing it down, and he'll make the catch. So pop out the first to begin the inning, and now it's going to be Dylan Perry, the first baseman.
Yeah, quick out there, and now Dylan Perry steps up. He walked back in the 2nd inning, also stole a base, but was stranded on the base path. And actually, he made the first out in that 2nd inning. And I think it was a fielder's choice.
Yes, it was.
He was tagged out heading to 3rd.
Yes, he was. A good play by Tucker on that one. Here's Benzinger's next pitch. Inside, 1-0. 4 runs on 5 hits for Jamestown and only 1 error. Oneonta 1, 1, and 2. Next pitch. Inside corner, strike 1. So back in the box is Perry. And here comes the next pitch by Benzinger. That one's fouled off and going to the vicinity of the Outlaw bullpen for strike 2. So far, in an inning and a third of work, Benzinger does have 1 strikeout. And he is not allowed to hit, though he has issued a walk. Here comes the next pitch by Benzinger, 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Nice job by Benzinger there. And that's quickly 2 away here. And up steps Chris Balergian, the catcher, who hit that fielder's choice I just mentioned the last time he was up.
Yes, he did. He got left at 3rd.
He did get an RBI, though.
So Bayergian back into the batter's box. Here comes Benzinger's next pitch. And that is high, ball 1.
That was Benzinger's 2nd strikeout, by the way, of the evening.
Yes, it was. All 3 of the strikeouts combined by the team have been swing and misses. Here comes the next pitch by Benzinger. That's outside, 2-0. Yeah, because in game 1, Ethan Duda, the DH, he struck out 3 times, and every time he got caught looking. So Bayergian back in the box and almost in that vicinity of crowding the plate, which means throw me inside, I triple dog dare ya. Benzinger takes a quick moment. Must have had some signs crossed. But he gets the one he wants now from Davis, and here comes the 2-0 by Benzinger. That's inside, 3-0, and should Bayergian get walked, Connor Cooney, the right fielder, is due up. He is on deck right now. Here comes the 3-0 pitch by Benzinger. And even if he would have fully aborted that check swing, it hit the outside corner for strike 1. So there's going to be no 4-pitch walk in this at-bat.
Yeah, it looked like it was right down the middle here. Here comes the 3-1 count with 2 outs. Nobody on. Jamestown up by 3 after a 3-run 3rd inning.
Here's Benzinger's 3-1 delivery. That's outside, ball 4. So now, once again, an alliteration lesson for any English majors. Connor Cooney now up to bat, the right fielder. He hit a single. The only hit of the game No, I beg your pardon.
He is the only hit. Well,
Yeah.
they've got one hit up there, but I got
two.
two hits as well.
Yeah, so-
I've got Trey Miller
I
getting
do
a
too.
hit in the second inning along with
Yep.
Connor Cooney.
Yep, so Cooney's got one of the 2 hits, so it's incorrect on the board. Here's the next pitch. Inside corner, strike 1. So Cooney, southpaw hitter, back in the box. He's got one of the 2 hits for Oneonta, and he got stranded at second in inning number 2. Benzinger gets a sign he wants from Davis, and here comes the 0-1, but first a pickoff, and almost getting him is Benzinger. Jamestown did have a successful pickoff in the first game of the doubleheader.
Norma, it looks like they might have scored one of the hits that we have as an error, as Jamestown has an error up there, but I don't really have any errors on my scorecard here. But I do have 2 hits.
Well, here's a foul ball, strike 2.
We'll get it sorted out.
Yeah, it'll get figured out.
It'll be sorted out in the sports page tomorrow morning.
Yes, it will. And even so, Jamestown fans either listening to the broadcast or watching the live stream, your Skunks are ahead 4-1, and right now they are on the right track to sweeping this doubleheader. 1 strike away from another shutout inning for Benzinger. He gets his sign from Davis. Here comes the 0-2. That's in the dirt. Davis, though, able to track it down, and staying at first is Bayergian. Wanted to try and probably go to the Bellagio to second base. As Cooney steps back into the box. Count 1 and 2, still ahead in the counts, Benzinger. And here comes the 1-2 on the way. Bayergian almost took off, pitches high, and the count goes even at 2s. So 2-2 count, 2 outs. Bayergian looking to get another shutout inning on the board for the Skunks. Another pickoff and almost caught against Bayergian as he gets back safely.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort if you're an Outlaws fan.
Double deuce on the board with the 2 outs making it the triple deuce. 2-2 count. Here's the next pitch by Benzinger. It's fouled off. Count stays the same.
You'll stay alive to see another pitch here.
So 2-2 count again, 2 outs. Jamestown up 4-1. Looking to keep the score the same going into the bottom of the 4th. We're already near the halfway point of game 2 of this doubleheader. Benzinger gets his sign from Davis, comes set. Here's the pitch. Outside, count goes full. And should Cooney get walked, Ryan Martinez, the second baseman, would be up next. He popped out to first in his first at-bat in inning number 2. So full count, 2 outs. Bayergian on first base. And here comes the payoff pitch by Derek Benzinger. Runners going, and that's outside, ball 4.
So back-to-back walks here. Keeps this inning alive with 2 outs. Top of the 4th inning. And the tying run now stepping up to the plate for the Outlaws with a runner at first and second. And number 12, Ryan Martinez, stepping up. He flew out in the second inning to the first baseman.
Benzinger, a bit of a jam here. Runners on first and second, 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Here's the next pitch, and that's in the dirt, ball 1.
Time is called in the field, and Davis will run out there to talk with his pitcher.
From what I see in the Skunk bullpen, there is no action going on at the moment.
No, just a guy in a skunk costume, Norm, and a couple of kids dressed up like pierogies or hot dogs or something.
Pierogies are always delicious.
I think it might be, who does the pierogi race? One of the major league teams does. The Brewers definitely do the sausage race.
I would say, isn't Pittsburgh well known for pierogies?
I think so. I think
it might be the Pirates.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely not pierogies down there. I think they're just good old-fashioned kielbasa's.
Oh, those are always delicious, too, with a little sauerkraut.
You're making me hungry.
1-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 1. And 1-1 count, 2 outs. Still a decent amount of fans, even though we're past 9 o'clock evening time. Benzinger getting the right sign he wants from Davis. Comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Hard to the plate, strike 2.
Up in the count now, 1-2 with 2 outs. Trying to get out of this one here unscathed. So far, so good. They still have to get this final out to end the top of the 4th. 7-inning game again, by the way, because of today's doubleheader.
And here's the 1-2. That's in the dirt. Uh-oh, bit of a jam here. Low throw by Davis, and Bay's going, or no, excuse me, Royce Frazier, he's going to wisely hold on to the ball to avoid any throwing error, keep the runner at third to avoid a possible run scoring.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses, right? Give up a stolen base at third, but keep the other runner in check at first. No double steal, and definitely no errant throws that could lead to an error and a run scored as a result. Focus on the batter. You've already got 2 outs. You got 2 strikes against him. No sense in getting jittery here and trying to make something special happen when you can just go with a simple approach and focus on the batter.
Simplicity is king. Jamestown had that similar situation against Elmira where the mistake proved them costly. Here's the 2-2 that's in the dirt. Davis, though, was able to block it. Count goes full. And should Martinez get walked, Trevor Grebe would be up next. And Benzinger in danger of 3 consecutive walks. Full count, 2 outs. Here comes the next pitch by Benzinger. Runner goes to second. That one's hit the deep left field, chasing it down lane, and it's going to hit off the wall. And 2 runs will score. It'll cut the deficit to 1 run, 4-3. A 2 RBI double by Ryan Martinez, and now it's going to be Trevor Grebe, the center fielder.
Skunks still in the lead, but only by a run now, 4-3. These Oneonta Outlaws are a pesky bunch. We saw that last game when they charged back and made it a one-run game when the Skunks looked like they had a fairly easy win already notched. And again, the Outlaws looking great here in this game. Never saying die. Now down by just a single run with a runner at second. 2 outs.
Main difference, though, it's the top of the 4th. This one's fouled off and hits off the opposite end beside us in the press box for strike 1.
Yeah, I got a little bit of paint chips that came so close falling into my press box here, Norm.
All I know is you should never want to eat some paint chips like Tommy Boy. 0-1 count, 2 outs. Benzinger 1 out away from keeping Jamestown's lead intact in spite of that 2 RBI double by Martinez. Here comes his next pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Tried to go for the moonshot, but instead he stays grounded. 0-2 count, 2 outs. And Campus leading the charge, trying to pump the dugout up. 0-2 count. Here comes Benzinger's next pitch. And that's high, ball 1.
Yeah, just a little too high there. I think Benzinger was hoping it would have been a strike, but just didn't have it low enough here. So we got a 1-2 count with a runner at second.
So 1-2 count. Benzinger is ahead still in the count. 1 strike away from ending the top half of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 in spite of the 2-run double he gave up. Jamestown, though, is still ahead 4-3.
Yeah, that was his 3rd strikeout of the game. And as Norm noted, the Skunks are still up 4-3 here as we head to the bottom of the 4th. We'll thank another sponsor. Support for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks on WRFA Radio is brought to you in part by businesses and listeners just like you. WRFA is a non-commercial, non-profit community radio station that relies on contributions and donations from the listening community to keep our programs on the air. If you appreciate and enjoy this broadcast of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks or any program available on WRFA, consider making a donation of any amount by clicking the donate button at our website, WRFALP.com. It's fast and it's easy. Checks of any amount can also be made out to WRFA Radio and mailed to the radio station at 116 East 3rd Street in Jamestown, New York. That's 14701. Local businesses are also encouraged to sponsor programming on WRFA. To learn more about becoming an underwriter for broadcasts on the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, you can call 716-664-2465, extension 209, or email WRFA@reglanay.com. Underwriting starts at just $100 for 1 month of being recognized on our community radio station. It's that easy. Norm, back to you.
Jason, as always, thank you very much. As Sandridge is going to get another inning of work here for the Outlaws. He's about to throw his final warm-up pitch of the inning. He'll be dealing with the bottom third of the lineup, McGee, Frazier, and Tucker. So McGee, who had his first hit as a Tarp Skunk in the last game, which was a towering double, he'll look for a second hit in this matchup. Struck out in his first at-bat looking.
Kane Moose McGee says that his favorite baseball memory is hitting a grand slam against Notre Dame.
But not
College.
the Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame College, not university.
Yep, Notre Dame College.
But all the same, that had to be a special treat. I can understand why that'd be exciting.
Well, it's a grand salami. Who wouldn't be excited as the next pitch hits the dirt for a ball? While we're waiting, though, some people singing the opening of the Canadian national anthem. Again, McGee is from north of the border as the next pitch is low for a ball.
Ontario native who plays his baseball down at Wesleyan College, Wesleyan University in West Virginia.
So McGee, a southpaw batter. He's a bit of a solar opposite. He bats lefty and throws righty. Did see some action at first in the first game. Here's the next pitch. He gives that one a hack to first, but he'll just keep it himself, telling the Sandridge to hold off. Perry will touch the bag for the out, and now it's going to be Royce Frazier.
Royce Frazier walked in the second and was left stranded. One of 4 base runners left on base so far tonight for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. He'll try to turn things around here and maybe score another run. He had 2 of them scored last game earlier today in the doubleheader.
Indeed, but I do know he wants to have that shade of Kelsey Grammer, the tossed salad and scrambled eggs, even though it's spelled with a Z and not an S. As the first pitch is a ball.
You ever heard the expression beating a horse, Norm?
Yes, I have.
Just checking.
It's always fun, though. Here's the next pitch. Fouled off into the Outlaw dugout.
That one traveled quite a bit, all the way into the back end of the bullpen, way out there off of right field.
So 0-2 count, 1 out. Here comes Sandridge's next pitch. That's going to be a chopper down third, and it's going to go fair.
He can get 2 here. He can get 2. He's gonna get.
He's doing it.
Yeah. It took forever for the left fielder over there to get to the ball, so I figured even though he held up rounding first, he saw that he could easily make it to 2, and we'll give him a double there. Nice job, Royce Frazier, for a double.
That's the second double that's been semi in between the in and outfield, as Bay had one in the first inning to lead it off.
Now Mark Tucker, the shortstop, steps up. He struck out back in the second inning. He has a chance to drive in a run here with Frazier camped out on second.
Here's the next pitch. A bunt attempt, but aborted, ball 1, as it was outside.
Yeah, the catcher feigned a throw to second to try to chase Frazier back, and it worked, but Frazier likes to dance around back there, and we'll see if he does. Here he goes again. Let's see how big of a leadoff he gets.
Next pitch is outside, 2-0. Frazier did have a steal in game 1.
Yeah, you can tell he definitely can move around the base paths.
Sandridge looking to just keep the score as it is. There's only 1 out. A base hit by Tucker could get Frazier home. Here's the pitch, fouled off. Hits the nylon netting of the grandstands to make the count 2-1.
Getting kind of dangerous up here, Norm. It's the second time we've had a ball come within about 7 or 8 feet of us, I guess. That one was really close. But I'm not scared.
Oh, no, if I ended up catching one of them, I would be ecstatic on air. 2-1 count, only 1 out. Frazier, the runner on second. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt, 3-1. And again, this pitching staff for Oneonta has had the case of the free pass.
And Tucker, by the way, is the bottom of the order for the Skunks. So we'll be back up to Cody Bay, who's in the batter's box here as soon as this at-bat is over with.
Sandridge taking a long look at Frazier. Here's the pitch, ball 4. Only takes 5 pitches for Tucker to get walked. And now it's going to be back to the top of the lineup, Cody Bay.
Yeah, Cody Bay had a double in the first inning, scored a run. He also flew out to center field in the third inning. Here we are in the bottom of the fourth inning. He has a chance to drive in one run, maybe even two, with runners at first and second. And obviously there's going to be a meeting at the mound as the coach for the Outlaws comes out to talk to his pitcher, Sandridge, asking him how he's feeling. Do you got enough in you, kid? Can you go another couple of batters here? What do you think? Talking it over, and I think they're going to let him stay in here. I'm sure they're just thinking of a strategy at this point.
I would say maybe a kind of outside or off-speed pitch to where it could induce a ground ball and a possible double play. From first to third, there is a force out possible at any of them.
Yeah, and with one out, all you got to do is turn a double and get out of this one. Remember, the score is 4-3. It's the Tarp Skunks leading the Outlaws right now in the bottom of the fourth inning. The Skunks are trying to add to that lead with runners at first and second with just one out. And they're back to the top of the lineup with Cody Bay stepping up to bat right-handed here in this at-bat. He has a chance to add a run or two if he can make connection.
Yeah, and Tucker's got just as good speed, too. Not sure what his base stealing numbers are this season, but last year he did have 13. That was good for second on the team behind Hayden Hunt. Here's the pitch inside. Almost got Bay at the knees, 1-0. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Bay looking to extend Jamestown's lead to at least another run. He does lead the team in RBIs as well. He has 8. Here's the pitch. Off speed, but it's high, 2-0. So Bay taking a moment out of the box. Now he steps back in. Getting the sign is Sandridge. And here comes the 2-0 pitch. Off speed inside 3-0 from my view. I thought that could have been a strike.
That looked like a strike to me too, but not complaining by any means.
Oh, no. Even though we're technically doing this for the Skunks, we also got to call it both ways, give credit where credit's due and all that. But should Bay get walked, the next batter would be Henry Martinez. That hits the heart of the plate, strike 1.
Well, technically, Norm, we're doing this for internship and education. Just happens to be taking place in Jamestown. It just happens to be in front of the Skunks. All the games we do. And we're happy to be calling skunk games.
Of course. Or like Street Fighter, of course. 3-1, swing and a miss. Full count.
That was a very nice cut, but it does bring up a full count, as Norm notes.
He wanted that 3-run moonshot, but he gets stuck in the cement on that one. It's a full count, 1 out. We have the final countdown on the board, a 3-2-1. As here's the full count pitch. Swung on, foul beyond the Skunk dugout. So the count stays full as Martinez patiently waits to come up the bat. Bay looking to extend the lead back to 2 runs for Jamestown. 4-3 to score in favor of the Skunks. They have yet to be behind in either one of these doubleheaders of this game, respectively. Here's another 3-2 by Sandridge. He's taking a check at Frazier. Fouled off again to the grandstands. Count again full.
Really nice duel going on right here between Sandridge and Bay.
So we're about to get take 3 on the full count pitch. It's going to come down to who has enough gas left in this at-bat. The pitcher or the batter. More often than not, it's usually the pitcher that wins this battle. And here comes a full counter as Sandridge takes a check at Frazier in second. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt, ball 4. Bases will get juiced up, and now it's going to be Martinez, the center fielder.
Yeah, the second walk of the inning for Sandridge to go along with a double being given up, and all 3 of them are now on base, and we're waiting to see if they can get driven in. Henry Martinez stepping up. He walked back in the 3rd inning and scored a run, and he grounded out in the 1st inning.
So a base hit can possibly put 2 runs on the board for Jamestown. Bases are loaded, only 1 out, and now it's a force out at any base. So if it's a grounder that's short enough, you can always just touch home plate or toss it to your catcher. Here's the next pitch by Sandridge. Inside corner, strike 1.
Martinez just 2 RBIs right now, but a solid knock could really double that if he's able to make connection. But as you noted, 0-1 count right now. Martinez batting left-handed.
And here comes the next pitch by Sandridge. Foul tip, strike 2. And before the next pitch, fans, again, we've hit the top of the hour. You're listening to Jamestown Tarp Skunk Baseball on WRFA LP, 107.9 FM in Jamestown, New York. Right now, it's bases loaded, 0-2 count, just 1 out. Martinez looking to at least get a couple of runs in to extend the Skunks' lead.
Yeah, Skunks leading right now 4-3 by the slimmest of margins, but they can add to that with 1 base rip. Bases are juiced.
Yes, they are. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. It goes near the backstop. Heading home is Bay. He'll get there safely. Frazier gets there safely. Runners all advance 90 feet. Jamestown does get a run. They extend their lead back to 2, 5-3. Now runners on second and third with just 1 out, though the count is 1-2.
Yeah, Frazier got the double there in the second at-bat of this inning. It makes his way all the way around the base paths to add to the Tarp Skunk tally of 5 runs to 3 for the Outlaws, and more could be coming here. Let's see what happens.
Here's the next pitch. That's inside, 2-2. And ever since he got Kane McGee to ground to first in the beginning of the inning, here's what's happened over the last 3 at-bats. Frazier's double, and Tucker and Bay each have gotten walked.
Now Tucker and Bay are on third and second base respectively.
And here comes the 2-2 on the way, but timeout called for a moment. Again, it's a case of that 1,000-yard stare. Now back in the box is the lefty Martinez. Here's the 2-2 by Sandridge. Fouled off, count stays the same. So 2-2 count, 1 out, runners in scoring position. So Martinez back in the box. And here's the 2-2. And that's going to go foul. So Martinez making Sandridge work here to get this out. And there is action going on in the bullpen still for the Outlaws.
Yeah, I can't make the number from here, Norm, but my eyes aren't what they're used to be. You might be able to make it out.
Well, if he turns his back, I could get a good view of the number, but right now he's standing forward. But right now counts 2-2, just 1 out. Martinez looking to break the barrel of monkeys open. Here's the pitch. Inside and high, full count.
So now Sandwich risks walking the 3rd consecutive batter in Henry Martinez. He already walked Tucker and Frazier. Tucker and Bay. Frazier, of course, got that double and just scored a run.
Full count pitch, foul tipped, caught by the catcher. And when he catches it with 2 strikes, it is an out. So a big out number 2 there for Sandridge, and now it's going to be Patrick O'Shaughnessy.
Patrick O'Shaughnessy. He knows how to drive the ball deep. He is stepping up to the left-hand side of the plate. Runners at second and third. And the Pew crew loves their Patrick O'Shaughnessy, his 2nd year here with the Jamestown Tarp Skunks.
Yes, indeed, and I was told yesterday by one of the members that they were going to be at both games, and a couple of them are also listening to the radio broadcast right now as the next pitch hits the heart of the plate for strike 1.
A couple of O'Shaughnessy family members?
No, the Pew crew.
Oh, the Pew crew. Yeah. Well, I hear them out there every, they've been here as long as we have.
They love their Skunks.
They've been here since 5 o'clock when the doubleheader started.
That is loyalty. But here's the next pitch by Sandridge. That's in the dirt, but Bayergian able to block it. So counts 1-1. Not quite sure who the pitcher is warming up for the Outlaws. I did get a glimpse at a small one at the number. It looks like it could be Ethan Thompson, number 15. As
That's
this
a
one
deep
hit the
drive.
right field. A good lick by O'Shaughnessy, and it is gone! No, I beg your pardon, it hits off the wall. Excuse me there, but hey, the run scored anyway. 2 RBI double for O'Shaughnessy. From my view, when it hit the white sign, I thought it was gone.
Yeah, that white sign was misleading, Norm. I was kind of thinking that myself, but you got to make the call, so all the same, a really nice hit by Patrick O'Shaughnessy with a double, and that does drive in 2 more runs, and the score is now 7-3. You talk about breaking open a barrel of monkeys. We just saw it right there. Now up by 4 runs here for ye old Tarp Skunks, and in comes the reliever, just as we suspected, with Sandridge leaving the game after a double by Patrick O'Shaughnessy, scoring Cody Bay as well as Mark Tucker. That is the 3rd run, 2nd and 3rd run scored in this inning.
So, got a better view of the number. It's Albert Vargas, number 4. He's a right-handed pitcher. And the good news for him is he won't have any inherited base runners. And Vargas so far on the mound, this will be his 7th appearance already. He's pitched 5 2/3 innings. He's only allowed 1 run. He's walked 3. He's struck out 8. He's 1-2 on the year, and his ERA is a 1.59.
Nice. He said he doesn't have any inherited base runners. O'Shaughnessy's on second, though, right?
Oh, yeah, with the exception of O'Shaughnessy.
Okay.
Because the other 2 scored.
Right.
But even so, O'Shaughnessy at second. Should he score, Sandridge will be charged with that run.
Right.
So back-to-back 3-run innings here for Jamestown, and starting to come alive more in the middle part. They usually have been in the later part of the ball game, like they did in game 1 of this doubleheader. And Vargas almost getting a case of the Broderick there with the hat nearly popping off his head.
Right-handed pitcher. He's got some heat. I can see how his ERA is relatively low.
I would predict with that heater he's got, if we had it on the gun, I'd say it's about roughly 96. Because it's so fast, his hat's nearly popping off his head. Well, you know what's funny? He's number 4, and that was also Ryan Broderick's number. He was known for that hat nearly popping off his head.
Yeah, Broderick did lose his hat quite a few times, if I'm not mistaken.
Every other pitch almost. His is coming off his head, but it might also be the luscious head of hair, too.
Yeah, that could be working both ways, making the cap a little loose, but also helping to keep it from totally falling off after every pitch.
All I know is if there were to be a line drive, God forbid it blocks his vision when the hat rotates. Because
I'm sure he's thought of that. But, yeah, you know, it doesn't seem to want to get a smaller cap size. Continuing his warm-ups here, and he does have some good speed. He'll probably get another pitch or 2. Patrick O'Shaughnessy just taking a squat on second base over there, just relaxing a little bit after that nice near home run. He wants so much to get a home run. Remember last year when we interviewed him, you know, his highlight was running the home run derby in high school. And I asked him, how many home runs do you hope to get this year? And he was like, you know, be happy to get 5 or 10.
Well, that's a rarity in this ballpark.
Yeah, it's very not a hitter's ballpark by any means. A lot of green out there.
Yeah, there is.
342 down the right field line.
414 at center.
And 325 down the left. So
that's taller than Yankee Stadium.
But yeah.
Because Yankees one is 314. And from what I have heard, this is when it comes to all that length, it's the biggest ballpark by any team in the PGCBL.
Surface area-wise.
Yes.
No kidding. A lot of ground to cover out there, that's for sure.
Here's Vargas, his first pitch. That's pop foul.
Has a chance.
Yeah, it's in play, but it bounces off the dirt and into the bleachers for strike 1.
Yeah, too much stuff over there in that area of the field near the dugout with chairs and water coolers and players scrambling. I think the first baseman just didn't quite trust that area too much to make a full go at it, so he let it drop instead, and that does give Lane new life here. He reached base on an error in the 3rd inning and ended up scoring, and he flew out back in the 1st inning.
Here comes Vargas taking a check at second. Here's the next pitch, outside corner, strike 2.
Vargas has a quick release. really a big, huge windup or anything.
He's ahead in the count, though, 0-2. Here's Vargas' next pitch. He's got such a quick release between the start of his kick of his leg to his throw.
Yeah, like I said, he's
Probably the quickest I've seen.
he gets rid of it in a hurry.
Again, Vargas, a right-handed pitcher, set at the rubber. O'Shaughnessy at second after his towering 2 RBI double. Here's the pitch. That's high. Count goes even. 2-2. So Vargas back on the rubber. He's got the triple deuces on the board. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Jamestown already with 3 runs in this inning for the second straight one. And here's the next pitch on the way by Vargas, taking a check at O'Shaughnessy. Swung on, and that is a high one to center field. It goes right into the glove of Grebe. That does conclude 4, but Jamestown adds 3 runs to their lead.
Yeah, 3 runs to the lead, and the score is now 7-3. The Jamestown Tarp Skunks leading the Oneonta Outlaws. We'll be back with inning number 5 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the top of the 5th inning of Skunks baseball right here on WRFA. Jamestown added 3 more runs to their lead in the bottom of inning number 4. They're ahead 7-3, and they've got the 7-7, 7 runs and 7 hits as the Skunks look to take both games of this doubleheader.
Yeah, so far firing on all cylinders. 2 consecutive innings of 3 runs to go along with the 1 run they scored back in the first inning. They're up 7-3, but we've seen them with a substantial lead before against this Oneonta Outlaws just earlier today, as a matter of fact. And the Outlaws found a way to battle back. We'll see what happens here as we begin the 5th frame of 7.
And it's the top of the lineup. It's going to be Boone, Dizzo, and Hammer. Here's the next pitch by Benzinger. It's going to be a chopper, goes right to Tucker, and it hits off his glove. So Boone will get to first base safely, and we'll have to wait and see what that's going to be labeled as.
Yeah, the last time I think we called one of them a hit, and they did give it a hit, Norm, and rightfully so as far as I'm concerned. That would have been a tough one to handle. Had he even handled it cleanly to get it out and make it the throw in time would have been difficult. So Mario Dizzo steps up. He walked in the first inning and flew out to right field in the 3rd.
Next pitch is inside, ball 1.
5 runners stranded so far is the story for the Outlaws. And that's really hasn't helped them out any throughout today.
Benzinger takes a check at first base. Here's the pickoff, but Boone gets back in safely. Benzinger back on the rubber. It's a 1-0 count, and Dizzo at the plate. Gets his sign from Davis, and here comes the pitch. Boone's going, and that's going to be off the glove of Tucker. But he will get the out, though, at first, so able to rebound quickly to at least get 1 out.
Yeah, good recovery by the shortstop there to get the 1 out. The runner did advance to second, and, obviously you can't predict what's going to happen until the ball leaves the bat, and so he had to act on instinct there and thought he probably could be able to scoop that ball up, step on second, and make a quick throw over to first, but I think he got ahead of himself and lost control of the ball. But good recovery to pick it up and make the throw over to first, at least for 1 out, and that is one away here. And now Jelani Hammer steps up. He's trying to avoid being struck out for a third consecutive plate appearance.
Eddie swings and misses on the first pitch he sees in this at-bat for a strike.
That's a inauspicious start, as they say.
Benzinger getting the sign he wants from campus, and he's got it. And here's the pitch. No, pickoff attempt, but aborted. So back in the box is Hammer. Taking a check at second. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt, and Boone's going to advance to third. Davis having a little bit of trouble with some of these pitches that are hitting the dirt.
This is the second time that Boone has found himself on third. He did it in the third inning as well as the leadoff hitter of that inning, and he never got across the plate. One of those 5 runners that I said was left on the bag throughout this game so far for the Outlaws. We'll see if he can finally cross home plate this time around.
Here's the pitch, and that's in the dirt again. Davis, though, able to get to it in time. 2-1 count.
Action maybe in the bullpen. A lot of them milling around back there, but I can't
it's looking like a congregation.
I do see somebody who's being blocked by the the light tower, so I can't necessarily see who's out there warming up. But we'll find out eventually.
Yeah, we'll find out one way or another. 2-1 count, 1 out, and next pitch on the way for Benzinger. Fouled off. Count goes even at 2s. So Benzinger looking to get the second out. Trying to figure out who's in the bullpen, but we'll have that figured out momentarily. But right now it's a 2-2 count here for Hammer with only 1 out, Boone at third. And getting his sign is Benzinger, and here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bang, bang, Maxwell Silver Hammer leads to a third strikeout. Heading home, though. Boone caught Jamestown napping on that one. So, in spite of the strikeout, the Outlaws do get a run, making it 7-4.
Hammer striking out for the third time, but you're right. Boone is able to finally cross home to score a run, cutting into that Tarp Skunk lead. 7-3 the score now, and stepping up to the plate is Henry Polensky, the designated hitter. Grounded out in the first inning and flew out in the second. 0 for 2 on the day so far.
So 7-4 now the score. Here's Benzinger's next pitch. Inside, 1-0. From taking a quick gander who is in there, one of the guys I believe I saw was Patrick DeMarco, number 21. But here's the next pitch by Benzinger, who's outside 2-0. Also, there was another player in the I also believe I saw Nathan Smith around the far right in the bullpen. But here comes the next pitch by Benzinger. The count's 2-0, 2 outs. And here's the pitch. That's high, 3-0. And should Polensky get walked, Trey Miller would be next up, the third baseman. So count 3-0, 2 outs. Here's the next pitch by Benzinger. Outside, ball 4. Walked on 4 pitches is Polensky.
That is the third walk given up by Benzinger to go along with his 1, 2, 3 strikeouts. So 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. Actually, 4 strikeouts because he came in the third inning, right?
He came in in the third, yep. But next pitch was low for ball 1. So 1-0 count, runner on first. Benzinger looking to keep the score 7-4. Here's the pitch. That one's hit loud into left field for a base hit. It does get fielded by Lane. Runners will go station to station. And now it's going to be Dylan Perry, the first baseman.
Yeah, Trey Miller now 2 for 3 on the night with another base hit to go along with the one he had in the second inning. Dylan Perry walked in the second inning and struck out in the fourth inning. And now we have a meeting of the mines
Pitching
on the
change.
mound.
So it's going to be a call to the bullpen here, and it's definitely a number in the 20s from taking a look at the jersey. So we'll just wait and see who it is. Again, sometimes the double-digit numbers on the Skunks uniforms with those white jerseys, the tail does block the back end. And we're still waiting here for a moment as there's a conference between the new pitcher, Davis, and the pitching coach, Coach Powell. Jamestown still ahead, though, 7-4.
Yeah, 7-4. There are runners, though, on the base. So Jamestown up by 3 runs. The tying run coming up to the plate in Dylan Perry. That looks like number 12,
Yep,
right?
number 12. Okay, so number 12, that is Nate Johnson. So Johnson, who played in the first game of the doubleheader, he was a third baseman for it. He's going to be pitching here in this game for the Skunks, and
Yeah, has he? I think the question is, has he pitched yet this
yes,
season?
he has.
Nate Johnson, 2 game appearances, 5 innings total, only given up 1 hit, 2 runs, however. None of them were earned, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. And he has a 0 ERA at this point.
There have been some good pitchers, though, who did well in their careers, but they at times had more walks than strikeouts. And we were kind of talking about one of the things earlier, and one of them, former closer for the Angels in the 80s and the Giants, Greg Minton, he had more walks than strikeouts in his career. And Wild Thing was near there, too. The guy that gave up the homer to Joe Carter in the World Series.
Yeah, if you can just jam batters time after time, there's no need to strike them out when they can't really,
Right.
There was, I think Bob Walk from the Pirates was also known for not getting a lot of strikeouts, but still having a low ERA. And
Yeah.
a lot of it had to do with throwing a lot of junk, making it hard to hit.
And if I'm correct, I do believe he won a Cy Young Award, too.
Not with the Pirates. I know Doug Drabeck did. But he was with the
Yeah.
Pirates at the same time Drabeck was there.
Yep. And
Of course, I'm going back to the heyday when I was a kid, and that
it's
was
always
only
good to talk about stuff like that, though.
that was only 30 years ago.
Yep. And you and I had a
Not
conversation.
much has happened since then. There are a couple of wild card appearances, which was nice,
Yep.
nearly a decade ago.
And we even had a conversation after one of the games where Jose Lynn had that error. Drabeck was the starter in that game for Pittsburgh. And the batter was little known Francisco Cabrera. That was his 15 minutes of fame. But right now it's going to be Dylan Perry up the bat. So Nate Johnson seeing his first action in Dietrich as a pitcher. He gets the sign he wants from Davis, takes a check at second. Here's the pitch. That's low, ball 1.
So 2 outs right now, and Johnson just trying to get this final out and getting out of the jam. The Outlaws, meanwhile, trying to tie it up, and the tying run is at the plate at this point.
It's a 1-0 count, 2 outs. Here comes Johnson's next pitch. That's inside and low, 2-0.
Dylan Perry, 0 for 1 on the day, also walked back in the second inning, back when Bryce Jackson started the game. Struck out in the 4th inning.
So far, a 2-0 count, 2 outs. Johnson looking to put an end to the top of the 5th inning and keep the lead intact for the Skunks. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Perry wanted to go for that game-tying 3-run moonshot, but the ship didn't even start to do the countdown. Johnson, gets his sign. Here's the pitch. That's inside, 3-1. And should Perry get walked, that would load the bases, and Chris Bayergian would be up next, the catcher. He did score a run in his last at-bat in the 4th, and he ended up scoring 1 of the 2 runs. And that pitch is high, ball 4. Perry gets the base on balls, and now it's going to be Bayergian, the catcher.
So the bases are now loaded. Tying run on first, along with runners at second and third, and Chris Balergian, the catcher, who is 0 for 1. Fielder's choice in the second inning, walked in the fourth inning, up to the plate. He represents the go-ahead run.
Here's the next pitch by Johnson, and hard to the plate, strike one.
Skunks with the lead, but in a bit of a jam right now. Bases loaded, up 7-4 here in the top of the fifth inning of a 7-inning affair.
And here's the next pitch by Johnson. That's in the dirt, 1-1. So far, 5 of the first 7 pitches Johnson has thrown have been balls. Baergian looking to get a base hit to at least cut the deficit down to 2 or even 1. Here's the pitch. He gives that one a good hit. And off the glove of Tucker, having a case of the bouncy ball in this inning. 2 runs are going to score. The lead is cut down to 1 run again, 7-6. And Baergian drives in 2 with that base hit.
Yeah, 2-run base hit, and that is how they are scoring it. It came in hot to the shortstop there, and he had a hard time fielding it cleanly, and it bounced over his glove and into the outfield. And so now, just like that, we have a 1-run ball game. Seem familiar, Norm?
Yeah, it does, and those 2 runs will be charged to Benzinger, as it's going to be Cooney, the right fielder, up to bat.
Cooner got a base hit in the second inning and walked in the fourth inning, so he's 1 for 1 with a walk and also a run scored.
Next pitch hits the heart of the plate for strike 1. And Nate Johnson, again, a Southwestern ball player, and he was also a really good football player for the team, too. Here's the next pitch, and that's inside for a ball. Yeah, the name just got recharged in my head. It just took me a little bit. Sometimes that's what happens in a long night. But Johnson gets his sign, comes set. Here comes the 1-1. That's a good ride. That's going to drop. And is this going to go for a tie? No! Third base coach saying, let's hold off. Johnson gets the ball back, and he'll wisely say, let's go station to station. Second straight base hit that has been given up by Johnson, and now it's going to be Martinez, who had a 2 RBI double in his last at-bat.
Yeah, Connor Cooney with a base hit, so bases are now loaded. Still down by a run, though, and 2 outs. The Skunks can get out of this one with an out before another runner crosses home plate. Martinez, here's the deal. And it almost, it did hit him. It did hit him, so he'll take his base, and that will tie the game. Hit by a pitch.
That's going to tie it up here at 7, and the 4th run of the inning for the Outlaws, and this is the first time that we've even had a tie in either one of these games, with the exception of it being 0-0. So a base hit can give Oneonta their first lead of either one of these games.
It was tied in the second inning, 1-1.
Oh, yes, it was too.
Otherwise, you are correct.
It's forgivable.
Certainly. Certainly. You've done worse things, Norm.
Haven't we all? But, again,
Here's the deal.
Martinez up the bat. Here's the pitch. That's inside, ball 1. Pew crew getting loud a little bit, but from my vantage point, it was the right call.
Yeah, they're a little angry with that called ball, but...
Well, here comes the next pitch by Johnson. Swung on, and that's going to get fielded by Tucker. He'll toss it over in time to Frazier, but the damage is done here by Oneonta. 4 runs, and we're tied at 7.
Yeah, tied at all 7 apiece against Oneonta, and we will thank another one of our sponsors. Support for WRFA's coverage of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks in 2022 is brought to you in part by Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group celebrating over 50 years of serving the community's automotive needs with an excellent customer buying and ownership experience. At Schultz Auto Group, all repair facilities have experienced and factory-trained technicians with state-of-the-art equipment for every automotive need, no matter what engine type, gas, diesel, or electric. The next generation of auto care is already at Schultz Auto Group. Schultz Auto Group, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Community Baseball, on your community radio station, WRFA LP. For more information, call 1-866-931-2998 or simply visit schultzauto.com. Well, Norm, we got a brand new ball game here, and it is the bottom of the 5th inning. So the Skunks still have their time to shine, as it were. But, yeah, a really great inning going through 9 batters of their 10-batter lineup. The Outlaws did in the 5th inning, kind of broke it wide open with 4 runs scored, and it's now tied up at 7 apiece. They also stranded 3 runners, which brings that tally up to 8 so far on the evening. Jamestown with 5 runners left on base, also heading in here to the bottom of the inning.
Yep, and Vargas is going to stay on the mound. He looked pretty solid with those heater pitches that he threw in the last half of the 4th inning, and he'll be dealing with the middle of the order. It's going to be Campus, King, and Davis to start it off. Even though it's been 7-inning games so far, it's been kind of feeling like 9 innings with these 2 games.
Definitely.
So Campus about to come into the box. Getting a break from catcher for this game. He's the designated hitter for this one. He'll step into the box. He had an RBI single in his last at-bat. Well, here comes the pitch, and that's inside ball 1. So 1-0 count on the way here for Vargas. Campus looking to give the Skunks back the lead and start the rally. And that hit him. Got him right in the keister, and he's going to head over to first.
Well, not an easiest way to get on first base, or at least maybe the most painful way, but all the same, he is on first, and that's important. That is the go-ahead run now for the Skunks, and yet again they get a runner on base. That was the story earlier on in that first game, getting a runner on base without any outs just about every inning that they went through. So we've got a hit by pitch here, 1-for-1, and now Jordan King steps up. He got a base hit in the 2nd and reached base on an error in the 3rd.
Here's Vargas' next pitch, and high, ball 1. So from taking a quick look at the bleachers, still an okay amount of fans from what I see, as it's a 1-0 count with nobody out. Campus on first. Here comes Vargas' next pitch. That's low, 2-0.
Yeah, reaching 10:30, one of the later nights we've spent here at Dietrich Park, at least broadcasting the Skunks. We've had a few later ones, though, extra inning games.
Oh, yeah.
Some that have gone past 11 o'clock. I can remember back when the Jammers professional team used to play here, having a game that went all the way past midnight one night in extra innings. A lot of fun that one was.
Here's the 2-0, fouled off, going over the press box for strike 1. So these saying midnight, I would guess that may have gone 13, 14 innings.
Just about. I think there was a delay at some point too, if I'm not mistaken, but it did. I know it went at least 11 innings.
From my experience, whether doing PA for the Jammers or doing this here with you for the Skunks, the longest one I've been on personally was 13 innings. Next pitch is outside, 3-1.
Well, we got 14 innings today, Norm.
But that's 2 games of a doubleheader. It's not
right.
1 with extras.
Yeah.
But it's a 3-1 count. And should King get walked and have it be 2 on and nobody out, the next batter's Jack Davis. He can pop the baseball with his bat. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, count goes full. So it's a full count, nobody out. King in the box again. Campus on first after getting hit by a pitch to start the bottom of the 5th inning. Got hit in the bottom with it, pun entirely intended. Here's the pitch. That's high, ball 4, and Campus will Charlie hustle over to second base.
Yeah, Campus now on second after getting hit by a pitch. King now on first after getting a walk, and Jack Davis, the catcher, stepping up. He got a base hit in the 2nd inning, and he flew out to left field in the 3rd inning.
So with a base hit, Jamestown can reclaim the lead here. Again, we've seen a couple of ties, but Jamestown has not been behind one time in either one of these games. But right now, it's going to be a quick bit of the Conehead family putting the minds together to come up with a way to get through this jam.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, Norm. The meeting on the mound here with the infield coming in to talk with Vargas, the relief pitcher who came in. And I don't think they necessarily plan on pulling him. It appears that, again, they're talking strategy here. Important stage of the game right now, though, in the bottom of the 5th inning. Trying to get out of a jam here.
Yep, and there's action going on in the bullpen right now for Oneonta. It does look like it could either be Aiden Dixon or Ryan Packard. One of those two. And it looks like Vargas is going to stay in the game. And while we're waiting, I think that was also the name of the pitcher that gave up the first home run to Jack Parkman as an Indian.
Vargas?
Yeah. Can always appreciate a baseball film. But we're finally going to get back into action as Davis is going to
Oh, you're talking Major League, the movie,
The
not,
second one.
not the actual.
No,
You and your movie
actual.
references, Norm. You got me thinking baseball, the actual, sport, and not Hollywood.
Well, this one's fouled off. It is in play, but it's going to have too much inertia for
I
a
was like,
strike.
who are those guys Norm's talking about? And then I realized, oh, yeah, it's a movie reference.
I was going to say, Jason, you should know by now that I'm full of stuff like that.
Yeah, but you mix in actual sports, too. So,
I do.
sometimes if I'm not familiar, I guess I just have to take your word for it.
We also can't forget, though, what I call normisms. But Davis is back in the box. 0-1 count after his foul ball. And Perry playing closely, so he's anticipating a bunt. He's around the area O'Shaughnessy usually is when he wants to cover one. Vargas takes a check on campus. Here's the pitch. And that's high. Ball one. So 1-1 count. Nobody out. Davis looking to get a base hit to drive home campus. And here's the pitch. It's a bunt and it's foul. Put a little too much force on it, and also I believe the way he had his bat up high, it altered it to go to foul territory. So Vargas about to get back into the rubber. Davis back in the box. From first to third, it's a force out at any base, so not a terrible situation if you're Vargas on the belt. It's a 1-2 count. Perry getting real tight on the grass. Here's the pitch. And he went around. Strike three. No, and I beg your pardon. It looked like the home plate umpire was going to call strike three on him from my view, but the base umpire says, no. It's going to be a 1-2 count.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to call strike, but did seek second opinion from the umpire in the infield, and he called it no swing. So here we are, 2-2 the count.
Here's
no
next.
outs, runners at first and second.
Next pitch by Vargas, and it's going to go foul. Near the Skunk bullpen, count will stay at 2-2. There's times, though, I do wish the Skunks would have their black jerseys as the home ones, because those are the slickest looking ones out of the bunch.
On a
that they
day
have.
like today, though, when that sun was beating down, Norm, at 5 in the afternoon when it's almost 90 degrees.
Make them see-through. Just put a T-shirt on over, and because when you wear a see-through, actually helps keep you cool. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Vargas, taking a check at campus. Popped up, but it's going to go out of play. It's going to go near the press box, and it takes a bounce on the far end of it, but does not go in any of them, thankfully. Count will stay the same at deuces. Vargas looking for that right pitch to try and strike Davis out. I'd say why not try a waste pitch, throw it outside of the zone, see if he chases. Because Davis is showing he's not afraid to swing the bat. 2-2 count. And here's the next pitch by Vargas. fouled off and over the top of the press box. Count stays the same again. And Kane McGee waiting patiently on deck. He is due next. Next two up are him and Frazier. It's a 2-2 count. Nobody out. Here comes Vargas' next pitch. Here's the windup. Hits the dirt, full count.
So the duel continues here, and every pitch might plant another seed of doubt in the mind of the Outlaws here, and whether or not they can get out of this somewhat difficult jam. But a double play, turning a double play, could definitely help them out immensely. No outs, runners at first and second.
Full count pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. So an important out number one for Vargas, as now it'll be Kane McGee, the extra hitter.
Vargas' second strikeout of the ball game. And now Moose McGee stepping up, the extra hitter. He struck out looking in the second inning and grounded out back in the fourth inning. 0 for 2 on the night. Again, we saw a wonderful hit by McGee back in game number 1 of today's doubleheader. He shows that he has some power, hitting off the nearly the upper wall of right field.
Vargas takes a check at second. That Campus there, and King at first. Here's the next pitch. And McGee hits it foul down first base.
Just about what he did back in the fourth inning.
Except it was not fair.
Right. Just about.
Again, bottom of the fifth inning. We're tied here at 7. Oneonta had a 4-run rally in the top of the fifth to tie this matchup up. So Vargas looking to possibly get a double play. It is still in possible effect. It could go from third to second or second to first. So 2 different options. Just like those 2 for deals at Burger King. Vargas getting the sign he wants from Bayergian. And here's the pitch. Fouled off, and it hits off the pole on the lights for strike 2. He wanted to hit that one back to, like I say, the CN Tower. For any viewers that don't know or any listeners, that is a beautiful spot in Toronto. I had the honor to go on it myself, very high up.
Yeah, it has quite a bit of height there.
Over 5,000 stories.
I wouldn't say 5,000.
Or 500,000, I think. Something around there. Swing and a miss, though, strike 3. It was the only time I went. It was almost 10 years ago. So, but even so, Vargas with back-to-back strikeouts, and now it's going to be Frazier, the second baseman.
At one point, I think the CN Tower was the tallest freestanding structure in the world. I don't know if it still holds that honor, but
Not sure.
I know it's over 130 stories at least. But definitely, I don't think it's over 200 stories. I don't think anything is.
But runners on first and second, 2 outs. Frazier looking to drive in a run. He did have a double and score run as the runners will advance. Now they're in scoring position as the pitch was low for ball 1. So a big chance here for Frazier. Looking for that right sign. He gets the one he wants. And here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Hard of the plate, strike 1. Frazier looked like he was going to swing at it, but decided to hold off and hits the inside corner. Counts even at 1-1, 2 outs. And here comes the next pitch on the way by Vargas. That's in the dirt, 2-1.
1 out away from getting out of a little bit of a jam here with runners in scoring position at second and third. But Vargas has calmed down, striking out the last 2 batters he's faced.
2-1 pitch on the way for Vargas. Fouled off, strike 2.
Nice cut by Frazier there. He did get that double back in the 4th inning and scored a run. Also walked in the 2nd inning. Jamestown with 2 ducks on the pond here.
And they'll look to give them to the bread. So 2-2 count, 2 outs.
I don't think it's safe to feed ducks bread, Norm, just to remind our listeners of that.
Well, I've seen people do it before. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Vargas shakes off the shaky start, and we're going to be tied here after 5.
And that'll do it. Yeah, 3 consecutive strikeouts, and that'll do it for 5 innings. We'll be back with inning number 6 in just a moment right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the top of the 6th inning here of Game 2 of this doubleheader between your Jamestown Tarp Skunks and the Oneonta Outlaws right here on WRFA. We are deadlocked here at 7 as Nate Johnson will get another inning of work on the rubber for these Skunks. He played third base in Game 1, but he is also a pitcher, so he's seeing some work.
Director of Game Day Operations, Jackson Fowler, is up here in the press box with us. We'll be checking in with him throughout the inning to get an update on some special events happening with the Tarp Skunks, including the first fireworks night of the season, and maybe, I think, in Tarp Skunks history happening this Friday. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but first, here comes the deal. Norm, take it away.
All right, so we went through the whole lineup in the last inning as Boone's back up again, and the first pitch to him is a strike on the inside corner. And in that long and winding top of the 5th, Oneonta scored 4 runs. Boone started it off with a single, and he scored a run. Here's the next pitch, inside corner, strike 2. So Johnson already off to work. Ahead in the count, 0-2. So far, Boone 1 for 2. He's grounded out and has hit a single. Here's the pitch. It's outside and in the dirt, ball 1. So Johnson quickly back on the rubber. Boone not really even stepping out of the box. He's ready to go. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopper to short. Fielded there by Tucker, and it's a back throw. And that's another miscue for Tucker. He's had some trouble with that ball in Game 2.
Yeah, you know, it could just be a long day in the heat and everything getting to you, whatever the reason might be. It's fortuitous and good news, I guess, for the Oneonta Outlaws with a runner on first and no outs here. Jackson, thanks for coming up here. We've got a special night coming up on Friday night, and I'll ask you the details after we see this first deal here against the next batter, who is going to be Mario Dizzo, the left fielder, who grounded out the last time at the plate in the 5th inning, also flew out in the 3rd, and he walked in the 1st.
Here's the next pitch by Johnson, and that's hard to the plate for strike 1.
So what's going on Friday night that everyone should know about?
Yeah, so Friday night we have Children's Collaborative Solutions. It's going to be our first fireworks night of the season. Friday night fireworks are back at Dietrich Park, and we're really looking forward to it.
Runner goes. Here's the throw by Davis. It's another bad one. Boone gets his second steal of the game.
So, Children Collaborative Services, this is an opportunity for folks to spend an entire day doing different things around Jamestown with their kids and then bringing them down to the ballpark. Is that kind of the point behind it?
Yeah, yeah. That's from my understanding. That's what we're doing. I know Whiffy will make an appearance down at the ice arena earlier in the day, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have our game here and firework night, celebrate summer for these kids just getting out of school.
That last pitch was a strike. The count now 1-2. There's also other things happening with the Skunks. Free day of baseball, free admission. Is that an IDA promotion?
Yes, that is our IDA buyout that we're doing. We're going to have everyone free admission.
Next pitch, those outside for a 2-2 count. With that, Jason, we'll let you continue on with Mr. Fowler.
What day is that on?
That is on, I believe, the 30th of June.
June, so the end of this month, June 30th, we are going to have a day of free base. How do you make sure you don't fill up the park to capacity? That'd be a good problem to have.
Oh, that'd be a great problem to have, but I think we're going to have a great time.
Super.
Yeah.
Time is called on the field here with a runner at second. Again, it's all tied up 7 apiece with Jamestown hosting the Outlaws in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Going into the late stages here, we've got Jackson Fowler joining us up here in the press box. We'll talk more with Jackson in just a moment, but first, back to the action.
And with that's a 2-2 count. Boone playing a little bit of the foot shuffle, the south side shuffle. Here's the pitch. Inside corner, caught looking, strike 3. And with that, Dizzo gets caught looking. And now it's going to be Jelani Hammer, who, if he strikes out in this at-bat, he's going to have the dreaded golden sombrero.
Yeah, he's already been struck out 3 times, and nobody wants to be struck out once, not twice, definitely not 3, and, of course, nobody wants the golden sombrero that you mention all the time, Norm. There is going to be a meeting on the mound here, and while they do that, we'll continue talking with Jackson. So other promotions that are happening, this fireworks night on Friday that's coming up, that's only the first in a few of them that are scheduled, right? I think there might be 2 or 3 more, or maybe 2 more.
Yeah, there's 2 more after that. I know we have one the 15th, and then the following weekend after that, we have our Christmas in July promotion, which will be good. We will have fireworks then as well.
Oh, excellent. So fireworks means the game start a half an hour later, so as that we can make sure that it's dark out by the time. Of course, if you have double headers like this, Jackson, we won't have to worry about it being light out because a long day for all of us, right?
Oh, yeah, it's been a long day, especially for us down there in the front office.
I can imagine as warm as it was, but you guys are doing a great job. Is there any other promotions or any other information you want to share with our listeners while we have you up here?
Yes, actually. So, including the CCIDA buyout on June 30th, we also, our next game, our next home game after that, July 3rd, is going to be another buyout from Ball Game Heroes, the local card store in town. They decided to buy out since it's their 1-year anniversary.
Ball Game Heroes?
Ball Game Heroes, thank you.
Great card shop.
Great card shop. But yeah, so they're coming down, and we're going to have a buyout night then.
Excellent. So it should be a lot of people packing the ballpark here, and that's good news to get a lot of fans in the stands. Always appreciate talking with you, Jackson. I know we still have to finish this game here, so our listeners online and also at home who are driving around probably want to get to it. Anything else you want to add before we let you get back to what you need to do?
Go Skunks.
Go Skunks indeed. Let's hope it gets stinky.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson Fowler, Game Day Operations. Always appreciate talking with you. We'll do it again throughout the season. In the meantime, we'll see you again on Friday night for fireworks.
All right, we'll see you on Friday.
All right, have a good one, Jackson. Thanks for coming on up here. We appreciate it as always. And with that being said, Norm, where are we at here? We've got 1 out with a count 1-0, right?
Yep, the last pitch was inside and in the dirt, but Davis was able to block it. Boone is still on second base, and Hammer, more looking like the plush toy Hammer, not like a sledgehammer. He has struck out in every at-bat so far. He's already got the hat trick, and no, not the kind of hat trick that Wayne Gretzky was known for. It's a 2-0 count now as the next pitch was low. Oneonta with an opportunity to take their first lead in either one of these games. They have been able to tie Jamestown, but they have not been able to take a lead as of yet. Here's the next pitch, fouled off, 2-1. So 2-1 count, just 1 out. A base hit can give the Outlaws their first lead of the game. And in the batter's box is Hammer. Johnson on the rubber, takes a check at second. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, 3-1.
So we got the hitter's count here. We'll see if Hammer opts to take a swing or That would be pressing his luck for the possible 4th strikeout that you mentioned earlier, or just rest the bat on his shoulder and see if he can't get a walk. Break his streak of strikeouts.
Well, he only has 1 strike, too, as well, so it's not a full count yet. Here's the pitch. That's outside ball 4, so for now, he won't be wearing that sombrero, so he'll take the free pass to first base, and now it's going to be Polensky, the DH.
And Polensky walked back in the 5th inning, and he flew out in the 3rd inning and grounded out in the 1st inning, so he's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
Pitching change.
And now it is time for the pitching change.
Not too sure who it is.
Bug just flew down my shirt, but out it goes. Back out the window. Always a good thing there. And a night like this, you're up high, you get all these bugs flying on. We still don't know who exactly the pitcher is, though, that's coming in.
It's going to be it for Nate Johnson. There is another guy in the bullpen as well, but he's still warming up. Once we get a view of the jersey number, we will let you know who it is. But right now, it's a quick conference between the pitching coach, and it looks like it, and it is. It's number 26, Eddie Galatis. He's a right-hander from North Georgia. It'll be the first game he's pitched in Dietrich since opening game versus the Oilers. And speaking of Galatis so far, stat-wise, he's appeared in 3 other games, 1 start. He's worked 8 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 were earned, 7 walks of 5 strikeouts. He's 1-0. His ERA is a 4.15.
Well, he's in a bit of a jam here with 2 runners on board on first and second with just 1 out. And his team tied up here in the 6th inning. Again, we've got 7 innings of ball to play here, and who knows if it remains scored, it might even go longer. I do want to give a special shout-out while we're doing it to our good friend Gavin Paternity, our engineer back at the studio, who's been engineering and broadcasting these games since, well, we got on the air at 5 o'clock, but I know for a fact he was there earlier than that. So he's putting in a long day as well as the rest of us are. But happier days are coming, Gavin. We'll nothing's on the schedule for tomorrow, right? So get a little bit of a reprieve. He also helped us out last night with our Great American Picnic because he is a local musician, and he volunteered his time for a couple of his bands that he performs with to do their thing. So he and I both have had a long couple of evenings here the past 2 nights, but tomorrow's going to be a walk in the park, as far literally a walk, because I think that's what I'm going to be doing is getting out of work early and just going for a nice walk.
Well, right now it's going to be Henry Polensky, the DH, up the bat. He is 0 for 2. He got walked and scored a run in his last at-bat. That was in the 4th inning. Or no, excuse me. Yeah, the 5th inning. I'm sorry. Runners are going. Here's the double steal. Throw to third, and it's wide. And heading home is going to be Boone, and the Outlaws are going to take their first lead of the game, 8-7. Their first lead in either one of these games, and the throwing woes continuing behind the plate.
Yeah, the stolen base attempt by David Boone. I don't think Davis would have had a chance of getting them, but he pressed his luck and made the throw, and it was a little off target because he rushed it, and it went into the outfield, and that allowed Boone to advance over across home plate. And now for the first time throughout today in the doubleheader, either game, the Outlaws have the lead. Remember, Jamestown did have at one point, they were up 4-1 in this game, and then it was 7-3, and now it's 7-8. 5 unanswered runs scored by the Outlaws.
And over the last inning and a third, a pitch hits the dirt. Davis able to block it. Count goes 2-1, and with that one, with you saying press the luck, Jason, Davis didn't just get a whammy. He got nailed with the double whammy. Bad throw, and the go-ahead run went home. Here comes Gladys' next pitch. That run, though, will be charged to Johnson. Here's the next one. That's wide, 3-1. And should there be a walk or a second out, the next batter up is going to be Trey Miller, the third baseman. He's on deck right now. Gladys gets his sign and comes set at the belt, and here's the pitch. Grounder, the pitcher, he'll take a check at third. He'll throw it over to O'Shaughnessy. So out number 2 is now it's going to be Trey Miller.
Trey Miller got a base hit in the 2nd inning. He popped out in the 4th inning and got a base hit in the 5th inning, so he is 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. He has a chance to drive in a run. Now on third base is Jelani Hunter. But this is 2 outs away, so Jamestown just needs 1 out here to get out of this one and try to bounce back in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, and Jamestown, they've been a team more often than not to get it done in the later part of the innings. And it's only a 1-run deficit, but here comes the next pitch by Galatis. He's ahead 0-1. This one's going to go right into the glove of Frazier for the 3rd out. However, that throw by Davis that went wide gives Oneonta the lead 8-7 after 6.
Yeah, 1 runner left on base, but as Norm indicated, the score is 8-7 as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll thank another one of our sponsors. Support for WRFA's coverage of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Baseball is brought to you in part by the Chautauqua County IDA. The Chautauqua County IDA is an economic development organization authorized and empowered by New York State to make Chautauqua County a better place to work, live, and visit. The IDA facilitates development of attracting new businesses while also promoting the retention and expansion of existing businesses. And it offers business assistance in the form of tax abatements, low-interest loans, and bond financing, all of which enhances the opportunities for job creation and retention by local business. The Chautauqua County IDA, a proud supporter of Jamestown Tarp Skunk Baseball on WRFA. For more information, you can call 716-661-8900 or visit ccida.com. So here we are, Norm. I believe we got a new pitcher on the mound, right? What do we got?
It's going to be number 11, John Hacker. He is a southpaw pitcher, and stat-wise, this will be his 4th game of the season. He's worked 4 1/3 innings, 3 hits allowed, 6 runs, but only 2 of those were earned. 4 walks to 11 strikeouts. He's 0-1 with a save. His ERA 4.15. And the batters he will face off with to begin the bottom of the 6th inning are going to be Tucker, and then the top of the lineup with Bay and Martinez.
Well, being down a run, I mean, obviously you want to try to tie the game up and take the lead, and the best opportunity to do that is according, a lot of times to the lineup. And the closer you are to the top of the lineup, the better your odds are. So for the Skunks, being at the bottom of the order for this final batter with Mark Tucker, and then coming back up with Cody Bay, Henry Martinez, and Patrick O'Shaughnessy, all 3 of them can change the complexion of a game rather quickly, especially combined. So odds are looking good for the Skunks here, but they are down by a run. It's the first time that they've been down throughout the day today in the doubleheader that we've been playing. And it all starts here with number 1, Mark Tuck.
So Mark Tucker, the shortstop, he's had a bit of trouble fielding the ball in this game. However, he does have a chance to start a rally here in the bottom of the 6th inning for Jamestown. But the good news, though, is should that not happen for the Skunks, they will get last ups in the bottom of the 7th. But I know they're looking for a 2-game sweep. Oneonta's looking to split the series to avoid being swept. Here's Hacker's first pitch, and that's way outside. Ball 1. So a quick word between Bayergian and Hacker.
Still some faithful fans here as we approach 11 o'clock. You're listening to WRFA-LP 107.9 FM in Jamestown, New York, covering Jamestown Tarp Skunks baseball throughout many hours today, going back to 5 o'clock. A little bit of an intermission between the doubleheader games. This is game 2, and we're in the bottom of the 6th.
Next pitch, that's hit the deep left field. Dizzo chasing it down, and it goes to the JCC sign. Tucker legging it for a double, and he will stick there. Leadoff double for Mark Tucker, and now we're back to the top of the lineup with Cody Bay.
Yeah, Mark Tucker has had sort of a quiet day. He didn't play back in the first game of the doubleheader, if I'm not mistaken, and he was 0 for 1 with a walk here in this game, but he definitely got things going in the right direction with that double off of the wall, and Jamestown is in business. Now at the top of the order with the ever-dangerous Cody Bay at the plate. He's 1 for 2, double in the first inning, scoring 2 runs. He also walked back in the 4th inning, who flew out in the 3rd.
Here's the next pitch by Hacker, and it's fouled off, strike 1. And the crowd noise is still pretty decent here as we're less than an hour away from midnight. So a bit of the Banana Boat song as we're waiting for the next pitch by Hacker.
I think this game started at just about 8:30.
Yes, it did. But here's the next pitch. Oh, hits off his glove. Tucker's going to go 90 feet to third. And even with just a sac fly, Jamestown can tie this back up.
Yeah, Jamestown 90 feet away from tying the ball game up after the Outlaws took the lead.
So Bay, with a base hit or a deep sac fly, he can tie this ball game back up again. 7 runs and 8 hits, 3 errors for the Skunks. And here comes Hacker's next pitch on the way. And that's outside, 2-1. So hitters count right now, 2-1 as Bay steps back into the box, right-handed hitter. Hacker looking for that right sign. Hacker wanting to become the weed whacker for the Outlaws to get them a W. Here's the pitch. That is low, 3-1. So a high possibility for Jamestown for runners at the corners with nobody out. And the next batter up is Henry Martinez, who has been walked and has scored a run in this game. It's the green light, 3-1 count. Hacker gets the sign he wants at the rubber. Here comes the pitch. Gives that one a ride. That's going to drop. Base hit. Jamestown ties it back up at 8. Crazy 8s on the board. 8-8 tie. As now it's going to be Martinez with Bay on first, nobody out, and a chance to not only now tie the game, but reclaim the lead.
Yeah, Cody Bay now 2 for 3 on the night with a double in the first inning, and that single hit that was ever so important by driving in Mark Tucker from third base, scoring that run there, an RBI for Cody Bay. And hey, the hits might keep on coming here. No outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Runner at first inning for the Tarp Skunks, and they're near the top of the order. Number 2 in the lineup, Henry Martinez.
Bay off to a good lead at first. Here comes the next pitch. Bunt aborted as the pitch is high for ball 1, and once again, Bayargian's going to go over to Hacker.
And the umpire saying you can't talk to each other on the mound. You got to break it up. You got to stop talking. And now the coach is coming out, and Coach Bazil is angry about it.
And I was hearing that umpire say stop. I could hear it from up here in the press box.
Right.
And
now they're still talking. It's like a wrestling match or something where the two guys are talking behind the referee's back is distracted.
It's ejection. I believe the manager got ejected. This is almost like the collaboration though between Ted DiBiase and Andre the Giant with that little secret convo. But the coach for Oneonta has been tossed. There's been an ejection now in both of these games of the doubleheader.
Wow. It's been a long day. It's been hot out there earlier today. It's actually cooled down now, but tempers are definitely flaring, and the umpire is refusing to let the game commence until the manager leaves the dugout.
Yeah, and when a manager...
And the manager, I think, is daring him to leave.
And he has to leave in a timely manner, too. And plus, with umpiring, they do write reports to the league, I would presume. So if there were anything bad to happen, they may get a letter.
You hear the Pew crew barking at the ump, but he is done for the barking at the manager rather. He's done for the evening, and now we can get back here, and the players for the Outlaws are still talking.
I don't know what's going on. Well, it's not the catcher anymore. It's Perry and Hacker.
Is there a rule against the number of visits you can have throughout a game?
I think you have one per inning.
I thought they didn't have a visit yet this inning. I can't recall them having one.
Unless I'm not too certain. Unless if they can't do it without a coach present.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all the rules are, but obviously the umpire took umbrage with the catcher coming out to talk to the pitcher, and the manager took umbrage with the umpire taking umbrage, and before you knew it, there was just a lot of bad blood going on out there.
Next pitch is low, 2-0. And could that be the start of the possible chance of splitting the series collapse? Usually something like that does start to make that bridge lose its nails on the wood. It's a 2-0 count, nobody out. Bay at first. He's been on a tear in this game. Here comes the next pitch by Hacker. And it hits off his glove, and he didn't even pay attention to where the ball was. And with doing that, Bay advances 90 feet, and with a base hit, Bay can get home. I don't know what Bayergian was thinking. The ball clearly hit off his glove, and it just rolled behind, didn't even look for it.
Yeah, he was. It's getting late, you know. It's been a long day. I know that he hasn't caught all 13 innings that we've seen so far, but you get a game that lasts a little bit later than you typically expect, you get a little off.
Oh, strike one on the outside corner. Martinez thought he was walked.
Yeah, Martinez did throw his bat already, expecting that he'd be making a trip down the first base path, but not so fast with a strike being called, so we'll do it again here with the count being 3-1. No outs, runner on second. That runner on second is the go-ahead run for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. The score is 8-8, all knotted up after the Skunks, Mark Tucker, crossed the home plate to score the tying run after the Skunks were down for half an inning.
Here's the 3-1. That's a ball on the outside, ball 4. And with that, it's going to be Patrick O'Shaughnessy, who has a 2 RBI double, which was in his last at-bat.
Yeah, O'Shaughnessy gave the ball a ride the last time he was at bat.
Yeah, and I thought it was a home run, but that white sign, Fredonia Place, it camouflaged the ball, so it made it difficult to see.
It came very close, though. I know he was hoping it would be a home run, but right now even a double would make him happy because it would drive in at least 1 run, if not 2.
If it's a go-ahead run, I'm sure O'Shaughnessy would happily take it. Here's the pitch. Hard of the plate, strike 1.
Yeah, Hacker finally finding his groove a little bit here. Some errant throws in the prior at-bat.
Hacker in a situation here. He's already given up the tying run. It's 8-8. Bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch, and hard of the plate again, strike 2. And now, if I were able to say this to him, you got to swing the bat. You're in an 0-2 hole.
Hacker, though, of course, can throw any type of junk he wants right now and try to get O'Shaughnessy to swing, so you got to be somewhat careful.
Here comes the 0-2 by Hacker. He's taking a check at Bay. He's taking a long look. Now here's the pitch. That's in the dirt, ball 1.
Yeah, good restraint by O'Shaughnessy not to chase that one outside. That's typically what pitchers will try to do on an 0-2 count. Give the batter something that the pitcher knows they can't make contact with, but still hope they can pull off a swing. O'Shaughnessy wasn't buying it.
Next pitch, and wanted to see if he went around, and he did not. Count goes even. Here's some colorful stuff from the Pew crew, but counts even though at 2s. And Hacker gets his sign, comes set. A base hit can drive home Bay. He takes a look at him, and here comes Hacker's next pitch. Swung on, and that's to left field. That's not going to be enough to drive him, and he holds on for the first out. Bay's going to stay put at second, not deep enough for him to tag up.
Good job by Mario Dizzo to track that down. It looked like the wind may have carried it a little bit infield more than what he had expected it to be, but he was able to keep track, keep it in range, and eventually reeled it in. I thought for a second there, Norm, that he might actually lose sight of it and drop it out there.
I thought it was going to drop on the ground
just
almost.
by his body language of him trying to chase it down. He kind of picked up speed a little bit, but he did make the catch. That's 1 away. Runners at first and second. The go-ahead run for the Skunks on second.
And they're going double steal, but it's a foul ball.
So we'll do it over again here with the count being 0-1 with 1 out. All tied up at 8 apiece. If you're just joining us, Jamestown came out on top in the first inning, 1-0. And then it was tied after the second inning, 1 apiece, with the Outlaws scoring a run. Jamestown picked up 3 more runs in both the third and fourth frame.
Hacker takes a check at second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's a grounder, third, and it's going to be foul.
Hey, A for effort, though. Jamestown scored 3 runs in both the third and fourth frame, but Oneonta also scored 2 runs in the fourth frame. So after 4 innings of play, it looked like Jamestown was moving right along. 7-3 the score, but the Outlaws bounced back with 4 runs last inning in the fifth, making it 8-8 all tied up, or rather 7-7 all tied up, and each team now has exchanged runs to make it 8-8 here in the sixth inning. It's a 7-inning game because it's a doubleheader.
He's ahead in the count 0-2. Runners are going. Swing and a miss, strike 3, throw to third, not in time. Runners will advance 90 feet, so even though Lane struck out, the good news is, though, 2 things. Campus is up the bat, and with a base hit, he could drive in 2.
The bad news is there's 2 outs, so a fly ball in the outfield will not get the job done this time. A sacrifice can't do it. He has got to get a base hit and drive in a run, or an errant pitch. We've seen that happen a few times, especially for the Tarp Skunks. They can definitely cause problems and issues, so maybe an errant pitch will be what does it this time around. That's actually an errant throw from the catcher is what caused this game to, I think, be tied or allow Oneonta to take the lead.
Allowed Oneonta to take the lead. Boone was going to third. Davis had a wild throw, and then he advanced to home. But Campus, he can crush the baseball. He did hit a home run last week. Here's the pitch. That's low, ball 1. Runners will stay put. So Campus taking a couple of cuts with that shillelagh as he'll step back into the box. So a couple Ric Flair screams, and as Campus is back in the box, the right-handed hitter as Hacker looking to keep the score tied. 1-0 count, 2 outs, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1, wanted to go for the whole kit and caboodle, but instead he gets the meow mix. It's a 1-1 count, 2 outs, Bay on third, and the runner on second is Martinez. He's going home! He's still at home and he's going to be out! I don't know what in the world Bay was thinking, but he's out. We're tied going into the 7th inning. Maybe he thought he saw a drop ball, but he gets nailed at home, and we're tied at 8.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be tricky there and sneak into home, but it wasn't happening, and now the score remains tied heading into the final inning of this 7-inning affair unless we go into extra innings. But we'll take a break right now and see you on the other side. More baseball to come on WRFA.
And we're about to start the top of the 7th inning. Gladys is going to get another inning of work for the Skunks. We're still tied here at 8 after a very questionable decision by Cody Bay to try and steal home, but Bayergian had control of the ball at home plate and easily had him out.
Yeah, Cody Bay probably should have restrained himself. I'm not sure if he thought he could catch the pitcher napping or what the situation was, but easily out at home. And here we are in the 7th, still tied up.
First pitch, it hit the heart of the plate for strike 1. It's Perry, Bayergian, and Cooney due up for the Outlaws. They're looking to split this doubleheader. Here's the next pitch. He went around. Clearly went around. Strike 2. Funny thing is, even if that would have hit him, if he would have went around first, that still would be a strike. And the fans getting into it, where I'm hearing some smacking of the bleachers. Here's the 0-2, and that's outside.
Interestingly enough, here we are in the 7th inning, Norman. Both teams have left 9 runners on base, and they both have scored 8 runs. The Skunks do lead in the hit department, 9-6, but they also lead in the error department, 3-2.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Perry wanting to go for that go-ahead home run, but instead, he's got the hole in the swing. So Baergian, the catcher who nailed Bay trying to steal home, is up the bat.
Gladys looking pretty sharp here for the Skunks with that strikeout against Perry.
And Baergian so far, he had a 2 RBI single in his last at-bat. Here's the next pitch by Gladys, outside corner, strike 1. Hypothetically, should Jamestown get the walk-off run in the bottom of the 7th, Gladys would be tabbed with the W.
Balergian, the catcher, who made that tag on that attempted steal at home last inning to end it for the Skunks in the bottom of the 6th. He now can give a little bit more of a problem for the Skunks, make them feel a little bit more pain by getting the base hit here. He represents the go-ahead run for the Outlaws.
Here's the 1-1, outside corner, 1-2. So the bleachers starting to empty here a little bit as we're in the what should be the final inning of Game 2 of this doubleheader. And both games have been tight. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, 2-2. So Gladys back on the rubber as Baergian gets back in the box. It's a 2-2 count, 1 out. Gladys looking for the second out. Here comes the pitch. Got him looking. Strike 3 on the heart of the plate. And from looking at it, Baergian wishes he could have had that one back.
Yeah, he was questioning the umpire a little bit too with that strike call, but you know, it happens. What are you going to do except bring up the next batter, who is Connor Cooney, the right fielder. He got a base hit in the 2nd, walked in the 4th, and a base hit in the 5th, so he's 2 for 2 on the day, along with a walk and a run scored, and we'll see what happens.
Here's the next pitch, inside corner, strike 1. So
Gladys is looking sharp.
Yeah, he is.
He's looking really sharp right now, especially in this frame, but also the last one when he came in to relieve Benzinger, I think it was.
Yep, don't get mad at us, get Gladys. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a bunt, and Gladys fields it, throws over to O'Shaughnessy in time. How about a 1-2-3 inning?
What
2
a
strikeouts
play.
and an athletic play for the 1-3. Skunk fans, are you ready? We've got the Skunk bottom of the 7th, but first, Jason, I'm passing it over to you.
Yeah, what a fantastic effort by Gladys. Not only does he strike batters out, but he also can throw them out at an awkward angle, to be sure. But we'll talk more about that in a moment. First, we'll remind you yet again that support for WRFA is brought to you by listeners like you, along with businesses as well. WRFA is a non-commercial, non-profit community radio station, and we rely on contributions and donations from the listening community to keep our programs on the air. If you appreciate and enjoy this broadcast of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks or any other program available on WRFA, consider making a donation of any amount by clicking the donate button at our website, WRFALP.com. It's fast and easy, and any amount is appreciated. No amount is too big or too small. Checks of any amount can also be made to WRFA Radio and mailed to the radio station at 116 East 3rd Street in Jamestown, New York, 14701. Local businesses are also encouraged to sponsor programming on WRFA. To learn more about becoming an underwriter for broadcasts of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, you can call 716-664-2465, extension 209, or email WRFA@reglanay.com. Yeah, Gladys, Norm, looked really good out there with that, what I thought would have been a base hit, because he had to leave the mound and move away from first base, lean over, pick up the ball, and still have time to spin around and make an accurate strike over to first. He did all of that, and he made it look pretty easy. So very good job showing the agility. And here we are now, bottom of the 7th inning in a 7-inning game. all tied up, and the Skunks can get the job done here with a little help from their leadoff hitter for this inning anyway, the captain, Johnny Campus.
Yep, right now he represents the walk-off run. Here comes the next pitch by Hacker. Fouled off. He got a good piece of it, but a little too early on the swing. Strike one.
All he's got to do is get on base. Obviously, you want to see a dramatic finish in a walk-off fashion, but
next pitch outside corner, strike two.
oh, that was a bit outside. That was a bit too outside for my liking, but if the umpire says it's a strike, that's what it is.
But again, Campus, he's not scared to swing the bat. Here comes the next pitch by Hacker. Swing and a miss, strike three on 3 pitches.
So that is 1 down for the Skunks. And Jordan King, the right fielder, now stepping up. He got a base hit in the 2nd inning, reached base on an error in the 3rd, and reached base on a walk in the 5th. Trying to get on base here to put this game away, or at least help to put it away. He represents the go-ahead run. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. This is the final inning of play for regulation anyway, but who knows? Maybe we'll see some extra innings.
Here's the next pitch, outside corner, strike one. 0-1 count. Here's Hacker's next pitch. Outside, 1-1. So far, 8 runs on 9 hits for Jamestown, but 3 costly errors, which helped them lose their 3-run lead they had at one point. Next pitch is outside, 2-1. They were up by as many as 4. They were up 7-3 at one point, but ever since the end of the 4th inning, they've been outscored 5-1 ever since. Here's the next pitch. High and outside, 3-1. And Davis is due up next, the catcher. King in the box.
King gets on base. He can steal as well. We already saw it earlier in this game.
Outside, ball 4. So that is the 2nd straight time King has drawn a walk. So Davis, a chance to possibly get King closer to home.
Davis got a base hit in the 2nd inning. He flew out in the 3rd, and he struck out in the 5th. So he's 1 for 3 on the night. But all he has to do now is try to advance the runner and maybe look at the first couple of pitches and give King an opportunity perhaps to get the 2nd or even 3rd, depending on how this pitcher does. He'll throw over to first to try to keep King honest and not give him too big of a leadoff. But, you know, with every pitch, we get later into the evening, and with every pitch, there's a likelihood something may be outside, too far outside, gets past the catcher, and it could be an easy opportunity for King to advance on to 2nd.
And it is going to be guaranteed both these games will hit at least 3 hours of playing time. Here's the next pitch. Fouled off, strike 1.
We'll remind our listeners, I know the viewers obviously see it, but the pitcher for the Outlaws is left-handed, so obviously it makes it more difficult to get a quick jump and steal with the pitcher staring right at you as you get a lead off of first base, which is what King's doing right now.
It's an 0-1 count. Here's Hacker's next pitch.
Right down the middle.
Outside corner, 2, strike 2.
Yeah, a little off-speeder as well.
Now it's that case where you need to take a cut. You'd rather get struck out swinging than looking.
Be protective, but not too protective. And remember, they might try to get you to chase it outside.
Don't be careless, but don't be too careful. 0-2 pitch. That's low, 1-2.
That was close to the strike zone. Closer than one of the strikes I saw earlier. But still a ball. Davis stays alive.
Yeah, it's a 1-2 count, 1 out. King on first after getting walked. He's taken off. And it's going to be fouled off. I can't blame Davis for swinging. If it would have been just 1 strike, I could see not taking it, but King would have been safe from the jump he had. So count 1 and 2, just one out. And Davis will step back into the box. Getting his sign is Hacker. And here comes the pitch. It hits off his glove. And heading to second is King. And from the ump's indication, it's going to be a ball.
So 2-2 the count. Still one out, and a runner now in scoring position in the bottom of the 7th and final inning of this Game 2 of today's doubleheader. The Skunks can get out of this one in walk-off fashion, some way, shape, or form, if we can get the runner at second, Jordan King, to get across home plate before the next 2 outs.
And Davis can hit the ball very hard. He had 3 doubles one game. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chased one in the dirt, and now it's going to need to be a base hit. And it's up to, it's going to be a pinch hitter. So part of the murderer's row looking to get a walk-off. It's Yogi Hardigan.
Yogi, who has not appeared in today's game, pitch hitting in place of Kane McGee as the extra hitter. Yogi has the best batting average on the team, at least heading into today, so it makes sense to have him come in as a pinch hitter and see him press his luck. McGee had struck out twice and also grounded out, so he was 0 for 3 anyway. Let's see what Yogi can do with a left-handed hitter, who I think smashed one in the first game.
Well, he did go 1 for 3. He had a single, scored a run, and got walked. Here's the next pitch. That is low, ball 1.
Lefty versus lefty here. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning. Will we go into extra innings of this Game 2 doubleheader? Or will Yogi Hardigan be a hero?
I know he wants to relive the glory days of the murderer's row. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Hacker. A base hit can take home King. And this one is to left field, but it's going to hang. And we're going to go to extras in Game 2 of this doubleheader.
Free baseball, Norm. Can't wait. We'll be back in a moment with more baseball right here on WRFA.
And we're about to start the 8th inning here of Game 2 of this doubleheader, so this will be considered extra innings. Jamestown, they had a chance. They had King on second base, but Hardigan, who was pinch hitting for McGee, he hit a good ball to left field, but it hung a little too long, went right into the glove of Mario Dizzo. So we're going to see the 8th inning, and Gladys is going to get another inning of work for the Skunks.
Our engineer Gavin, I just finally checked my phone, said it's 147 stories. I think I was a little bit closer than you in terms of the height of the CN Tower.
Well, I haven't been there in over 10 years.
But if you have trivia night that you attend, and Norm, I know you love your trivia nights and you love to answer these type of questions, you now know the answer. The CN Tower is 147 stories high. Not quite 500 or 500,000, but a little bit more than 120.
But the batters that Gladys will face will be Martinez, Grebe, and Boone.
So extra baseball here. We've already done 14 innings. Why not do one more? We have a doubleheader. Both games gone 7 innings, and this one's going into an 8th frame. What better way to spend a Wednesday night than listening to some baseball on WRFA?
Ever since but they do got the runner on second to start it off, and it's a rundown here. And he's going to get tagged out. Usually it's the runner that has the last out of the inning at second. And personally, I don't know what you think of it, Jason. I do not agree with doing the runner on second to start extras. To me, it takes away the spirit of the game.
Well, I am a traditionalist as well, Norm, and I agree that it does take away the spirit of the game when you have somebody automatically on on second. You know the old expression, some people are born on third base, and some runners get set on second base without really earning it. But when it's over, when it's extra innings and it's a long day, I'm not going to gripe about it either. Here's a liner all the way out into left field, but it's caught. So one pitch, one hit, and that's another out. So that's 2 outs quickly now with a fly out.
Yep.
After the runner on second was out, so that was Martinez who flew out, right? I didn't get a chance to say his name. Right now we have number 2 at the plate, so it was Martinez.
Yeah, it was.
Martinez flew out. The runner at second was tagged out in the rundown when he attempted to steal. And so now we quickly have 2 outs here in the 8th inning, going very fast, and it's Trevor
Grebe
at the plate.
First pitch hit the inside corner for strike 1.
And Grebe is 0 for 3 on the night, grounding out twice and striking out once.
So quick 2 outs here in the 8th. Next pitch, that's high. But thankfully, nobody on base, so it's 1-1. We've seen quite a few of those pass balls and wild pitches from both teams. So Grebe looking to extend the inning. Should he get on, Boone will be back up to the top of the order. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So 1 out away from going 1, 2, 3 the unconventional way because the first out was the runner on second. I do hope, though, by next season that gets abolished from the rules. But here's the next pitch. Inside, ball 2.
Right down the middle, it looked like, but the umpire didn't think so. So 2-2 count.
So 2-2 count, 2 outs. 1 out or 1 strike away from Jamestown getting the possibility of a walk-off W. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Galatis. Caught looking, strike 3, hard on the plate. And now the Skunks will be due up the bat. Hardigan will be the runner on second because he was the last out in the bottom half of the 7th inning. And we'll have the bottom of the 8th momentarily.
Yeah, well, we'll stay here and talk. We've thanked our sponsors enough, Norman, just to make sure that our listeners are aware, as you noted. Again, a reiteration that the Skunks will have a runner starting on second base, and it's going to be Yogi Hardigan, right?
Yes, it is. It's the
because
runner.
He made the final out.
Yes.
So whoever makes the final out the previous inning will be starting on second. So you got a pretty crafty base runner in Yogi out there. And also somewhat successful here near the bottom of the lineup for the Skunks anyway. It's going to be Royce Frazier, who is tentatively set to be at bat. He is 1 for 2 on the night, including a double. He also struck out in the 5th inning and walked in the 2nd inning. And then Mark Tucker will be on deck. He is 1 for 2 today with a double, scoring 2 runs and also striking out, going along with a walk. And then if we need be, Cody Bay, back to the top of the lineup, will be up there as well. He is 2 for 3, as well as a walk, also scoring a couple of runs and driving in a run. So some familiar names, obviously,
sure.
and those that know how to get the job done. It's just a matter of not doing anything too foolish. Skunks had a chance to win this one, I think, with Johnny Campus at the plate and runners at second and third with 2 outs, and they opted to try to steal home this is in the 6th inning, rather than see if they can't get a run driven in. So that came back to bite them, but it's still tied up. Here we are in the bottom of the 8th inning, and this is an extra inning because it's a 7-inning game due to the doubleheader. So as Norm said, we will have a runner starting on second, and it will be number 28, Yogi Hardigan. And Bryce Frazier, the second baseman, will continue to hit, and he'll step up to the plate again. He got a double back in the 4th inning and also scored a run.
Yep, so.
And they intentionally walk him.
Oh, to get the force out from 1st to 3rd. So he'll get the intentional base on balls, and now it's going to be Mark Tucker. I don't know if that's going to be a wise decision because Tucker, he does very well with runners in scoring positions. So could this come back to haunt the Outlaws? A good base hit, and Hardigan gets sent home. It's a walk-off W.
Or a wild pitch as well. Extra runner at second. The intentional walk puts Frazier on first. And the bottom of the order, Mark Tucker, who hit a double his last at-bat in the 6th inning. And I believe that was against Hacker as well. Hacker's still out there, right?
Yes, he is.
We'll see what happens here. Hacker versus Tucker, part 2.
Bunt aborted. He's able to pull the bat back for a ball.
Tucker showing bunt, trying to advance his runners. Why not with runners on first and second, and they obviously were trying to go for a double play.
Yeah, they were.
Why not show the bunt and take the out but advance a runner? And that's exactly what he does.
Beautiful bunt, and that's going to stay fair.
No,
and now
it rolls. It rolls out, Norm.
Hacker got very lucky.
Yes, he did.
Because it looked like it was going to stay fair, but a little too much inertia on it.
And it hit that little fringe on the grass.
Yeah, it did.
And right when I thought it was going to die, it hit that fringe and dropped off, and it rolled across the white line. Very close to being fair, but we can't call it fair or not until we actually see how it rolls.
I thought it was going to stop, so that's my own indiscretion. But, again, Tucker, he's batting on the left side. He's the only switch hitter on the team for the Skunks. Let's see if he tries the bunt again. Perry playing very close. Here's the pitch. He'll abort. Pitch is low, 2-1.
2-1 count. Good eye by Tucker out there to pull back the bunt. And he'll probably try it again here because it's a sound strategy with no outs, runners at first and second. You don't want to hit into a double play. You just want to advance your lead runner, and a bunt will typically do that.
Yep. And then we'd be back to the top of the order with Cody Bay, who has done very well in both games. He only has 1 strike, but inside 3-1. And very possible here with the bases loaded. Even a walk-off sac fly would be good.
Well, if the bases get loaded.
Exactly. That's why I said if.
It's a 3-1 count.
I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself this time. But he is ahead in the count 3-1. It is the green light. I don't think he's going to bunt here. He'll probably take a hack or let the pitch go. Here's the pitch. Takes a swing. It's going to drop. It's going to be a base hit. And Bazil's sending home. He's sending home hard again. And he's safe. No, he's out of some. My apologies. I thought he had it. Skunk player's not happy. I thought he got there in time. It's only 1 out, though, and Bay is at third.
So the umpire, who is the home plate umpire, who we were saying has made some questionable calls in the past, he said he's telling Coach Bazil that the glove hit the helmet of the runner, but he slid. And so Coach Bazil is saying, well, if he hit the helmet, then his feet must have already been across home plate. So how can you tell me that he was out? But all the same, you still have a runner at third.
I do apologize for jumping the gun. I thought he was safe, but Frazier's on third.
Well, he was safe to you, Norm.
Well, from my view, it looked like he was safe. But can't bet 1,000, like some people say. As Bay, even with a sac fly, can drive home Frazier. And they're going to intentionally walk him.
Well, at this point, I think they say, let's just get out of Jamestown before midnight, and we'll let fate decide what's going to happen here. 1 out. Bases are now loaded with another intentional walk. Cody Bay did get a base hit, and he is now on second. Actually, Henry Martinez is now on
He's up
first.
No, Martinez is up the
Martinez
bat.
is at bat.
Yeah, Bay got walked.
Tucker is the one who got the base hit.
Yes, he did.
And so he's on second. Royce Frazier's now on third.
Yep.
Yogi Hardigan was out at home.
Yep, and Bay's on first by the second intentional walk of the inning. The good news is, though, for Martinez, even a deep sac fly can drive in possibly a run. Here's the pitch. Hard of the plate, strike 1.
Martinez was walked twice, and he's 0 for 2, grounding out in the first and striking out in the fourth. Looking to end this game right now, bottom of the 8th inning, bases loaded, 1 out.
Hacker looking to force a 9th inning. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, strike 2. If you're Martinez, though, don't worry about the grand slam. Just drive in Frazier and send the Skunks fans home happy they're still here. Because I think some of them are getting restless. It's an 0-2 count, 1 out. O'Shaughnessy is up next after Martinez. Should Martinez get out? And should a run not score? That's a lot of possibilities, though. 0-2 pitch on the way for Hacker, just 1 out. That's low. Good job by Martinez to hold off. 1-2.
Good job by the catcher to keep it in front of him, too, because that looked like it wasn't going where he expected it to go. His glove was kind of cheating inside toward the batter, and it went outside.
It's still a 1-2 count, though. Hacker is ahead on it. And what's funny is the darndest thing, Jamestown did win on a walk-off wild pitch last season in extras. Here's the next one. Fouled off. Count 1-2. Just got a piece of the bat on it. Martinez has already struck out in one of his at-bats. That was back in the 4th. So back in the box is Martinez. And again, even just a deep sac fly can get home Frazier because he does have the speed. It's a 1-2 count, 1 out. Hacker looking to at least force out number 2. Jamestown looking to go home with a walk-off. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
So there you go, 2 outs. And now O'Shaughnessy stepping up. Patrick O'Shaughnessy, who is 1 for 3, striking out in the 1st and 6th inning, but also hitting a double in the 4th inning. I think that was the hit you thought may have been out of the park, but it wasn't. He has a chance now with a walk or a base hit or being hit by a pitch.
Yep. Or a wild pitch.
Or a wild pitch. Any one of those scenarios will result in this game being over.
Even the rare balk could be a walk-off, too. Here's the next pitch. O'Shaughnessy fouls it off. Strike 1.
Yeah, he swung at the first pitch there, and
he probably didn't want to fall behind 0-2 looking at a pair.
Right.
So deciding to swing the bat on the first one. And if it was me, I would have done the same thing. Hacker 1 out away from forcing another inning. Jamestown, bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that's going to go foul down the first base side.
Quickly down in the count, 0-2. Needs a little luck here to battle back, but we've seen it before.
Skunks players pumping themselves up in the dugout. O'Shaughnessy can hit it deep. He did say he wanted a homer. Maybe Frazier will wisely stick around third. Here's the pitch. That is over to second, and we're going to have another inning.
So ground out from second to second, and O'Shaughnessy makes the final out. And we'll take a break and see you on the other side. More baseball coming up in a moment on WRFA. Good Lord. That was a 4-6 ground out.
Yep, that's what I got it down as.
What's that, Randy?
There's no ties in baseball.
Oh, the game's over?
Game's over?
What? It's over.
Okay, when we go back on air?
They shook hands.
Okay, we got to finish up here. Yeah, I understand, Ray. I didn't know that. Thank you. Wow, Norm.
I can't
Well,
believe
here
it.
we are back, and, the unfortunate situation is apparently they're calling this game a tie, which,
Wow.
as we have said, there's no ties in baseball.
Yeah, there's no ties in baseball. And honestly, this is a game where if Jamestown would have lost, I hate to say it, it would have been kind of like they kind of deserved it. Like they had a 4-run lead. They were up 7-3, and then it just fell off the rails on them in game 2.
I thought they would keep on playing like
Me too.
Like I was raised and
I
thought
agree.
baseball was.
We've
Hey,
seen 14 inning
A
games.
tie in football, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a tie in football.
I've
I'm
never
okay
seen a
with a
tie in
tie in
baseball.
hockey. Tie in basketball, never heard of that either. All
Yeah.
the same,
Oh, man.
the most bizarre thing I've seen. But yeah, they're packing it up, so we will as well. This game, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in I've ever seen, ends in a tie. 8-8 is the final score. Jamestown and Oneonta in game number 2, ending in a tie. Jamestown won the first game. 10 hits in the second game for the Skunks, 7 hits for the Outlaws, and again, 8 runs on the board. Norm, it's been a long day, so we won't pitter-patter with any more talk. We will just simply thank the listeners for tuning in. Thank Gavin Paterniti, our engineer, as well as our intern earlier on with Jessica Beeler helping us out. We'll be back on Friday night. The first pitch is at 7 o'clock on Friday night. We'll be there for every pitch on Fireworks Night. Until then, everyone have a safe evening, and we'll be back on Friday. Norm, have a good night.
You too, Jason.